I'm going to exit the studio.
Oh, we're
I think
live.
We're live. Well,
Yeah.
Welcome everybody to the Slee Stacking Show. I'm your host, Lorenzo Slee Stack. We've got a very special episode, as they used to say back in the 80s and I think 90s. We're joined by with Sci-Fi Nation.
Hi, everyone.
We're joined by our resident. Are you Polar Bear Hargrave?
Yeah. Oh, buddy.
And we're joined by Shep, who's I guess a raccoon today. Or Shep, aka Hiawatha. And hey, Timbergreeny Tube. Welcome, Caleb. Hey, Matt Plastic. And Shep. Let's see. Jack Stafford, ahoy. Can folks hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Lorenzo. Yep.
And
yeah, I can hear.
Not too many messages here yet. Well, hey, Suzanne Eckstein, welcome. Oh, you've been waiting for this. Awesome. Oh, late and gay. Well, I didn't know that about you, Yanafui. Not that there's anything wrong with that. And people are just saying, oh, hey, Hervoye all the way from Croatia. It's the middle. It's like, what is it, like 2 or 3 a.m. there? And hey, Erican Boy, always great to see you. And yeah, we're going to do something a little bit different. Sci-Fi Nation has kind of a story, true life story to tell.
Yeah, and it's something I heard a lot of people are talking about. Well, basically, everybody wants to know why Captain Infinity lost his channel. Basically, he flat out used my material for my live streams without being transformative in any way. So there was no fair use with it. One was for an actual live stream that he played during his, and the other two were shorts that he did. I even went through, put down the timestamps for each one, and I think they wound up claiming his entire video for each of those. So, or saying that, yeah, based off my entire live stream, when I gave them specific timestamps so they could just go and look at it and compare it. But
is there something we should explain about Finity, or in case people don't know, or do you think we?
Yeah, you should start with the basics. Sci-Fi's known longest.
Yeah, well, when I first met him, he seemed all right, maybe just misunderstood or whatever, which, hey, I mean, who doesn't feel that way now and then?
So he's a YouTuber, right? I mean,
yeah. He was a
YouTuber.
Yep.
Yeah, because I don't think some people in the chat might not know who he is. He's kind of made himself very obscure. Like he tries to be.
He's abrasive.
Yeah, he wants to get people's attention, but I don't think a lot of people really know who he is.
Well, basically, if he could find anything bad that he thought would ruffle the feathers of the person he was going after, he would do it, no matter what it was. Something he didn't agree with, whatever it might be.
A lot of that seemed to have to do with time travel. Like he was really angry for some reason about time travel, and like it was really bizarre. Like if somebody'd say something about time travel he didn't like, he'd do an entire stream about them.
Right, because in his head he had figured the whole thing out, and he was right. And if you didn't agree with him, you were wrong, basically. And also, he going back to the thing where he would go after people. What I mean by that is like straight up bullying them in the chats, or by doing a stream about that person. and not in a good way either. I mean, just slacking them off the entire stream.
I know that like so somebody might not read his chat. Like there could be a lot of people in the chat, and somebody might not be reading his chats. He'd do a whole stream about them over that.
Oh yeah, he would. Yep. Like say you got 20, 30 people in the chat and you got 4 people on the panel and you're, sitting up there on the panel having this conversation. You try to get to the chat as much as you can, but you're not going to catch every comment, unfortunately. And he would go up about that because his comment got missed. So
sometimes I see him do streams where he was just typing to himself. He wasn't saying anything on, with.
oh yeah, his little silent streams. Yeah, it just be him in the chat typing.
Him chatting to himself.
Yeah, and then putting it on the screen.
Some people do. Yeah, there's some streams I've seen from the Philippines where people are just today we're having a silent stream for whatever reason, but the host is typically actually interacting with people, whereas Finity was just
everybody
interacting
away
with himself.
All right, I'm done with dinner here now. I just want to say thank you for doing that, man. I appreciate it because that guy.
Yeah, we all do.
Yeah, that guy has been a pain in my ass, man, for a very long time.
Well,
go ahead.
No, I was going to say I know he caused problems between you and me, Hargrave, and also with me and Hiawatha.
He caused problems with everybody, man. I don't understand. Like the thing is, he was trying to sell this book and all that, and the people that would be interested, basically anybody, he just ran them off. And I'm like, who are you going to sell this book to? It's one thing to be a heel and stuff, but I mean, he just had it out for everybody, man. I mean, my God, I can't think of somebody he didn't do something to. It's just all the time with this guy. I got it. How I found out about him the hard way is when we were doing Troll Show, and Shep and them were on. I'm not going to name the person, but we know who it was doing commissions daily. And I told Shep, I go, I'm going to put him on the thumbnail for the show, which I've put everybody on the thumbnail at one time or another, man.
Dark Gift, everybody.
Yeah. So we start the show up, and we're not even in 2 to 3 minutes, and I get a strike. The channel went down, everything. And then I get an email, and it doesn't tell me who's the email. So I had to go get my lawyer and find out who's I still, to this day, all I have is an IP. I have the IP of the person, but they won't tell me who it is because of this privacy clause bullshit. So I do have the IP of whoever is doing it, but I'd have to have somebody's IP to compare it to know who it is. And then ever since then, he'd be on all of these shows going, oh, prove it, it wasn't me, and all of this. And then I get a second one, like about a month or 2 later. That one wasn't as bad. And then after that, every time I made a video, I would get this complaint about inappropriate for children or something when the channel was set to 18. And then about, like a week or so ago this happened? Elazamat's doing a show, and he says that this happened to him. So then I go look up the channel. The channel's gone. And then I start realizing this is the first time, because I did an Immortal Mass show with Denelli and George and them. That was the first time in months that I did a show where I didn't get that complaint. And then that was after his channel was gone. So is that coincidence? I mean, it seems kind of weird. And I had 2 to 3 other videos since, and I haven't got that complaint on those either. That's completely gone now.
That's pretty. Yeah, it's pretty compelling. Evidence.
Yeah.
Well, I'd like to say hi to Carrie and Jim Landscape, LLC, #1 Commodore Productions.
Hey, Jim put out a new
show.
I just want to say Jim put out a new trailer last night. So after the show, make sure you guys go check out Jim's trailer on this channel.
Oh yeah, I just made him a mod because I checked out his channel. He's got, it looks like he's got some good stuff on there. Hey DVB, welcome. But go ahead, sorry. I just wanted to greet people.
No, go ahead.
Like koala. Yeah, so like Seattle Hawk, welcome.
Hey, Shadow.
Mr. Yanafu is like Captain Finity. I think I've heard that name in the past. And Jack is like, he's an English chap, right? Yeah, I think he's
Well,
from East Germany, supposedly originally.
Well,
I don't know
he
if that's
said
true.
he said he's from Poland, and but he
Poland.
lives in New Zealand. So
Yeah, he claimed. Yeah, he was from.
Manicore's his son.
He was from communist era Poland, I think.
yeah, that's what he.
Which that would make that could be the case because
I mean, he's old enough.
an older
so,
gentleman.
yeah,
I believe. I think that's a fair thing. Well, hey, Daniel Berry, Sports Highlights, welcome. Got a lot of really good people in the chat, and I hope I greeted everybody else earlier. And Sci-Fi, if he lives in Australia. Oh, yeah, I thought he said New Zealand. I'm pretty sure.
yeah, New Zealand. Yeah, because I used to make fun of him in Florida all the time.
Oh yeah, we got a Kiwi friend right now who's friend of the channel who's streaming over me, but that's okay. People want to check it out. His links in the chat. Video James and Zed. He was on this stream last week. So
What is this trailer you're talking about? What is it, a movie or something?
wait, there's a trailer.
No, you were saying to check out a trailer.
Oh no, I'm just.
Okay.
Oh,
that was Jim's channel. He put up a new trailer last night for a film coming out on the 8th. On April.
All right.
So,
Okay.
yeah, a little Star Trek fan film thing. So, and it's the trailer for it, but the actual video will be out on the 8th. But go ahead and check out the trailer, and hopefully that gets some people interested in it.
Yeah, definitely recommend that. And they gave people wrenches. Most people have wrenches. So feel free to promote stuff in the chat.
But yeah, I mean that's pretty much everything what's happened with him. And then the last incident I had with him was with Shep with the he was on Well Reds, and then he started up with the fake vet stuff with Shep again. And I got that video. You know, he couldn't take that one down, and I got his other one too. So he's done that 3 or 4 times, and he really does believe that. He would just spam that nonstop and harass the fuck out of Shep about saying that shit. That I take that really personal, man. When
Iron Manticore was alleged. I heard Manticore. I'll just say allegedly. I haven't seen any screenshots of this or anything, but
it's very easy to check out. It's not like it's hidden. I doxed myself day one here. All I gotta do is go look up my social security thing, and it says right there in the record. Fucking got my answer.
Manticore was going after you?
Yeah, saying stolen valor, like I stole anything. Here's the truth. I got out of the Marines. As soon as I could pick up a nail with my hurt hand, I became a carpenter, and I never took a dime from the Marine Corps. I'm on my own private insurance that I worked for my whole fucking life to earn, and I'm fucking old and retired, and you're all a bunch of worthless cunts to me. That's what I feel you as. A bunch of worthless bitches can't even finish a comic book for children. You guys are weak little bitches to me. But you go ahead and talk about me all you want.
Of course, Shep's not addressing the everybody in the chat. He's talking.
I'm talking about them. They know who they are.
Calling him saying stolen valor when he lost a fucking hand in what, the war?
No, in training. I never claimed that I was a veteran of battle. That's my nephew Mossy and my older brother. My brother went in Vietnam and just got out in 2000.
Wait,
so I don't.
You lost your serving your country.
My dad, my grandfather, my uncle, my whole family's been in the military, and I couldn't get away with pretending because they would kill me. So go fuck yourself.
So
the main thing is to question somebody's who I know 100% was in there. That's the point. And then in general, man, like I was saying, you can't do that shit, man. People died and stuff.
Ran around and did whatever he fucking wanted here. He shit all over everybody. He ran strikes on people. He talked shit about all of us, and nobody did fuck all to him. And now we're supposed to feel sorry for him? Fuck you, you motherfucker. This is karma, bitch. Bow.
Yeah, man, he deserves this. He honestly deserves this, man.
No, he's
Yeah,
running
please
around
share out
underneath an
the
assumed name
share
trying
out
to start more shit. And I'm not going to speak that name because fucking let him just die off. He's got no followers, just like Manahor. They ain't got nobody watching them, and they're jealous of everybody
You,
else.
you know, when my channel got struck both times, nobody gave a fuck. But
No, I
man,
got stuff before I even did a video. And I've
yeah,
been bitching about it. Nobody, oh, prove it. Well, fuck you. Who
yeah,
else would strike me? Who else was giving me shit besides the captain and another piece of shit who
yeah,
owes me a fucking book, Manacor? Where's your fucking book, bitch?
yeah, and
By the way,
and then we
folks,
get
please, sorry to interrupt. Please share out the stream. I want to get the news out about what's going on with because it's you know
Second
usually
time, too. This isn't the first time he
I'm
grifted you
typically
bitches for money. He did a campaign once, closed it, and then he did this one and ain't doing shit for it. Fucking grifters, one and all. That's all I
well,
see around here. I got a few people I back, and the rest are worthless grifters.
well. Here's the thing: I don't understand why Manicor's trying to die on the hill of channel
He
strike.
wants attention.
Well, where was he when my channel got struck? He wasn't doing nothing then.
Oh, he's running around pretending he's everybody's fucking friend as he backtalks everybody.
you know at first I thought
Shit, retard.
at first I wondered maybe Captain did a stream where he was commenting on what sci-fi.
I
But it
enjoyed
sounds
turning
but
original
sci-fi
pages
said
too.
he wasn't even doing anything transformative. Just straight up.
No, he'd let, like, during the live stream, yeah, he'd let it play for like 3 minutes, say 2 words, let it play for 3 more minutes, say 2 words. That's not transformative. That's just, yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a lawyer, but it appears that YouTube sided with you on this. So I don't.
Hate
Well,
is not a motherfucking thing to structure your show around.
Well, here's the thing with him is he doesn't even know how to do an EFAP and share the screen.
Hey, Caleb.
It would
Yeah,
just
I know. He couldn't share a screen to save his fucking own ass.
it would just be his phone, and you would hear the audio of the EFAP, and he's like thinking, "Oh, well, I'm just playing the audio, so I'll
It's
be
radio.
okay." Yeah, like
Advanced.
I have no sympathy for him. I'm sorry. People want to be mad at me or whatever. I don't care, man.
Bring it,
I
bitch.
just don't care. I have no
That
sympathy.
motherfucker tormented me, and nobody said fuck all. Now it's his turn, and you're gonna cry. Bring your fucking shit to me, you cunts. I'll kick your teeth in, motherfucker.
And Chattel is agreeing with you. He's saying, "Hell, Hiawatha, tell us how you really feel."
Oh,
And,
I hate this motherfucking
Infinity's fucked
poser.
with
This little old man said he was going to beat me,
Yeah.
Hargrave, and Risey all up together. This motherfucker couldn't even put my boots on. This fucking 2-pound old man with no teeth. But he's going to come at me? My fucking dick's bigger than him, this bitch.
Yeah, and then I get threatened with a slander suit, and I said, "Fine, let's do it." And I never.
Let's dance, motherfucker. All the shit you've said about me. Let's go to court, old man. I'll fucking take your cardboard box away from you. You fuckhead.
And so the thing with Shadowhawk is he's a co-host with Rex, and then the Rex's.
Oh yeah, he screwed Rex over too.
Yeah. So Affinity did an entire stream before because Rex didn't read
his
chats, And so even if I know some people get along with Rex, some people don't, but to do an entire fucking stream just because anybody. Some hosts
got his own issues.
It's ridiculous.
Ass like a fucking hair.
Could you imagine just like having such a fragile ego that you have to do a stream because somebody doesn't read your fucking chat?
Yeah, he stepped on
a
landmine.
Super chat.
You know who he was fucking with.
I can see if somebody spent money, spent $100 or something on a super chat and it didn't get read.
Yeah, that'd be one thing, but I mean, just because you got missed once in the chat and
he banned his own chat. Remember, he banned his own fucking chat. Oh, you're new. I don't know you. Be gone.
And then he sits there and says, "I don't like when people talk about people. I don't like drama farming." Well, he's doing the exact thing.
Yeah, okay.
Come on.
Carrie said, "I've always loved Shep, even when the one that shall not be named, Infinity, spouted stuff to turn people on me and make me feel unsafe online." So it sounds like people have been fucking with Carrie too, messing around with
her. Carrie Risey, I know you did a stream last night. I was on there for.
Yeah, you were on it.
Yep.
He's just been catch up on his anime.
And somebody said they hadn't heard you get angry before, Shep.
Well, they haven't listened to me enough.
I don't know if it was Carrie or not, but Carrie's dropping links. A bunch of people are dropping links. Check out the. I'm watching on I'm looking at the chat on my phone because I can't see it on my Chromebook. So there's only a certain ways I can go scroll back, but appreciate you folks. Even if I can't read everyone or even most of the chats, you're all appreciated, and it's always cool when we have an active chat and people are interacting, and it's a good.
Oh, I was just going to say, it seems
Yeah, go
I've
ahead.
noticed.
Yeah,
I've noticed in the last couple of weeks too, since this happened, that a lot of the community that had been split is actually starting to come together. So slowly mending wounds and whatnot because of everything that's happened over the last few years. So
yeah, we've had some like predatory people in the community, and I'm not, and I'm talking about somebody beside.
I wanted to see him clash with the new
Infinity. I'm
locals
talking
coming in.
about
I
somebody
thought that would have
else.
been funny. You know that?
Huh?
The new CG guys that are coming in. If he would have clashed with them, I thought that would have been funny.
Yeah, and when I mentioned predatory people, I was talking about a certain convicted predator. There was that, and then a lot of people are starting to get along, and then this guy's going around striking channels. This other guy, Infinity. Again, I'm not saying Infinity's not the guy I'm calling a predator.
Jack wants to know, how long have you and him been in common circles? For like 10 years?
It's been a while. It's been a long time. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know where Risey is. I think he's
he streamed this morning. He's been catching up on his sci-fi and shit. And I was sleeping, or I would have been on it. Sci-fi was on it. I watched it.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I know he wants to get back to streaming video games too. Those streams sounded like they were a lot of fun. I know he streams sometimes on kick.com. Where, by the way, we stream to kick.com. Check out Lorenzo Sleestack on there, because in case this stream gets struck, it's fine if you can't read the chat, Lorenzo. Says Dave, good friend of the show. We'll just converse amongst ourselves. Well, that's fine.
Yeah, it's been a while, Jack. Because I think I knew you even before I started modding for Truck Yards years ago. So yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah, and it's a shame though that there's a lot of people that they just, gosh. It's giving. I don't want to sound too hypocritical because I'm saying there's a lot of people just build their channels around drama. Well, this is.
Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like,
but that's not what the stream is like. Most weeks.
It seems like everybody wants to model their streams on fighting other streamers and creating messes and doing all, and it's just so tiring, man.
Yeah, you can only do it for so long.
This is what I call a very special episode, and that's kind of a tongue-in-cheek reference to, like, there would be those shows that there'd be both like after-school specials, but then there'd be like a very special episode of a sitcom where they get all serious.
Yeah, or the special movie of the week special.
One of the characters.
So that's what it's a reference to. It's
first time on TV. Yeah. They'd have some movie.
Like, Gen X and millennial type reference, I think, but these people don't get it. Someone comes in and thinks they can break up relationships that are decades old with gossip. Didn't work out well.
No, it didn't work out very well for him. because like Hargrave and Shep here are saying he was, basically being a bully to everybody, so, and then wanted to cry about it when people talk back about him or talk back to him. So,
Well, yeah, the whole cry bully thing. I mean, people say, "Well, SJWs do this," or that. I've seen more of that in like from people who claim to be, against that.
I just can't believe what we saw the other night was that guy, man, trying to simp for Infinity like that. I'm like, what are you doing? Nobody wants this guy back, and you're sitting here on this
Yeah.
crusade trying to die on a hill of channel striking and all this. It's like, give me a break, man. It's just a joke. It's like, whatever.
I didn't understand at first. I didn't understand what Chep, was telling me, that like why he timed out a certain individual last week, and I was even going to give the guy like, what do you call it, like a managing mod or whatever, the special super wrench or whatever, just so he couldn't be timed out. And then I find out that the guy not only was simping for Finity, which, okay, if you're that's one thing,
It's his dad. Give him a break.
But he was saying that he was talking shit about Shep's military service, and
Not even to my face. He was behind my back doing it like the little bitch rat fuck that he is. Where's my book,
so
man?
it's-
For you fuck. And don't give me an excuse until I know the artist and you haven't paid him shit. So who's gonna finish your book? You couldn't draw your way out of a dick hole. You fucktard.
I just don't understand these people and why
They're all lying grifters. That's what they are. They ain't hard to
have a good night,
not
Carrie.
understand.
It's past midnight in the UK. Oh, hey, Vinny James NZ, I heard you were streaming. You're welcome on here if you want. If folks want on here, feel free
we're
to
pretty
let
much
me know.
covered it,
I'm just not putting the link in the chat this week.
We pretty much covered it. You can throw the link out, Lorenzo. Let's Sci-Fi wants to go on some more.
No, I said my piece about it. So, and honestly, DVB, me and Cap only went back a couple years, right? It wasn't.
Yeah, 10 years to 2 is a big fucking difference.
Yeah.
This motherfucker just shows up and tries to cause disruption between all of us that have been hanging out here for fucking years. Fuck him. Good riddance. Good luck. Go fuck yourself, old man.
Yeah, I've been like, I was before this whole comic, there's Comicsgate, and then there's people who are adjacent, anti, whatever. Before all this stuff, I was watching the YouTube skeptic channels and watching what was that guy's name, Medicare, and stuff like that. I was watching all sorts of channels. Hell, I even watched Ethan Ralph back in the day when he was still on YouTube. So I mean,
now Ethan's come home to you, full circle.
Yeah, that was wild. But I've long suspected that some of the people in CG, like Ethan, were modeling their channels off of Internet Bloodsport.
Well, he was a guest on there a long time ago. If I don't know if you know that, Ethan.
Well, I think Ethan and JD both were on Ralph's channel.
Yeah, so there you go. They both act like him. So what do you want?
But I think that was after he switched to DLive, and then I heard he got kicked off with DLive, which DLive was like the anti-censorship platform. And
for a whole hot second, and they kicked everybody off who had a mouth.
Is that the guy that got beat up on the street in Puerto Rico or something?
Yeah, in Argentina. Cartels are after him right now, I guess.
I was seeing that video of that guy walking down.
Yeah, he's always got a purse too whenever they beat him up. Have you noticed that?
I'm like, this guy looks like a real life Cartman. I mean, it was like Cartman in real life.
You guys, I'm going home.
The whole thing was it's pretty wild seeing and I don't have any problem with Riley or Made Mint. They've never
Argentina
and
and
said anything
Portugal
bad to
said
me or anything. It just
Oh, it happened 2 times? I only saw
he's gotten
one
beat up
time.
twice. He's gotten beat up twice.
Oh yeah, he got in a fight with Riley, The guy who
Yeah,
put
Riley and the
stickers
fucking
on,
Mint Jizz Salad beat him up too. I guess
Oh,
he was
is that
eating
that?
Jizz Salad before
Is that
Riley.
that video where they're fighting in the doorway?
yeah, exactly. That's the same. Yeah,
Okay.
I
All
didn't
right.
realize
Yeah, I
when
didn't know that
Yep.
was the same
yeah,
person
and
or whatever.
I didn't make the connection either. You know,
Yeah, they
when I
all come from the
first
same
heard about
background.
Riley when
Dick
he put this
Masterson, Riley,
sticker.
and Mint Salad all come from the same place.
Yeah, I put this Riley when Riley put the sticker on Eric July's warehouse. I had no clue. I didn't realize that Riley's the producer of Dick Masterson's show, I believe.
Yeah,
But I didn't
they're
realize
the
that.
Lopez
I've
community, man.
watched Dick's. I don't watch the Dick show all the time, but I've
Oh, Sargon
watched,
of Akkad,
watched
holy
everyone.
fuck! I'd watch that all the time too, wouldn't you?
Yeah, that Sargon was like. So one of the reasons I created this channel back in 2016 was because I had been watching people like Sargon and Thunderfoot and a lot of those channels. The worst back when there was Andy and Chris Worski, and they weren't related. I don't think. Chris is actually an Asian dude. I don't think their last names really are Worski, but I used to watch those channels like during Gamergate, you know. Then I watch people like Jim. Now the person's name is Jim Stephanie Sterling. Anyway, I used to watch that person, and I didn't realize that person's was anti-Gamergate. But I used to watch a lot of these gaming related channels during Gamergate, and you know, so get different perspectives on things. But and that's where I found out about Comicsgate was through I think your boy Zach ended up on the Romanian YouTuber who's friends with Sargon of Akkad. The YouTuber Sargon, not the ancient Akkadian ruler.
Yeah, I like that back in the day.
I met Anthony a long time ago through Rosetta, and then I wound up meeting Piper through another YouTube friend of mine. And I guess this was when Comicsgate had just started or before it started. I don't know. It was a few years ago, but you know, I mean, I heard about this Comicsgate stuff, but I just never really paid it too much attention. I'm like, you know, hey, if that's what they want to do, let them do it, whatever. I ain't got no say in it, so.
Yeah, you're more on the sci-fi and gaming side of things, right?
Yeah, you know, I'm not. I mean, I like comics. I wouldn't know enough about them to really.
I've got back to over 100 comics, but I'm severely dyslexic, so I don't really know much about comics. I thought I'd learn about comics. I
only know
learned
Underground.
more about drama than I did about comics.
I don't know fuck about DC or fucking Marvel. I only know Underground.
Yeah, like I never interacted with Eastman and Laird. I used to interact with this guy Brian Turner, who passed away a couple of years or so ago.
Oh yeah, I got his signature.
He introduced Eastman and Laird. But go ahead.
Yeah, I got Turner's signature and shit.
I think he's based out of New Hampshire. I'm trying to remember.
I didn't get into Ninja Turtles. My cousin did, but his cat pissed on his book, so they're gone.
Oh no!
Yeah, so whoever's got them, they're more valuable because of that.
The Mirage era stuff.
I don't have cats. That's why my books are all safe.
Yeah, did he have the old school Mirage era stuff?
Oh, the black and whites when they first came out and they were violent and bloody.
Yeah. I wonder if they've reprinted it. That would be.
No, these were the all original floppies. I got Poison Alps still. I don't know if you remember them.
No.
You should check out Poison Elves. You'd probably like it, Lorenzo.
That sounds cool.
Yeah, it's a bunch of elves that are fucking hookers and murderers, and they all hate each other. And yeah, I'm all into independent. I don't know fuck all about the big 2, 3, whatever. I was into Image for a minute, but then I got gay and I quit altogether.
Oh, Image, when Image first came out, like out in the 90s.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Remember
it was good then. Which one?
Does anybody remember Boardwalk? That was supposed to be the new Marvel back then. I got all them, and then the motherfucker went bankrupt.
Oh wow.
I don't think I heard of that one.
It was Stryker, I'm pretty sure.
Jack says we like ships, Star Trek, Star Wars, so the culture war around that created a Venn diagram. Venn.
Yeah, Venn diagrams, all them circles where they intersect, and then
Oh, that polar fan bases together.
yeah,
Interesting. Yeah.
Klima Tohair Harris says Venn diagrams are my favorite thing. He makes a Venn out of everything. So he's trying to be funny.
I've seen those around. I just never knew that's what they were called.
Yeah, I'm
Jim, that's
overeducated.
why nobody else filed a comic strike.
Jack's too smart too, obviously, or he wouldn't have said it.
So how come no one else filed a copy strike at Infinity yet? Asked Jim.
Because what the fuck? I didn't know you could. I thought just him saying "fuck me" to me would be bad enough, and he was saying my name, so it's like, what the fuck? Fuck me, fuck you, fucking me, I fuck you, and then they.
Well, he did shorts with me, and I tried to report that, and it went nowhere. No matter what I did, it went nowhere, and I'm
It was like he was bulletproof, so I just gave up and I ignored him. That was my answer. My family said he's retarded. You're never going to see him. He lives in another fucking country. Who gives a fuck?
Shep is a Marvel virgin, says Mr. Ganafui.
I am.
Yeah, that's. I've seen. I grew up with like the cartoons and.
Didn't even watch them.
Oh really?
No, all the youngins around here all watch anime.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah,
I watched the new episode of that X-Men today. That was pretty good. You seen that cartoon, the X-Men?
Yeah, people keep talking. People like once again, people rushed out and said, and even convinced me, "Oh, this is going to be woke. This, this is going to be."
Yeah, I thought that too. Yeah,
because they took a character and they changed it around.
Well, the only woke thing I've seen is the first episode at the beginning where they're trying to make a big thing about migrants or something. It was so obvious what they were doing, but that wasn't even a whole minute into the show. Like that's all there was. Everything else is fine. I mean, it's just like the old ones. They're just fighting sentinels and doing stuff.
They dealt with some of that stuff in that CW.
But instead of telling you to brush your teeth, they told you to respect the migrants.
After that show, it was the second season. It was like in the second season, they had changed networks and the writing was different. And otherwise, I would have continued watching Supergirl because that actress is pretty.
Oh
good.
yeah, the first season of Supergirl was awesome. Then it just went to hell.
Yeah, the acting was great. I even like the guy who played Superman. But I grew up with Christopher Reeve, playing Superman.
I was pissed off about Stargirl. That one was the best. That show was awesome, but they just ran that into the ground, man. That third episode. Oh, Stargirl is the best.
Comic name, Dave. Yeah, I've seen that. I've got the fucking who's the dude who's writing for Eric July now?
Chuck Dixon.
Chuck, yeah, he did a war book. I got all of them.
Yeah, because I saw that somebody was talking. Oh yeah, Dave was talking about the G.I. Joe Marvel comics.
Yeah,
or the Nom.
I've seen the Nom, and like I said, I've seen Chuck Dixon, all his war ones, and I got some more ones that are on Dark Horse too. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, check out Video James NZ or NZ. If you're for the North Americans. Who pronounce it that way, but check out his YouTube.
Oh, is that guy with?
Yeah, that's that guy with the opening they wanted you to check out.
The guy with the stinky dykes or whatever.
The Stinky Dyke Pirates. That should be interesting to see how that goes. But back in the 90s, In Living Color did this. It was called a skit called Men on Films, and they're playing these gay characters, and gay people didn't mind that. They were actually, maybe some did, but people used to laugh at things, and now you can't do it if it's like a woman or a minority or I'll just say LGBTQ plus or I don't know the proper abbreviation. Anyway, now you
I've
can't
seen
make
this
jokes about anybody. You can only make jokes. It's just.
No, you can't do anything now. You just get canceled. How dare you make a joke? And you're harassing our community and all this.
Yeah,
It's like,
yeah.
okay, whatever.
Yeah, people went out and they protested Dave Chappelle. Somebody even tried to beat up Dave Chappelle, and they learned their lesson in the hard way.
Yeah, they broke that guy's arm backwards. I remember
what
seeing the
was it? It was
video.
like they thought just because Chris Rock let Will Smith slap him that would work with Chappelle, and like Chappelle, like, what was it? It looked like there was like 10 people or something. Like, and even Chris Rock was there. Like, I don't think Chris Rock was one of the guys, but
Yeah, it was 50 Cent was
beating
there.
up the
50 Cent was there. The guy tried to jump on the stage, and he had like a fake gun, but it was just like a lighter gun, and they thought it was a real one. And then 50 Cent was there, and they just like zerged the guy and just stomped the fuck out of him and broke his arm.
Oh yeah, Zerg's a good old fashioned. I don't. Did any of you guys like playing?
You seen your
old school?
chat, Lorenzo? James has asked for a link.
Oh yeah. I can DM you it, or I could put it in the
I just subbed James.
I wonder if I should put it in the chat, or
I seen that pirate thing before, but I didn't give it a thumbs up. I should have. I was laughing too hard, and I had to go do something.
I'm gonna DM people the link today. Usually I put it in the chat. I'll DM you on Twitter, Jack. That way that we don't end up like with 10 people on the stream all at once.
Yelling, that'd be fun.
I mean, that actually could be fun.
I hope you sent the captain a link.
Oh yeah, that's funny. I haven't seen him in the chat.
He's lurking.
He's
Come
banned
on.
from my chat.
He's lurking.
So I just sent you the link, James. I sent it to you on Discord. James, and so I've criticized Doug TenNapel for like the NFTs and stuff like that, and he's making
Ruining my childhood.
Oh, NFTs. I remember they tried to put NFTs in games, and that did not work.
Yeah.
Oh, that bombed big time.
But I did like I did think his I love the artwork in his Earthworm Jim and Bigfoot Bill comic books, and I wish he'd go back to making comic books, because that's where actually James and I met, is in Doug TenNapel's chat. Is what James was telling me, and it's like, oh yeah, I even went on Doug's show before. Welcome.
Oh, I remember him being on here. That's where I saw it. Got the link before on here.
Welcome, James.
Hey, how's it going?
Arr.
Yeah,
Arr.
sorry I missed your stream.
Oh, that's all right. I was just doing a promo. I animated a promo for recruiting voice actors. And I just kind of wanted to share that on your channel.
Oh,
We dropped the link too for you.
And you're a
all right.
voice actor yourself, right? Or you do some voice acting?
Yeah. Just I do the occasional voice acting for the channel Bulls Retro, and I've done it for other various channels. But Leslie, well, Ella Artunis and I, she did the background music for the intro that I showed you, and I've showed on this channel multiple times. But she's she's also done the background of this animation that I'm about to show you. If I can, I'll just.
Yeah, I was wondering like where she fit in. So are you doing your drawing and animating?
Yeah, I draw.
And doing some voice work?
Yeah, I'm doing the voice of Shannon's the one with the blue hair, so she's like she's a bit of a coward, but she's got this kind of like hard, crusty shell, like she sort of acts like real gutsy, but she's a coward. Leslie or Ella Artunis is doing the voice of Chloe, which is the blonde one. And I just need 2 voice actors for the Kiki and Rhonda. So those are the voice actors that I need, and I just
Nice.
got the
I like
promo.
that. I like
So
love
hopefully
that drawing.
the sound will work. Okay,
All right, listen up.
does that work? Can you hear the sound?
Yeah.
Yep.
Loud and clear.
Okay, good. All right, let's go. Ahoy!
All right, listen up. Two of our friends here don't have a voice. We need your help. Without you, Rhonda and Kiki can't talk. Isn't that right, ladies? See? They're speechless. Submit your auditions to the Discord channel. The link is in the description below. But before you do, please make sure you have a good microphone. The last thing we want is auditions that sound like they've been recorded in a wind tunnel. All right, I'm out of here. Come on, ladies. Let's blow this pop stand.
So yeah, that's that.
I like how she always knocks them over.
Yeah, she's a bit rough, but yeah. So I just did this. It took a long time to animate, but
Oh yeah, you were
basically it's
working
just
on that for
a
weeks.
promotion.
And that was your voice acting, right?
Yeah,
That was
for freaking
awesome.
weeks,
Never would have
man.
guessed.
Like, yeah, that's
Well,
my
this
voice
is
acting.
really what I think where the real culture is. It's like sure I like seeing old memes of McDonald's or Burger King back when they had like Burger King, not I mean like Pizza Hut used to have these cool like red cups and whatnot, but really where the real culture is at is like this independent stuff, or it's it's somebody's family traditions and stuff like
Who's
that.
Susan talking about? She said, Jack, this kid's only 15 years old and has done work for YouTube channels.
I think
Hey, Anubis, welcome.
she's had her son talks in different voices and accents. I don't know if he ever did anything professional, but
Yeah, I think he said that they're too much work, Jack.
Hope everybody gravy. Yeah, Anubis is a really cool guy, homeless guy. But like he's got like a really but that gives somebody an interesting perspective.
Homeless guy with the internet? Awesome.
Yeah, and he's
I was
got
homeless. I didn't have the internet. I was out in the woods.
He's got an interesting perspective too, because I always enjoy his insights. I mean, there was a place where I was kind of like, couch surfing and stuff, but
Everybody goes through that. But I was out in the
but
woods.
he's
Homeless.
I think a little, but I think but like he was talking to like before about like having to like dumpster dive for food and stuff. So he's got he's more homeless than I was, but
Oh, you never went
I
dumpster
love
diving?
his YouTube channel though. Like, always has good conversations. It's a really sharp guy, a really nice guy.
I mean, it ain't that bad if you know where to go and when to go. You're not really. It doesn't even touch the garbage. People give it right to you if you know when to get there.
I know there's some places like I was just mentioning, like some fast food places. I've gone to some places before and
They generally wouldn't, because they would rather throw it away than give it to people.
Getting just getting a free pizza, like
you'd have to know them almost. They'd have to be cool. Generally, they suck.
And I wasn't even homeless or anything. Maybe people thought I was or something. I think.
Oh, it's Susan's boy who does it.
Pizza, or they have extra whatever. Well, it looks like James dropped out, but it's cool. Thanks for showing that to us. Sounds like he's been I know he's been working hard, because even when he was on the stream, he was working on the video.
Yeah, I remember him now. That is a cool thing. Like fucking pirates.
You said anyway. I just wanted to drop that. Thanks for having me on, Lorenzo.
Oh, I subscribe to him, man.
Awesome. Yeah. Feel free to subscribe to the people in the chat, including L. Artunist, who does the music for for James' videos. Hey, LR Tunis, glad to see you in the chat. LR Tunis says, we worked really hard on that promo. James' animation is so good. I agree. Now, it was a little, obviously, with the internet, streaming and StreamYards, it was a bit choppy. But if you go to the actual channel, folks, his videos they're pretty smooth.
Yeah, I just subscribed to the channel as well.
Yeah,
Yay.
thank you. I appreciate that. He also hosts some gaming streams. Real fun guy. Doesn't like people who go around like starting drama and all that stuff, because doesn't have time for that. Just a really yet another awesome guy who's actually, him and LR Tunis, they're really creating new culture.
That's what we should be doing, an alternative fucking choice to what them assholes are dishing out, and instead of fighting each other, which I think is a waste of fucking time.
Yeah, all you guys are.
We should all be building together, not fighting.
Your content creators. Shep, you're an artist as well, like a visual artist, right?
Yeah, fine artist, I guess you call it.
Yeah.
I was trained as a sculptor, but since my hands got fucked up, I became an oil painter.
And are you painting with your like non-dominant hand now that you?
Yeah, I had to switch everything over to the right.
You lost your hand.
I didn't lose. It's there. It just got degloved past my wrist. It's called strip, degloved, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Whenever I say I lost my hand, they yell at me and say it's there.
Oh,
it's not functioning. It's every joint on it's dejointed, so it's basically a bundle of bones on the end of my arm.
Yeah, well, that's pretty much this same sort of thing. I mean, in that it doesn't work.
I'll shove it up somebody's asshole quicker than fuck. It's like hobo with a shotgun.
Well, I guess
because if somebody comes at me with a knife or something, that hand's going right at that knife. I don't give a fuck. I'll stick it on that hand and then beat the shit out of you with my other hand.
And remember, folks, this is an entertainment show.
I stuck it into a gun.
We're being entertaining, but yeah. Hey, Sticky Art Shorts, welcome. Always a pleasure to see you. Check out Sticky Art Shorts and Sticky Art main channel. First time I saw him was when I think first stream I saw was, I don't know if it was Among Us or there was some sort of, he was drawing people's profile pics or avatars in the style of Among Us, I believe. Or what was that thing called? What's that game called where there's one person who's like a spy or something? Or,
One of Us.
Is that it?
Yeah, I love making memes of that, where they all look the same, but they're different colors.
Yeah.
So
that's what, and I think that's where I first saw his channel, and he was drawing people's.
Yeah, I love making memes of them. Those things, Among Us. Yeah. There you go. I knew it was us something.
But he does different. He does different themes. But I really like how he involves the chat and he interacts with the chat, and sometimes even it draws, people's avatars in different styles. That was just the Among Us or whatever. That was just one.
Yeah, there's a game called Among Us. So
that's what I
was talking about. I love making memes out of them little guys. One of Us is the prison version, says Sticky Arts. I sent you the link that Yanafui threw in the chat, Lorenzo.
Oh, okay.
On X or Twitter, whatever the fuck you want to call it.
The tweeter twatter.
Yeah, I'll try to get that loaded. Let's see. Please like and share the stream. Help get the word out. It's always good to have folks in the chat, and I appreciate everybody. Even though I'm skipping over a lot, probably most of people's comments.
I don't think anyone's going to make a live stream about it, though.
No, they're all talking to each other, Lorenzo. I'm telling you, if something big comes up.
Oh, this looks like this is going to be fun. I'm going to... Okay, this is gonna be fun. Let's see. I'm gonna.
I knew you'd like it.
Is this a Yanafui video?
Yeah, it's what Yanafui made, I guess, just now.
Yeah, he's another person who's
Cutting
I would
edge
say a
insane.
content creator. I'm not like it's not like not a perfect phrase, but I prefer that over influencer. Gosh.
That's retarded. He ain't an influencer. He's a creator. He creates his own
Yeah,
shit.
actually, yeah. I think the word content's kind of vague, but then again, people create different things. Let's see. I'm gonna.
It's art.
It's too many tabs open, so I'm gonna close some of them, and I'm going to. Something happened to the. Okay. Let's see.
Hey, Grim.
Oh, hey, Graham. Always pleasure to see you. Okay, here's StreamYard. It's hard to see in this. Okay. I think I found it. I had too many tabs open and trying to share the right one. See, I gotta also share the audio. They changed things around in here. Here we go. And I'm going to turn off the. I'm going to try to turn off the. I don't know. I'm not even seeing the autoplay
What the
feature.
hell is this? They took
This
our
is
rent.
Yano's thing he just sent us. He put it in the chat. Want me to send it to you?
No, I haven't
They
seen
took our
this yet.
our gerbs. They took our gerbs.
No, this is a new one. This is They Took My
They
Wrench.
took our wrench. They took our wrench.
The new one. New and improved.
They took our wrench.
It's like on South Park. They took our gerbs. You
They
know?
took my gerb. I don't know you. That's the other one I sent you.
Oh,
Hey,
hey,
Isaac.
Isaac Lavina, welcome to the chat. Always a pleasure to see you, folks. The link's pinned in the chat. I wanted to start off the show though with like just a smaller group of people because I wanted Sci-Fi to be able to share his story and did an excellent job doing that. Caleb says one of these days I'll make Lorenzo proud. I already do make us proud. Man, I love that rant. You went on a rant about I think it was like EVS.
Yeah.
But that was
It's
awesome.
as good as fucking Hard R fucking Chris Stanley.
Then you privated the video, but then you did another video, EFAPing your own private video.
Yeah. Breaking that all down. That was
That
hilarious.
was awesome. I mean, that was like real
Keep that
meta.
for yourself. That's a whole new genre.
Yeah. Testify used to play that, and he bullied Mr. Yanafui. Not intruder. Oh, yeah, thanks for subscribing to. I've heard that Sticky Art Shorts. He's got another channel called Sticky Art. I think he streams. I don't know. I see him streaming on Sticky Art Shorts lately, so I don't. Oh, yeah, Graham Adam. I believe I said hi to you earlier, but didn't highlight your. Yeah.
Yeah, it's in his channel description, featured channels.
Let's see. Looks like people. It's good to see people. Look like they're enjoying themselves, interacting with each other.
Oh, yeah, it's always good when the people in the chat,
No
are
more jokes.
chatting with each other and getting along. And
Yeah. And it's surprising just like how many people are like trying to stop people from. I'll admit, I do some trolling, but I'm not trying to like destroy anybody's lives or anything. Gosh, I mean, over like comic books or video games, and it's like when somebody does that, when somebody gets that extreme, maybe it's time to reassess one's life. I mean, what was that? Was that Socrates who said an unexamined life is unworthy of living for I think maybe he said for a human being, but I'll include lizards as well. Lizards should live an examined life. I think we all it's all good for us to all examine our lives. You know, I do, and heaven knows I make plenty of mistakes each and every day.
You know, everybody makes mistakes, and you know, we just have to be human enough to stand up and say, yeah, I messed up, and either you either learn from it and you change, or you just keep on going the same stupid shit, and you don't get nowhere by not changing.
Yeah, either human enough, or Shep's case, raccoon enough, or in Hargrave's channel, bear enough.
Polar bear.
Yeah.
That's Rocky, man. He's just drunk there. He'd wake up with that beer can and throw it down and look for the cooler, or anybody holding the beer to take it away from him whenever he woke up. He was happy drunk.
Oh wait, this was you had a raccoon?
I had a bunch of them. I got one right now in my garage that I'm afraid to fuck with.
Oh yeah.
So the way he's holding that beer can, he reminds me of the one from the Guardians of the Galaxy movie.
Oh, he's fucking hammered, fucking passed out drunk. We're at the lake, and he got up, and some girl had a beer standing by the truck, and he smacked it out of her hand.
Oh, damn.
Sticky Art says, Short says, people who find the need to compete in art or creativity are limiting themselves.
You get steel on steel, sharpen steel. That's what I never got about this crab of fucking buckets thing that you got going on here. I never understood the bucket of crabs. When steel on steel is the best way because it sharpens.
The only way to achieve your greatest self is to forget the distractions of competing with others. Well, it might depend on the individual.
I like getting like in a room with a bunch of other artists and then doing your own thing, musicians, whatever it is. And I found out that if you're in the right group, magic shit happens, man.
And there can be some
man for you.
There can be some fun competitions, like some of the rap battles and stuff, as long as they're not like getting.
I'm not saying all the same
what I'm saying?
genre. I'm saying all different genres. You don't have to be in the same genre.
Yeah.
I've been in rooms with guitar players where they're playing better and I'm doing my art better.
Yeah, you can use it like in positive ways.
Feed off each other.
What I think is unfortunate is like when like say rappers or whatever, like when they like, I think it happens more with hip hop, because of
I sent
Lorenzo,
Jack.
Stuff. But when
I sent you, Jack's asking you to share the Yanafui video they dropped, and I sent you it.
I sent
another one he's dropped. He dropped an oldie.
I saw Took My Wrench. That's all I saw.
No, he dropped another one. I sent it to you. Didn't I? I'm pretty sure I did. I'm getting wasted. But
I don't see it in my chat. I don't. So the thing is, like with the unfortunate, like the rap battles and stuff. I think that's awesome.
Yeah, I sent it to you. I spy that way. Huh? It's about Among Us. That's why Jack.
But so but the problem though was like when there was that like East Coast versus West Coast and people were getting killed.
That was all K-Fab. You know that, right? In the beginning.
That's what I had heard. So it started and then it got serious.
Yeah, basically, it got out of hand.
And the thing is, I always listened to both East Coast and West Coast rap. I mean, there was lots of cool stuff coming out of New York, lots of cool stuff coming out of California. There were Jazzy Jeff's still based out of Philly, I believe. And a lot of people don't like realize like he tours the world and he doesn't just do hip hop. He does like house music, all different genres of music. He's like he had the Magnificent where he's got Jamaican style rapper, or they call it DJing or toasting. You know about that, right, Shep?
Yeah, a little bit. I'm not really into it. I'm into reggae more than I am into that.
Yeah. But like he's got U-Roy, reggae legend U-Roy that he's like DJ Jazzy Jeff's sampling that and combining that, combining all
I'm
these
more into
different
jazz now,
influences in his
Lorenzo.
music, huh?
I kind of mellowed out after I hit a certain age. I listen to jazz now. I'm like going in the roots of jazz and basic blues. I'm getting into a lot.
Oh, I see. Yeah, Jazzy Jeff. He called
No,
himself.
jazz, like real jazz, like
Yeah.
fucking
What I'm saying is
Coltrane.
the
And,
reason he called himself that was because he samples jazz music.
yeah, but he's a fucking fraud. Anything, I believe truthfully that rap and all that's all sampling other artists' work. And what the fuck does that mean? That I can go to real paintings, cut out pieces of a bunch of real paintings and put them together and make art? That people call me a fraud.
I know
You make a Masonic out of real art.
Beastie Boys actually played their own
You know, like they're all
instruments.
bankers' sons, right? That was all set up. Like all music's basically a setup. We don't get to see the best musicians are the ones in your neighborhood playing in your basement and shit. People who really care. All the ones that we see, and they're all fake. It's all
Well, I don't
sampled
know.
bullshit, auto-tuned to hell.
I
And
met,
other people are writing for them. They're not writing it. They're not artists.
but I met
Assholes that they believe that they can blow up and make money off of.
I met DJ Spooky before.
Oh, I
And
got DJ Spooky shit. I met him too. I got
like that guy, like what that guy's doing with his remixes. I mean, what he's doing, like
that's a
his
different
hand
scene
was
though. Under the
moving so
bridge when the
fast
music
that,
festival first blew up. Fuck, that was the days.
yeah, his hand was moving so fast when he was spinning the records that like
Carl,
the guys
and all
there,
them guys, you know about all them.
but the guys who were DJs. Who were friends of mine.
That
So
was
I went
art
to a
back then when
private
it first
party with them,
started.
and they couldn't. These fellow DJs could not. They could not even tell what he was doing. He was just like so fucking fast. You know what I'm saying?
I didn't tell jack shit about Rocky. He just lived in our house, and nobody said shit. And if I complain to this city right now that I got a raccoon in my garage and I can't get rid of it, they would tell me to fuck off.
Yeah.
And if I can get them to be calm, and I'm hoping it's a female, one of her kids will come out and eat and then act normal. I can give it dog food and then it'll hang out. That's my goal. And she'll just get old and die. But right now she lives in the garage. I don't fuck with her.
That's understandable. Sticky Art. I'll just say Sticky Art because that's another channel of his. The Shorts he's got a couple channels. Once I stopped worrying about what others were doing and what I wanted to truly do, I started to find success. Yeah, that's really the thing.
If you're happy, then that's all that should matter.
Go ahead.
No, if you're happy, that's all that should matter. And if you're happy with what you do, it's not a job. It's not a job if you enjoy doing it. That's how I beat the system. I always loved my job. I had a girl tell me you got to love your job and you got to love your bed because that's where you're going to spend most of your life. So I got a big ass bed and I always loved my job.
Some friend of mine assumed that I wanted to monetize this channel. I'm like, fuck no, that's not gonna.
I'll never
monetize my channel. That's not what it's for.
And you got to follow rules and pay attention to
hopefully giving back to society, giving back to all these cool people that I've met, and a lot of these people have entertained me. You know, even if they don't have a YouTube channel, like Jack Stafford is an entertaining motherfucker. You know,
fuck yeah, he is.
He
I wish
doesn't
he
host a
live.
YouTube stream, but he's a funny guy and a sharp guy. Eh? Love interacting with him. And
oh yeah, talking with him.
If I can entertain him even a little bit, that just makes my day.
I've said to people we do a lot more funnier stuff backstage than we do up front. Some nights back and voice with me, you, Jack, and everybody. It's hilarious.
Yeah, I wish I try to make this. People wonder about like, oh, why you know? Some people say the show's not structured enough, and I try to get it as close as possible to like a Discord conversation, you know, where people are. Oh man, I love it when people just like tease the fuck out of each other, you know, playfully and stuff, and not the way that like Captain Stryker or whatever would, you know. But like,
to be fair, Jack,
just joking around, you know, busting each other's chops. You know,
I had a friend that was going to write our book for all of us, and he just croaked.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it's okay. I know it's left on me. I guess it's kind of like a thing where the last survivor's got to do it.
Oh wow, you're the last of the group.
Pretty much, it's getting that way.
DJ Ronnie G is the only DJ I've met. ever met.
He's the funniest one I've
Jack
met.
Stafford.
The least serious one.
Yeah, he's awesome.
He was getting older, and we all knew that. It just happens, man. I don't like people who go around saying, "Oh, my aunt died. Feel sorry for me." That's bullshit. We all live, we all die. But how many of us really fucking strike? You know what I mean? Live.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I wish I could get out and travel. Like when I was younger, I went to some concerts
Apex.
down in Detroit. I'm up in northern Michigan, and I went even visited Jamaica. That was wild.
Yeah, I had a girlfriend who went to Jamaica just so the girls could do her hair.
Holy LDG.
Hey, LDG.
Welcome.
Yep.
Thank
LDG
you for
and
subscribing.
Apex.
Yep, Apex. Hey guys, what's up?
Holy Apex Comics, welcome.
You know, the sad part about Casey passing on was he had this awesome record collection, probably twice as many as I had. And he was going to give them to me. And then we went down to his basement and looked, and they were all just empty sleeves.
Oh, boy.
That's what I was like, oh, fuck, somebody got you, man.
Oh, my gosh.
That's what he said. He was like, fuck.
Hooray for Captain Striker. This is Apex.
He's got to be talking about the show.
Yeah. Oh, so first Jack said you should write a book, Shep, and then he said, "Oh wow, didn't expect that. I'm not funny. I'm dry and monotone, but he's responding to what he said about him entertaining me. Entertaining us all.
You know what it is most people would rather die than speak in public. I don't know if you ever heard that, Lorenzo.
Yeah, I was really nervous when I used to host my radio show. Yeah, there'd be hecklers and whatnot, and I can appreciate that in retrospect. The trolling and stuff.
Yeah, you're gonna get trolling, anytime you put yourself in public, right? You make yourself a public figure. You're gonna have people that kind of troll you or whatever. But you can,
fine.
Yeah, that's fine. That's to be expected. But.
Yeah. It's when people when people cross the line and they try to destroy other people. That's that I don't like.
Oh, there's fun trolling and there's mean trolling. There's a big difference.
It's some of that can kind of overlap, but then maybe one should really step back and say, well, wait a second, did I cross the line, with this or whatever? If I, was this unwarranted,
Well, there was a lot of things that were unwarranted. So, but like Shep said, good riddance.
Yeah. Yeah, it was funny because I posted the initial thumbnail for the channel was just an image from
The Sims, and he lost his mind.
And somebody got all triggered by that. I wonder who that was. It's like, what was it? Was it a slime ball? And I'm like, well, I've never heard anybody get upset. And I typed back to the person left that tweet slime ball,
or
over, over some, and I was like, I've never heard anybody get this upset at The Sims. You must be an NPC.
I put up the one where we're all carrying his grave.
Huh?
I put up the one where we're all carrying his grave, his casket.
Yeah, I'm not wishing death on anyone, but it seems like his channel's dead.
Oh yeah, they don't come back once they're gone.
You have to be like somebody like with like if you're working for some company and it's got connections with YouTube or something. But yeah. But like us smaller channels, we don't.
Yeah,
we're dead.
Go ahead.
Yep. No, I was just agreeing with you guys. I wasn't saying that.
Yeah, it's like it's really really hard to uphill some of this stuff. I've been hearing some nightmare stories about like people. I've heard of people even been they wrote a song, allowed it to be somebody covered the song, paid them paid royalties or whatever to cover the song. Then the company that had the cover song actually ended up striking the person who wrote the song
Oh,
for
jeez.
releasing their own, the original version of the
Releasing their
song
own music.
on their
Yeah.
own channel. The person who wrote the song on
I
their
heard
own
about
channel.
that. Who was,
Yeah,
yeah, it was a real popular artist. I can't remember who it was.
I think it's probably happened to a few different people over the years, especially the way YouTube system works. I remember there's a time when YouTube wasn't like that. There used to be, sure, people would be uploading songs, but there'd be like people lip syncing to them and doing what I would think would be transformative content. They might not have access to the original videos or whatever, or they were making their own videos, and that was cool. That's what YouTube was like when I first started watching. Hell, I think there were only like, was it like 10-minute videos, or was that Google Video? I think it was YouTube. You could only stream for like, you could only, I think it was before streaming.
I think so because way, way back in the day, like you could
Yeah.
post a video, but the only way to respond, like they didn't have like a comment section. The only way to respond to a video was to make another video.
Yeah, I've heard about
Yeah,
that. And that's how
yeah.
they got all these reaction videos. The reaction video subculture with YouTube was because that was how people did things.
Yep. That was a little before my time, but I remember people talking about it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I was using YouTube much back then because there were just all these different competing platforms. Things weren't so centralized.
Right. Yeah. Back when the internet was still basically the Wild West. Yep.
Oh man, that was, yeah. Like I remember I'd go and do a web search, and there weren't any filters, so you had to be careful, like at a public library or something.
Yeah.
Which is where the college library is the place that had the best internet connection, or the public library. It probably had a similar connection back in the dial-up internet days, and it's still I'd end up getting like it might take 5 minutes for a website to load, like if it had a bunch of animation and stuff.
Oh
Back
yeah, like
in
trying to play the old flash games on dial up. Yeah, that was.
yeah, well, even before Flash, they had those websites that had all that either Java or JavaScript. I
Oh,
can't remember who
JavaScript. Yep.
to. Yeah, yeah, and like websites used to be like really creative with all this these videos and stuff being played and music and all this stuff, but now I think that was before Web 2.0. Something happened along the way where now things are very like generic.
Yeah, they brought out like just like a base platform that every website basically uses now. So
Yeah, I remember before the days of we had message boards, but we didn't really have social media because like everybody had their own GeoCities page.
that's the one thing I didn't do.
Yeah, I don't know if I had one through GeoCities, but I had my own personal web page. I used to use Netscape's the Nets. I don't know if it was Netscape Navigator or which.
Yeah.
Netscape application suite. It had that was the one that had the.
Well, Navigator was their web browser.
Yeah, but they also had the one that was for making web pages. If you had the Netscape application suite, it became Mozilla, and that had an application suite at first. There's an spinoff that called SeaMonkey that's still like that, but most people you just use Firefox, which stripped out most of that stuff because they
Well,
had
I
a chat
think
client built in too.
didn't I think Firefox started as part of Mozilla actually. I remember it used
Well,
to be
yeah,
called
it was an offshoot
Mozilla
of
Firefox. Yeah.
yeah, it was an offshoot of Mozilla used to have an application suite, and then they had what they called Phoenix, and then for legal reasons they had to change it to Firefox. I think it was called Phoenix, and that was just because the other program was kind of bloated because it had all this other stuff in there, and so what we now call Firefox, that started off as just the app that they had. So if you wanted to use just the browser, but Mozilla originally was like basically the open source version of the old Netscape application suite. A lot of people probably never used Netscape because of Microsoft when it made it so you couldn't you what was it, Windows 95 or 98? There was a lawsuit where
I
I
think it
don't
was
know,
98. Yeah, 98.
I don't know if they made it so that Netscape wouldn't load properly, like or if it was slower or what.
Yeah, they're like Windows that they put something in there where if you tried to launch Netscape, it would just slow it right down. Which back in the dial-up days really
Yeah,
made it suck.
yeah, that was the funny thing with not funny, haha, but funny peculiar with Lars Ulrich or
Oh,
however that's pronounced. Him saying like he thought that people were downloading like perfect, like 100%
like
CD quality
CD
sound,
quality copies. Yeah,
and they
no,
were like, and those were like MP3s compressed, like just so heavily compressed
yeah. And
back then. Just
even then, you had to look at the bit rate on it because if the rate was too low, it was just oh my god, it sounded like you were listening to a song inside of an empty soup can or something.
yeah. And like in like and it would like it might take 20 minutes or whatever just to download a song to one song. So
And
but
that
he,
was 20 minutes at least for a decent uh, sounding copy of the song.
yeah, and
Eh,
he would just yeah, and he just and it was interesting because him suing Napster and trying to get rid of file sharing because Chuck D from Public Enemy was like, this actually helps smaller artists get their music out there. He
oh,
said a lot of musicians don't, or rappers or whatever, don't own their own the rights to their music the way that Metallica does. They work for a big record label, and he thought it was actually giving free publicity to a lot of bands.
and
And you could still go and you go out, and this was when compact discs were still
fairly,
popular, and so
yeah,
you
yeah,
could go out and buy the actual copy if you found something on the internet and you didn't wanted a higher quality, sound than a lossy compressed MP3. You could go out
yeah,
and
and
buy the
then
actual album.
go buy the actual CD, and then it sounds like 10 times, 100 times better than what you downloaded, and
Yeah,
then you tell your friends about it, and they wind up getting more sales actually that way, and so yeah.
yeah. I mean, it was good. Napster, I thought was good for like obscure, like out of print stuff.
I
That you couldn't
found
find at the record store.
I found so much music, because of file sharing back in the day that I never would have probably thought twice about, but because of message boards and chat rooms, when those were still a thing, people were talking, oh, have you heard this? Here, listen to this song or whatever. And so I found tons of music back in the day that, I did wind up buying, I wasn't just out there surfing the high seas for nothing, so.
Yeah, and yeah, I'm not advocating people break the DC. What's that called? The DMCA.
DMCA, yep.
DMCA. Yeah, usually would know the word. I've been a little out of it today. Wasn't feeling good earlier, but I'm enjoying myself though, and I really appreciate everybody who's shown up. Thank you guys in the chat, of course. Thank you guys on the panel.
Oh, no problem. I'm gonna have to get going here in a minute or two, but thanks for having me on, Lorenzo, and just letting me say my piece about it. Thank you, Shep. Thank you, Hargrave.
Oh, no problem.
And thank you to everybody in the chat as well for being here and supporting Lorenzo.
Yeah, thank you for coming on. This is awesome.
No problem. And if I'm live one night and you guys want to hop on, just
that'd be fun.
Yeah. Send me a DM, let me know in the chat or send me a DM on Twitter. And, I can only have 6 total people on right now, but, if I got room out, I'll definitely, send you the link or I can make room to bring you guys up if the panel is full. So, I mean, we always have a fun time over there. So.
Thanks.
Yeah. So I heard that you're hosting a show kind of like this where there's a.
Yeah, just people on, sometimes Jim. I have Jim on quite often, and another friend of ours, Matt, that is involved with Jim's fan film, and sometimes Scotty R37 will be on. Sometimes Boomer will be on. It just depends.
Scotty, I always I don't really know. I mean, like I don't think I've really interacted with him besides probably just like saying hi or whatever in chat. I think him and I follow each other on Twitter, but I've always liked the guy. He's got a good personality.
Yeah, he does. He's
it's fun to watch.
The things can get spicy on sci-fis. Sometimes, Jack. We've been trying to keep it toned down lately, but sometimes if it gets too late at night, it might get a little spicy. But it's all in good fun, though. So.
Yeah. It seems like you have been having more fun past few months.
I'd say the last few weeks I've had more fun, definitely. About a month, yeah. But about a month ago when I, severed ties with that guy, and things have been going much better for me. So
yeah, it's just we already have enough like real issues in life. We don't need like people creating this like fake drama to just again it's maybe it's a bit hypocritical for me to be saying that because of this week's stream, but a lot of times it's people like drawing, Daniel's on here drawing, and Diaz is coloring some artwork he commissioned from Daniel, stuff like that,
and I've been
stuff.
Getting more into animation stuff because I've been friends with Rebellious Pastry and they really brought me into like what animation really is, what it's all about. I mean, I can't animate to save my life, but I love to see other people doing it.
It sounds like that story time. Oh, sorry to interrupt.
No, that's okay. But yeah, the story time, I like listening to that because you get to hear different aspects of being an animator and stuff like that. So I just want to say to Apex Comics, absolutely, we're gonna have to do another comic giveaway here in the future.
I missed that.
Well, I did one about a year and a half ago, somewhere around there with Apex, and it was
that's awesome.
Some of Apex's work, and so that was fun. We actually asked a comics related question in the chat, and Jedi Allen won the contest, so I wound up shipping the prize package out to him. So that was a fun time. I would like to do that again.
It does sound like fun.
So I'm gonna throw my link into the chat real quick, and then I do have to get going.
Well, yeah. Well, everybody check out Sci-Fi Nation channel. Are you still streaming that Star Trek game? I know there's multiple Star Trek games over the years.
Oh, Star
Star
Trek
Trek
Online.
was over.
Yeah, it's online. I have to see if it'll work on this computer. I'm using my my spare computer because my other one died. I had one of those small like mini PCs, and the fans inside weren't working, so it overheated. So I'm using my spare desktop, and I got to see if it'll run the game, and two, I'm gonna have to do a private like live stream just to see, if it's not going to be too choppy or whatnot. So.
Oh yeah, that's understandable.
And I think Mr. Yanafui wants a link. If you want to share the link, that's
Oh,
up
the
to you,
link should
Lorenzo.
be in the. I thought I pinned it in the chat. I guess I
got to bounce too low. My thing's getting ready to upgrade.
I don't see it.
Oh yeah, well thanks both of you. All of
no
you.
problem. Thanks for having me on in Hell Chat. Wow.
Absolutely.
Yeah, here's the link again. I thought it was pinned in the chat, but
you gotta hit the three dots and pin it at the top.
I thought I had done that though. Well, no wonder people aren't coming on here. And LA Brawl says Yo Weg. Link for this. Oh, and there's kind of link. Okay.
All right. So yep. I think I put the link to my channel. Yep, I put the link to my channel in there. So hey, check me out. If you like what you see, then go ahead and sub. And if not, hey, that's you guys can like whatever you want or not like. So it's no sweat off my back, really.
Oh, welcome, Master Gias.
Hello.
I should have sent out the link earlier. We were covering some drama. I didn't know if you'd really want to be involved in that. So
take care, everybody.
But take care, Sci-Fi.
Take care.
Yeah, so we were talking about some stuff. Somebody had been going around hassling people online, and then that person's channel got somebody reported that guy's channel to YouTube, and the channel's gone. And so we had the person on there who was explaining why he struck the guy's channel. Oh, hey, Mr. Yanafui. How long have you been backstage? Did you just join us?
Like an hour ago.
Wait, you've been back there this whole time?
Yeah. Where do you think I was? In
I
the
don't know.
backstage.
Wait, are you Hulk Hogan?
No, I'm Mr. Jonah.
What's going on?
You know? Mr. of Fitness. You know? You have a problem?
No, I'm very impressed.
I'm watching you, Lorenzo. I'm watching you.
Well, I'm glad that you are watching my streams.
So I came to the blood sports. Where is it?
I think you might have missed out on.
Oh no, I miss it.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, that guy Hayawata ran like a chicken. You know.
I think Shep needed to
go to the bathroom.
Update his computer. He was having some. I think he had to replace a fuse in his fuse box earlier.
Yeah,
but he made it to the show.
That name is strange, but you know who is the boss? Chep. That guy is 100%. You know.
Are you talking about Gias?
No, you didn't catch the joke, so fucking you ruined it.
I don't know. Gias is a colorist. There's a guy named Daniel who typically draw Vega, who typically typically on your
Okay.
drawing. I sent him the link too, but
Uh-huh. Okay. Good.
Gias, is there anything that you've been working on that you're able to share without freaking people out or freaking out YouTube? Anything you've been coloring? Because
Do you know Kyle Reader?
Kyle Ritter, the colorist.
Yeah.
Yeah, he colors Ethan Van Sciver's book. Oh, you're asking? Are you asking Gias if he?
Yeah. If
Oh,
you
yeah, Gias isn't really part of Comicsgate, or I mean, he's heard of it, but
okay, sorry. No. I thought
yeah, Kyle Ritter is an interesting character.
yeah. But
Um,
sorry, before continue, can we what happened at the end? What is was the problem now, Lorenzo?
are you talking about with Captain Stryker?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and again, I put it in the show description that 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 that's a joke. I don't have proof that he struck channels personally. That he personally struck channels. I just know that Hargrave's channel kept getting struck. Hargrave was talking about it earlier. That might have been before you showed up in the chat.
No, but
You still around, Hargrave?
what happened with Finity?
Oh, he lost the channel. His channel's gone.
Yeah, Sci-Fi Nation reported him. Apparently, no. The allegation was that Finity went and EFAP'd. You know, it just stream a bunch of. Who would just
Sci-fi
play,
show. Yeah, he was just e-fapping it or whatever.
but not commenting much.
Yeah,
Yes.
just showing it like it's his or whatever.
Yeah, instead of it's because if somebody does go and they show somebody's video or live stream, but they're commenting on that, that can legally be considered in
That,
America. We have what is called fair use, which
that's
means
against
that,
term of service, something like that.
well, yeah, I think that yeah, there's a rule against stealing content. Now, if somebody goes, and again, I don't know, YouTube. I think YouTube thought that the guy. I think
Stealing
YouTube
content.
determined that the guy, from their perspective, that the guy Finity was stealing content. I'm not saying from a legal purpose. I mean, legal, not a lawyer. There hasn't been any lawsuits, but that's why they removed the stream, though.
So we are not going to be able to IFAP anymore. Everyone is
Well,
going.
the thing is, it sounded like I think I think the allegation was that
Harry, you're
that
fuck. You're not going to IFAP Kiobot anymore. You know.
I'm not doing it anyways.
so I think the deal was that Finity was supposedly playing stuff without hardly even commenting on it. Whereas if you comment on something, that can be considered transformative. You're changing the content. Oh, here we go.
But how much? Sorry, but how much do you have to IFAP and talk, or maybe put something to not get a strike?
Well, that's
Because
a good
that's a serious
question.
issue, man. Sorry, but that's a serious issue because
Yeah, that
uh, content creators IFAP a lot. You know.
yeah, and we were talking about earlier how that it used to be that the only way to react to a YouTube stream was to make one's own video, their own reaction video, is what Sci-Fi Nation was talking about, and I had heard about that one used to be able to make a reaction video and put it in the comments.
Yeah, this is a big hit over the Liam Logeny people. How you say? You know, the expert in Liam's. Yeah.
Oh, Liamology, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's the people who study Liam. Yeah, I invited Liam, but I think he was off. He's off in the countryside, off in the bush.
Oh boy. Well, I think
The Australian bush. Well, that sounds bad.
which
Yeah, that sounds like a Playboy or magazine,
how
Australian,
Sci-Fi Nation,
like a nudie magazine,
Sci-Fi Nation,
Australian bush.
Sci-Fi Nation did alliance maneuvers. Right?
Yeah, basically, it sounded like Finity had just been taking sci-fi's content and not and hardly even commenting on it, just playing the video without hardly any, like he'd say a couple words and then go back to, who knows? I'm not a lawyer. Maybe just a couple words could be enough to make it transformative. I don't know. But I could see why Sci-Fi Nation got annoyed, especially since Finity is the way he is.
Well,
I might not have reacted that same way, but I can't say that I'm not sad that that Affinity's channel is gone, because he was using it to, in my opinion, bully people.
okay. He broke a lot of fifis, but the thing is, this is
He did freaking like these.
so.
But yeah,
The
more.
but the problem is, you know what? You should try to stay away from these wackos, from the wackos. That's the moral of this story. At the end of the day, they cause problems. You want
Oh,
them
the
or not.
wackos are gone, so we don't got to stay away from them. They're gone.
You think?
Well, there's
You
always
think?
plenty of wackos around. But
Let me give you my eye. No, you think?
hey, do you guys see what's on the screen? Yes, the color work on this. I think it's fucking awesome.
That's Peaches or not?
Yeah, Princess Peach and Bowser.
What? Okay, what's going on in the chat? They are asking for videos. What happened?
They want more Yana Fui videos?
Why?
Oh,
It's good for my ego, but I don't know why.
I'm sure the Crown will hear about this transgression, says Jack Stafford. Please play Mr. Yanafui's videos so can take a break. Wait. Oh, it sounds like Jack Stafford might have to use
You
the
need to go
toilet.
to the bathroom.
yes, go to the bathroom. Yeah, I'm not sure what so that's always the thing is, I don't know what people call in different countries. Like in the US, we'll say the bathroom or the restroom. Though I think the restroom is typically like if it's like a bathroom, but there's no bath, just the
We
toilet.
call it the shithole in here.
There you go. In the UK, I think they call it, or one of the things they say is going to the toilet or the loo. Oh, this is interesting. What's this drawing, Master Gias?
What?
I was asking Gias what this is. Was a drawing of?
I don't know.
Huh.
What is that?
statue or something.
Look
I know
like
Daniel
a
draws.
robot.
I know Daniel draws a lot of statues and robots and like wax figures and stuff like that.
I don't know.
Those are the Pleiades. What do you call those? The constellation. But I don't know if he. I don't think it's all of them. I think they're supposed to be 7.
It looks like Testify is trying to say something.
Testify.
Yeah, he's
Beyond the
the
grave.
triangle guy. But he's not talking.
oh, the icon.
Oh, I see. That looks like it does look a little like Testify's. This Testify used to have that yellow triangle. Yeah, yes, we can't hear you. No, that's not. That's like more like. It's more
Yeah.
I'm
like I
killing.
have a
I'm
pyramid.
killing it with the jokes today. I
Yeah.
feel a full George.
Yeah, we don't have George here.
Yeah, what is
Can
that?
I stage and
Like
show y'all something? Well, you
elements.
can. LP Brawl, you're welcome on the channel.
It looks
Hey,
like elements.
Rock the Kashpa, welcome to the chat.
Well, the Pleiades, they're kind of artificial creations, but each of them have different powers. Like the green one is super strength, the teal one is super speed, the red one is lightning, the pink one is wind manipulation. She's also got wings. The orange one is super durable, the purple one is telekinetic, and the blue one has water powers.
That's pretty cool.
Is this a comic or
I know you're a
animation?
writer, and
It's my own characters, but I haven't really made a story for them yet.
Ah,
okay.
okay. It's the design.
You were featured on. I can't remember the YouTube channels. There's this giant YouTube channel with like
Oh
hundreds
no,
of
furry
thousands
stuff.
of
Furry stuff.
subscribers that featured Gias on their website.
Is that
Yeah.
a dog?
Wolf.
Ah, wolf woman.
This is
Okay.
I believe stuff that Daniel drew. I'm not sure.
Daniel drew and colored this.
How long ago was this then? He doesn't typically color things.
Oh, I know a person who would like this kind of stuff. Yeah.
I'll have to look that up. Let's take a look.
Is this one of the older stuff? Because I know,
Yeah,
no, you
this is
started.
before I kind of really got into coloring, though.
Yeah,
Actually, it
'cause-
is kind of trait. Like I didn't color this one. Daniel did.
Yeah. Because this looks like some of his older drawing. Because
Yeah, I commissioned the line art, and Champ decided to pay for colors. It was when I was still practicing coloring, and I colored one of his pictures. So he decided to pay for one of mine to be colored.
well, that's cool. Yeah. So but this looks like, but this is clearly one of Daniel's older drawings. I know his style's changed a bit since then. And I know he also rarely colors things, but I mean, he does occasionally, but he typically.
It takes a while to get colors out of him.
Yeah, I know he said before he's really slow at the coloring. I think Nafui had something that looks like looks like somebody's backstage. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you for kicking me.
Oh, sorry. I thought that was. I thought somebody was.
Yeah, I was
forgot
going
that you were
anyway.
sharing. That was. I thought somebody was screen sharing something, and
No?
welcome to the channel. You been on here before, or not?
Anyway, it looks like this version of the picture was colored in 2017.
Oh, okay. That was quite a while ago. Hey, LP.
Hey,
Anyway, the characters belong to a friend of mine. I was borrowing two of his characters for a story of mine. This was back before I had loads of my own characters.
hey, what's up?
No, welcome, LP.
Oh, okay.
How
Yeah.
you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm painting something very large right now.
Can you show us that?
That's what she said.
Yeah, actually, that's right.
That's what she said. Oh, I'm going to try to zoom in on you. just a second. That's going to take me a second to, you know. Oh wow, I like that. Oh, is that a console?
Yeah,
Like
this
a
is
gaming
my
console?
Xbox.
Oh, cool. Well, awesome.
Yeah, and then it's not done yet, but hold on. Okay, there.
I like it. Well, thanks for showing us that.
Yeah, yeah, no, it's fun to paint. It's coming along.
Yeah.
This was a picture I commissioned for a story I never got around to writing.
What's going on there? This is some wild stuff.
The wall slam, basically. I was basically reusing the characters I showed you before, but now they're in a Japanese high school.
Jesus.
Huh.
Oh, Larissa, you're going to get in trouble.
Well, yeah, I've been in trouble for my whole life. Yeah.
Yeah, keep it with Peach.
I was canceled from the radio years ago. Then I was the public access TV producer for a while, but then that channel got restructured and they fired the people working there, and it's like by that time I was like, shit, I can just make videos and upload them to the internet, and then I switched to live streaming.
Oh yeah.
What is this right here?
Sinitha, she's a librarian.
Oh,
She's a goat.
that's different. That's a different kind of librarian.
She kind of looks like a goat,
A goat.
but in like a good way.
Yeah, what's her species? Is she?
She's an elf.
Oh, okay.
Nah,
See
she's
the
a goat.
ears?
Is she a dark elf?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nope, she's a goat.
I was going to ask if she was dark elf or she just happened to be black. So Daniel drew that as well, right?
Yes. I colored it and did the floor pattern.
Yeah, I think we lost Diana Fui.
No.
Yana Fui likes joking around and stuff. But he's also got a family. It's
Now she's a
almost
goat.
10 p.m. I think it's the same time here in Michigan that it is down in Chile where Yanafui lives. So
Oh dang.
I recommend Mr. Yanafui's channel. He makes a lot of the funny videos, a lot of entertaining videos. There's one that Shep sent me that I want to show in a minute, but I want you to be able to show off your stuff too. Just like to keep this like kind of the digital version of an old school variety show or late night talk show where
Yeah.
you have all sorts of different stuff.
This is the first stream that I've been on in a while. I was on one way back in like 2022.
I've seen you around. I'm trying to remember where I first seen you.
So I was popping around in Sticky's Discord for a while.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I think I've seen you in his chat before.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm in all of Sticky streams.
Do you have a wrench, right, on this channel?
Yeah, I have a channel. Yeah, it's just called
Very cool.
LP Brawl.
Well, that's cool. So, let's see. I think Shep Hiawatha sent I think he sent me a YouTube link earlier from Mr. Yanafui's video. Yanafui is the Chilean guy who was on here, and then he had to get going.
Ah,
I just have to keep. I don't know why I have to keep scrolling through my Twitter messages. Like, let's see. Here we go. I see what happened. Oh, this was back when earlier we were talking about the Among Us videos that first Sticky Art stream I believe I ever watched was he was drawing. Oops, I need to turn. I need to. So the first time I remember watching Sticky Art was he was drawing everybody's profile pic or avatar or whatever one wants to call it in the style of Among Us.
oh, that's cool. That must have been a long time ago before I joined, because I've been around for a long time, but I don't remember anything like that.
Yeah, that might have been like 2 or 3 years ago. I'm trying to remember when I first started watching Sticky Art Show. I don't catch. I probably miss most of the streams. My notifications are all messed up, but here we go. I hope this shares the audio. No, this is not good. It's not. I wanting to. Let's see. I'm wanting to play the video for some reason. Oh, I think the. Oh, here
I'm
we go.
painting my channel logo on my Xbox right now.
I think it was. I'm voting Yanapui. Yanapui, you are highly suspect.
We play Among Us. We have to discuss that one is gonna lie.
Or Yanafui.
Cause he's a then spy, but we don't want to scare since we want you there. Your ABC. That's why Matt's fine to kill. Is this guy he's living next to Dubai? Is this guy he's having a heart attack? And this guy is throwing a
What am I watching?
guy. He works for Dynamite. Now I can see him, he's trying to love, but must verify his phone. Yeah, he likes red people without evidence, and now he's your new best friend. He is on the chat alone. He can just, he'll say, no way, I'll stay, you're gay. He think he's smart, but always hide behind to other dress. Betray his friends because he needs to obey. I never want to hear you say, I have a Lord to serve. Is this guy still talking in the air? Is this guy is just a fat marionette? And this guy, he think he is super smart. Nobody by his life is just a failed spy.
Go fuck yourself.
I don't know what I just watched. That was certainly interesting.
Hey, Lorenzo, I'm going to take off now and finish my dinner here. Thanks for having me on, man. You there?
Lorenzo?
I think he died.
Oh yeah, I was. Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm going to take off
Okay.
now and finish the rest of my dinner.
Yeah, it's sending out the link to George. I'm not sure if he's coming on or not.
All right. I'll see you later then. Thanks for having me
Yeah,
on, man.
thanks for joining us. Bye. Well, that was fun. And what do we have on the screen right now, Kias?
Doctor Who.
Who?
No, there's George. How long have you been on? There.
Ah, geez, Hargrave's gone.
That was a while ago.
Oh, darn it! Still there goes George. No, I thought he would at least defend Hargrave's honor, like he usually does. He usually shows up to defend Hargrave's honor.
Honestly, I'm getting really close to being done with my Xbox.
Oh, yeah. If you want to screen share that, that's cool. So,
What are you doing with your Xbox?
I'm painting on it.
Okay, do
oh,
you
you
have
probably can't. You probably can't see it when you're. Or do you have like two monitors going, or like a TV?
No,
or
I don't.
something?
Here, let me. Hold on.
Yes, do you have a monitor going, or like TV, like a separate one, or not?
Well, I typically have the TV streaming YouTube, but I don't at the moment.
Yeah.
Sounds like I just got an email.
Okay, so here's where I'm at right now.
It's going to take a second to zoom in on you. Let's see. Hold on. Sorry about that. There we go. That was
So-
awesome.
Yeah, and then my nickname is Bear. That's why I have that up there.
Oh, okay. It's a lot of fun.
And
We
then-
actually we had a bear on here earlier. Hargrave just left. He's a polar bear, I believe.
These are all my original characters.
Oh, that's awesome.
It might be a bipolar bear.
Oh, I knew a guy who that was his handle was his internet name was screen name was bipolar bear on a different social media platform. This is really cool. I like seeing people create their own stuff, create their own characters, and
And then this is Waffles. This is my bearded dragon.
oh wow. So are they lizards?
Yeah, they're
Like
lizards.
myself? Wow. I'm a little bit bigger than that guy, but I like that.
Nah, he's like this big.
That's pretty big for, I guess.
What kind of lizard is he?
He's a bearded dragon.
I thought so.
Yeah, I got him around January, so.
Oh, his tail takes up much of his
Yeah.
body. Wow.
Yeah.
That
And
is
he'll just
cool.
like stick to you.
Yeah, here's a little secret. I was born without a tail.
Wow.
Yeah.
So was I.
Yeah, well, well, where I'm from, that's considered a disability to be born without a tail. But
Yeah, Waffles is a good waffle.
well, that's cool.
Yep.
Yeah, it's always good to see a fellow lizard.
Waffles, say hi. Or don't.
Yeah. So well, that was cool. Huh.
Here, let me switch to my other headphones real quick.
Okay. I'm gonna switch over to. So this is this a new Doctor Who, or I mean not
No,
newest?
no, her name is Dr. Zinar Who.
Oh, okay.
Her Who spelled H-U.
Ah,
But it
okay.
was kind of basically a joke.
I,
I mean, it doesn't work too well when it's received as text, but her name is pronounced Who, and it struck me as funny. You know, people referring to her as Doctor Who.
oh, I see. Oh, so yeah, you did a great job with that. So, which Xbox is that? Like model of? Oh, you're muted, by the way. Hmm. Yeah, I can't tell which version of the Xbox that is. And I can't hear you for some reason. Well, I'm going to switch back to Gias and okay, so that it was like a play on words.
Yeah, basically a joke. Like, I meant to use her as a mentioned character in one of my stories, but I didn't get around to actually writing it. And Captain Harlock beat me to it.
I could LP, I could sort of hear you.
Sorry, I switched from my like office headphones to my skull candies.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
So, what were you saying? Yes, I'm sorry.
Well, I intended to use her for a story that didn't quite get written. Basically, she would just be name dropped. Someone got hurt, and it was going to be mentioned that Doctor Who was working on them.
I just stuck my hand in wet paint.
Oh no.
It's all good.
So this part of the same universe that Lily is in?
Well, yeah, she works for Lily.
Okay. So Lily is kind of like a villain, basically,
Yes.
and she kind of enslaves people, or
Yes. Here's Doctor Who's debut.
oh wow.
She owns Doctor Who, but she also paid for her medical school.
Yeah, I think that one character might be a little. I don't know. Like it looks
Oh,
like one character's in a bathing suit. YouTube
Yeah,
gets kind of. I've heard like YouTube won't have a problem if somebody goes and wears a bathing suit, but if somebody draws a bathing suit, sometimes they'll just have some big issue over it. I don't understand. Oh, cool! I like the armor.
Yeah, I should really redo this. This was one of my earlier commissions that didn't come out too well. I might
That
have
kind of
Daniel
looks
just.
like the helmet kind of looks like Ida from My Hero Academia.
It was Agami that got killed. Was this before or after My Hero Academia came out?
Oh, this is so. This was wait. Was this inspired by a different anime or manga?
The helmet was, yes.
Okay.
Well, this was actually a composite. Got inspirations from a few different things. She's basically living silver. Unfortunately, it didn't came out. For one thing, the spear isn't symmetrical. These days, Daniel would use this mirror tool.
Yeah, I can see it now. It's starting to bug me.
I could probably fix that if I really wanted to. But I don't really like these bands he put all over the place, like this thing. Like, I had a general idea of what I wanted. I told him what to do, but...
I like how every
But he
single...
didn't do it.
Well, the bands here kind of mess with the basic design I was going for. And I probably should have gotten rid of this, what's this called? This hole right here? Because based on how the character works, some of these stuff shouldn't be here. Like the bands, for example. This was also when I was still learning how to shade. Like you can see, this is very different from, say, the shading on here, which, you know, is more smooth.
Oh, by the way, Jack Stafford had sent me a video. Sorry, I didn't see that in the chat. Maybe I can show that in a minute if it's not something that'll get me in trouble. And a couple of videos, and then it looked like they're Mr. Yanafui videos, and then Backhat Cinephile, welcome to the chat. The link is pinned in the description. I'm a Kodiak with a pleasant disposition, said Jack. Is he orange and brown? I'm wondering what that... Oh, was that about the...
I think that was about the bearded dragon.
Bearded dragon?
Yeah, not all lizards are green.
Yeah. I'm one of the lucky ones. No, I'm just joking around. I support diversity amongst lizard kind, reptile kind as well.
So I decided to add kind of like a light green to the blue on my Xbox. So it's kind of like a, I don't know, it kind of looks like a sewage green, like acid.
Like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles or something?
Almost, yeah.
Wait, are you talking about which green color? Are you talking
It's
about
like,
the lizard or something?
No. I'm talking about what I'm drawing.
Oh yeah, because I can't see what you're drawing right now.
Yeah, here I'll show it in a minute. Let me just.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Oh, this is Lily, right?
Yes, this is the first picture I commissioned from Daniel, and I paid him for colors. You can see how elaborate some of this is, like with her skirt.
Yeah. It looks like he did a really good job with this.
Yeah.
The funny thing is like pretty much every time you show off something that Daniel drew, there's something that you wanted that somehow didn't get communicated in a way that he understood, or I don't know what happens exactly.
Well, main issue with this picture is I didn't come up with a clear idea of how I wanted the gauntlet to be, or the bracer to
Yeah.
be. But
And I think, yeah, I guess if you're not perfectly clear with an artist, and they're just going to do the best they
That is
can,
very true.
yeah.
and
So
I can understand that. It's just,
another problem is he didn't make the dress symmetrical. Like you see this arm right here and the sleeve over here. Seem the sleeves don't match.
oh,
Now there
yeah.
was also another problem with this picture I had him fix with symmetry issue, but
Well, I'm glad you fixed some of it.
other stuff gave me an idea, like having her normally wear a choker like this with a gemstone in it. Kind of became her thing after that.
I can't object to the, well, how you had it zoomed in. I mean, like she's a sexy character. Is that part of how she controls people?
Yeah, she is seductive.
I mean, she seduces people with, and she seduces people with magic as well, right?
Yeah, and money. She, like with Doctor Who, for example, Who did not have the finances to put herself through. Who and her family did not have the finances to put her through medical school. She wanted to be a doctor, but she couldn't afford her to the training. So,
Well, that never happens in real life. Just joking. That happens all the time.
Yeah.
Yes, at least in the States, I know in some countries they've got different educational systems, but here it costs. Yeah, and I have friends who decades later are still paying off their loans. People are older than me.
Well, Lily is a deal maker. She will make bargain with people and tries to do some. They don't always fully know what they're getting into with her, though.
I might have things wrong as far as the loan thing. Maybe my friends have paid off their loans by now, but I know that it's like it can be a real big issue. So that's one of the things that she does is is she like kind of like a loan shark? Or?
Who just messaged me?
Well, sort of. I mean, she does own a bank chain. I later decided to also have her head of the Bankers Guild, which she built the Bankers Guild and the general and what her world generally views as a banking system now.
LP was asking a question, I believe. LP,
hold on. I'm doing
okay,
moderator business on Discord real quick.
Yeah, So what were you saying, Gia? Sorry. Just trying to make sure.
Well, Lily owns a bank, and I decided after a while part of this has to do with me watching educational videos on the history of certain subjects, like the origin of paper money. I think I talked about that on here before.
Yeah, I'd be interested in watching the video. I like learning about history. That's something people
Bro,
talk about.
some people are tripping on Discord.
Okay, well, in a nutshell, the origin of paper money was a voucher system. People didn't want to carry around gold and silver coins with them everywhere, so they deposited it in the bank. The bank gave them
right?
vouchers to recover them.
Was that a bank note? Is that what a bank note was?
Well, yes. The bank note was basically the bank would issue a bank note that said they had so much gold and silver in the bank, and they could withdraw it when they wanted. And since the person holding the banknote was the legal owner of it and could withdraw it at their leisure, people started trading the banknotes. And then they started depositing banknotes in certain increments, like, 5, 10, 20, what have you. And, regularly carry that. So eventually the banks decided to start printing predetermined denominations they could deposit. And they became more, they started being treated more and more. And eventually, instead of withdrawing the gold and silver, the people they traded them to would trade them to other people, and so on and so forth.
Oh, please
Oh,
like
it's
and share
almost
this
done.
stream. I noticed that there's not as many people in the chat that there once was, and I enjoy it when people are I want the chat to be part of the show. Well, that's interesting, though. Did you have more info about the? I know I have a really nasty habit of interrupting people, and I apologize.
Well, there are other details, like how it eventually went to the government to regulate this. Like, banknotes were extremely complicated system because each bank made their own banknotes.
Oh, that would be. I could see that being an issue.
Yes, you would need a chart to keep track of all the different exchange rates.
Yeah. Oh, so yeah, I was going to ask you, with different people going to different banks, so they had different exchange rates, like we currently have with it, like, say, the U.S. and Canada have an exchange rate.
Yes,
Well,
but
this
this
was
would
just
be
within
multiple
banks,
currencies
so-
within the same country.
Wow, that does
That's
sound
crazy.
like a mess.
Yes,
In a way, it's kind of cool, and that it's decentralized and stuff. But I could see why banking became more centralized. That's gonna probably upset some of my more libertarian oriented friends. I don't know, because I mean I like the concept of decentralization, but that does cause a problem if
yes,
there's different
and
standards.
anyway, in order to print banknotes, you needed a license to do so.
Yeah.
And at a certain point, the government stopped issuing the licenses. So once when a bank collapsed, that was it for their license.
Huh.
And there are still banks in England to this day that retain their ancestral right to print their own money.
Wow.
That's cool.
Yeah, that is pretty cool. That
Of course, there's also regulations that require them to have a certain amount of gold and silver in their vaults in order to cover the amount of bills they have in circulation.
Oh, that is interesting. Wow, and that's pretty cool too, because that's one thing that people. I know there's debates about what do you call it, like fiat currency versus I don't know.
Well, a fiat currency is the one that.
I think I'm done. Oh, sorry.
Well, there's the gold standard, and then there's the fiat currency. The gold standard is the bills are worth a certain amount of money, a certain amount of gold, and the fiat system is its value is what we say it is.
It's
What
like
we
a
all agree on.
faith-based system or something, like, isn't it in a way? Like, if people have faith in the U.S. dollar,
Yes.
And like other countries have faith in it, and I think it has something to do with oil. I've heard that it's the term petrodollar, and that if
Guys, what color should I do my signature in?
Let us see your Xbox again.
Yeah, that would be cool to see. I'm going to try to zoom in on you. It's hard because
Let me do
there
it.
we go.
Okay, so this is
That is
what it
awesome.
looks like finished. And then I'll probably put my signature like right here or like right here.
I kind of like red on black, or it sticks out
Red
nice.
Red would look good.
So
Yeah.
I was
what kind
thinking
of
about
Xbox is that?
this is the first Xbox One. This came out in 2013.
Oh, okay. I have the One S.
Yeah, like I was already not gonna get any like trade in or market value from this. So I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna paint it.
That is awesome. I've always liked custom consoles.
Yeah, this is probably one of my best. I have some other stuff, but this is my first console.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
That's cool.
but then I've painted stuff like these. These are my
Oh, I
headphones.
like that. That
Yeah, not a
wow.
console, but yeah, I think I'm gonna add my signature, and then I can finally plug it in and play it again.
Awesome. How long have you been working on this?
This project I started it 2 nights ago, I think, but I didn't do any work on it the last night.
Okay,
Yeah, it didn't take long. It was a very very mellow project,
very cool.
which I kind of needed, honestly.
Well, thanks for sharing. This is what I really enjoy. I've got friends, including panelists who come on the show, and I've caught myself doing this as well, where just complain about, oh, this big corporation has done this or that or the other thing with
Yeah,
in the entertainment industry or the arts and entertainment, but we can create our own art like what you're doing, or
exactly.
with
See, and
Gias doing this coloring, and Daniel, who's
that's why I
not here
like
tonight.
doing it.
Go ahead.
I was just saying that's why I'm doing it. That's why I like doing it.
Yeah. I come from a family of well, I've got a human side of the family. I don't talk about them much, but some of them are. There was this guy. He was a poet. He came up. I think it was like Sir. Was it something or other? Winston Riley. He had this poem called "Little Orphan Annie." And it's kind of a it's kind of a goofy poem. I'm gonna have to look up the guy's name, but he's
Yeah.
like I don't know if he was an ancestor or like short tail cousin, as they call it.
Yeah, the second closest thing I've done to a console is I painted my Xbox controller that goes with this Xbox. It's a very simple space design. Nothing too big.
Oh,
Nothing
hold
too
on a second. Oh, okay. Well, that's cool.
Yeah, and then I guess the other second thing is I bought the Oculus Quest 3 and I painted. I didn't paint the headset, but I painted the box.
Oh, nice.
Along with another box that I have that they go together.
Oh, I like that. Thanks for showing us that.
Yeah,
I'd like to thank
this was
Diaz as well for showing us
my second project before the Xbox.
Well, that's really cool.
Yeah, I have a lot of stuff just like ready to show. Like this is my baby. This I've put so much time, effort, and money into this. I just got this strap. This has an external battery on the back that plugs
That's a
into the
VR
side of the
headset?
Yeah. This is the Quest 3, the newest one, and like it's comfortable and like it's crazy. I don't think it'll work with headphones. I haven't actually tried it. Oh, it will. I didn't know it would. Hold on. But this is so I didn't know this would work with headphones. I've never tried it before.
Oh, very cool.
The strap is super comfortable, and then it has an external battery that plugs into the headset.
I can barely hear you.
Yeah, I can't understand what you just said.
Okay, that was my fault. My headphones were off.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But it has the external battery on the back, and the head strap is really comfortable. And then it has this light, like this right here. I think was so the strap was $70, but then this little piece of rubber right here was like $1, and it's just as important as the strap because it
Oh, you've
blocks.
heavily modified. You've modded this pretty
Oh
heavily.
yeah.
That's
And I have
awesome.
it where I can get custom games on it. So like this, I've put a ton of work into this. It's definitely something that if it were to break, I would be down like $600.
Oh yeah, that's yeah, that's as much as like say like a really good, like a pretty good uh cell phone, right?
Oh, for sure. It's not quite as much, but it is pretty good. But yeah, because the base headset is 500, and then there's the strap, and then all the games I've put into it.
Oh yeah.
I have the hiccups.
I know games are like I know it used to be if you get the like the locks or you got the gold edition, maybe the gold edition would be like $90 because I know there's, but
Yeah,
now I think that's just kind of the standard price for some of these games coming out
for sure. It's getting really
before
hard.
in-app
So
purchases. Oh, go ahead.
yeah, the
Before the
thing about
games
like
come.
VR games is their standalone price is like $20, but on like an Xbox, it's like $70. That's the cheapest you're gonna get.
Yeah, that's yeah. I would typically wait for a sale.
Yeah, they go on sale quite often.
Yeah, I know Steam has some really good sales. Like
Steam has great sales.
it seems like their sales seem to be a lot better than the Nintendo eShop.
Bro, Nintendo shops are terrible. They give you like $5 off your purchase.
Yeah, it's weird because yeah, you can earn you buy something like an expensive game and they give you like a few pennies off or whatever
I
your
know.
next purchase.
Yeah, that's kind of what Steam does too.
Oh, yeah, I don't currently have like a real working computer other than just using a Chromebook to stream. I like the microphone and I like that it's portable and that I've been able to like I've accidentally dropped this thing repeatedly and it's still going.
Yeah, that I've done that a lot. Yeah, I actually dropped. So before I like did all the YouTube stuff, I bought a GoPro Hero 8 and a Rode microphone, and that was my camera setup. And
Oh,
actually, if I mean, well, actually, you know what? Never mind.
oh, I was looking it up. James Whitcomb Riley. That's um, he lived from 1849 to 1916. Some sort of relative of mine. This poem, "Little Orphan Annie." It's just kind of a silly poem. I'm not gonna read the whole thing, but it's like it just starts off, "Little Orphan Annie, come to our house to stay and wash the cups and saucers up and brush the crumbs away and shoo the chickens off the porch and dust the hearth and sweep." It's been a while it's been a while, so I don't have it like never really did have it memorized, but I like the meter. It's got a good rhythm.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of cool. So that was somebody who was just like some distant relative, but like even my late aunt, uh, she was actually like my great aunt maybe. I'm trying to think about this, and she published her own. She wrote a children's book and published it, dedicated to my mom. It wasn't like published with a big publisher. It was like an indie publisher. This was like back in like maybe the 50s or 60s. Nowadays it's real. I think it's pretty easy to self-publish. Like one can go to like say Amazon or whatever.
Yeah.
Then people publish their own books and comic books through the. This is before it was that easy to do.
Yeah. So you know what's really cool?
Oh, what?
Technically, I could stream right now. Like, or not stream, but I could like show my screen of me playing the Oculus.
What are you playing?
I could stream my Oculus to the.
Oh, your
to the
Oculus.
screen.
You could play.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just
Oh
a
yeah,
cool,
I've seen
cool
people host VR streams before on YouTube.
And then I'll just turn the chat off, or put it to the left first.
Do you ever get a headache from those VR?
No, mainly because I have such a nice strap. It really, really helps. Like the $80 strap helps a ton.
Oh, yeah, okay. So I wondered because
Like the default strap, I've had this thing since like January, and I was desperate to get a new one, a new strap.
yeah. So did the strap come with that, or I mean, did you have one that came with it?
It came with a strap. It was just like not very good.
No, I don't play my Switch all that often. I know we're talking about something quite different. But I didn't like the Joy Cons that came with it. They were too small for my hands.
Oh, for
So
sure.
I ended up getting custom ones, and it made the whole experience so much better. I still have a problem with the batteries and like trying to figure out like what kind of backup batteries I could use because I enjoy. I don't play it in dock mode. I just but the batteries don't last long enough. I'll be right. Like I was trying to play Breath of the Wild and
oh, I love Breath of the Wild.
And I never really got too far because every time I'd really start enjoying myself, I'd have to like charge the Switch again. So
yeah, that's kind of how I was. Except, so I actually bought Tears of Kingdom on release day.
yeah, it's my understanding was it was supposed to be a DLC, and then it became like its own kind of standalone.
I don't know. It was weird.
It
But
definitely
it's worth it. I love that game.
It definitely building upon the older game, but
yeah.
Does it have like a new storyline? I mean that.
Oh, for
ties
sure.
in the
It's like a completely
previous.
different thing.
Yeah. At first, I was like, I don't know, with the prices of games and stuff, I was pretty skeptical and stuff. But it did look like there was some some fun features, like some fun crafting features that,
Yeah,
like you could like take a log and use that to make a bridge, I think.
yeah, yeah. It's kind of hard to describe the crafting in that game.
And that's really cool. That's what they had in like, gosh, like even like with games that came out before I was like even playing on online. Probably before I was playing even online games to begin with, but definitely before I was playing online role playing games. Like I know, like some of the old school RPGs would focus on crafting.
Yeah, yeah. The crafting in Tears of the Kingdom was something very original. It felt like it kind of gave it a new spin to Zelda.
Yeah, that's really cool that they did that. I think that's something that is missing from. There's a lot of RPG games where, like, I played. I think it was Diablo 3. I went through the whole game without having to craft anything because I just kept getting like one great weapon after another,
Yeah, that's what Tears of
armor, and
that's
whatever.
or not Tears of the Kingdom. Breath of the Wild kind of felt like.
The thing, one thing I didn't like was I used this I used a weapon, and I didn't get too far into the game, so let's say it was a club, and I'd used it like it seemed like I'd used it like 5 times, and the thing would break. I mean,
Yeah.
there was always new stuff, but it was like I was afraid that like once I started getting like really good swords, that would happen.
Well, that does happen, except the better weapons you get, the more durable they are.
Yeah, I don't know if you played like Fallout 3. I didn't play it at the time it came out. I started with Fallout 4, and then I learned about Fallout 3 and bought it on sale. And they had a weapons durability system. I think one could maybe, I'm trying to remember if one could fix their weapons a certain number of times or something. And it seemed like whatever it was, Breath of the Wild was definitely rougher, where I don't think one could even fix those weapons once they break.
Yeah.
What are you showing off, Gias? This I like that. Is that based on the jackal god from the Egyptian ancient Egyptian religion, or is this something else? Yes. Gias, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, I don't know if Gias can hear us or
I can
not.
hear you, but I forgot I put my microphone on mute.
Oh, okay. So what's this character based off of?
A wolf.
Okay, well
wolf.
that makes sense.
I did not consider basing it off of Anubis once when I
Oh,
commissioned
so
it.
Anubis, that's what I was thinking of. That's
Yes, I didn't consider that once when I commissioned it or invented the character. I might have if I had thought about it. I can hear you breathing.
Yes, I am breathing very hard.
oh, because you're doing all the painting and stuff.
No, is my hold on, I thought I shared my screen. Maybe it didn't work.
Well, currently it's on my thing right now.
No, I didn't mean like the big one, just like in general. I thought it was sharing. I don't
Oh
care.
no. Yeah, I don't see anything.
Here, hold on. Let me get to a safe spot and then I'll check it out.
Sounds cool.
Oh, I never selected the tab. Okay. Okay, here we go. Now it should now be working.
Huh. I'm gonna have to zoom in. This is like a
This is a game called Gorilla Tag, and you move with your arms and not not with the joystick, but you move your arms to propel yourself.
oh. That explains
And,
it.
yeah, and then there are like lava monkeys, like right those guys over there. Let me go towards them. They're lava monkeys, and they're trying to tag you. It's kind of like a big tag. Like these guys right here, these are lava monkeys. Uh-oh.
So I'm getting I think I'm getting Discord messages or something, or somebody is hearing beeps. Huh.
Beeps? I don't think it's me.
Somebody's in the other room, which is why I have my mic on mute when I'm not talking.
Okay. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Maybe people are maybe their messages on Twitter or something. I don't know.
Yeah, my
No, I have
Discord's
my
muted, so it's not mine.
yes, it's probably mine. It could have a Discord server where it's got some sort of weird setting where sometimes it'll be set up where I'll get a message every time somebody types something, and that gets to be a bit much.
Yeah, that gets pretty annoying. Actually, my Discord server just reached 50 members, which I was very happy about.
It just what? I'm sorry.
It just reached 50 members.
I'm going to go AFK for a minute. Or actually, never mind. I think I'll save that for later.
Okay, yeah, let's see. How long have we been streaming? I'm trying to see.
I think we're on the third hour, right?
Oh, it's almost 11. Yeah, I thought that Ethereal Dragon was gonna go on the channel. He had some stuff that he'd mentioned that he planned to talk about on the show, and then I sent him a message over a half hour ago, and a little over a half hour ago, and I don't know what happened to him.
Oh, I fell.
Starting to get kind of tired.
I think I'm an hour behind you. Hold on, what time is it? Yeah. Oh, no. We're at the same time zone. Oh, that's person. Yeah, it's almost 11 for me.
Yeah, I don't know. When I get kind of tired, then they kind of like
Things kind of
random things
slow
start
down.
happening on the stream, and then people get angry because yeah.
What other game is there?
Are you using a magic wand?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, to select things.
Oh, no. This is this is what the controller looks like.
Yeah, I was kind of joking, but I didn't know. Like in the so.
I have an escape room game.
Oh, I am a member of your Discord. Is your let's see.
Yeah, you're in my Discord. You were the 50th member, I think.
Oh,
well, technically 50.
Congratulations on 15 members. That's cool.
Leave. Thank you. I don't even remember how to play this game.
And I'm back.
Oh, welcome
Was
back.
good.
Yeah, I only so I don't have I only have notifications set up for like mentions and maybe like everyone in here, but I don't have it set up for like every single. So that might be a different Discord that I belong to, or
Yeah. Let's see this one.
that I'm getting notifications from. Yeah, I kind of get a headache just looking at the screen when I don't know how people. Maybe it's different if you're wearing the headset yourself. Like I'm prone to migraine. So
Oh,
is this is so? What are you? What's this game?
so right now I am climbing.
What game is this from?
This is called The Climb. This is a
Okay,
it's
that's a
it's
pretty simple name.
yeah. This is just like a climbing game. Oh, oh.
The graphics.
Ugh.
I see. So yeah, that definitely. Wow.
Yeah, the graphics are pretty good actually.
Yeah. I mean, they're pretty detailed. I mean, it's quite impressive that you're using the Oculus and having it going to like streaming it from the Oculus.
Yeah,
And it's this
it's not that
smooth.
hard. Like it's a oh no.
I mean, I'm impressed by how smooth it is because a lot of times, trying to stream it. So do you have to stream it through a computer with a capture card, or how does that work?
No, it's a built-in feature on the Oculus. So technically I'm streaming to YouTube right now, but it doesn't work. So I'm just screen sharing my screen and there's a browser tab.
But I'm not. It's if I try to stream just a YouTube video, or a friend tries to share a YouTube video, it often like skips around. But I'm not noticing that at all. This is very smooth.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah, that's why I was wondering if there was like a capture card or something, because this is just.
Ow.
I'm gonna have to refresh the browser because I can't. I zoomed in on the screen and now I can't zoom out, and I'm using pinch to zoom and it's not working. And that is a problem I have with this Chromebook, and I don't know if it's a brand or if it's Chrome OS or me. Because on the phone I can easily. I don't know. I'll be back. Reloading the stream.
Yeah, I haven't played this game in a long time. Let's go. Okay, right or left? Right or left?
Yeah, pinch to zoom doesn't work very well when I'm in StreamYard. Yet I can exit StreamYard, and all of a sudden pinch to zoom in and zoom out. That works perfectly fine once I exit StreamYard. But when I'm in it, looks like has okay. He's still working on the colors.
Oh, where do I go?
I switched over to GS, but I
You're fine. You're fine.
I like to multitask and switch back and forth.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out how to, I know there's plenty of other streamers, but I'm just trying to. I grew up with like these old school variety shows, like gosh, I don't. I mean, now it's not even like For me, it's not even worth watching like the Tonight Show or something like that.
Oh yeah, they're
But
all.
but when I was young, it like used to be like one of these shows to watch, as far as like there'd be all sorts of celebrities on,
Yeah.
and that used to be the only way to. One of the few ways to learn about a celebrity, unless you were like lucky enough to meet them in person. Now I go to Twitter, and it's like I don't even want to know about these celebrities and
Yeah, like
and
who are
because their personal opinions and all that. It's like they're sharing too much.
yeah. Ugh.
Because it's like I don't know if do you use Twitter at all?
I have Twitter, and it's mainly for like sneaker stuff.
I basically just made a Twitter account so I could get somebody's Discord contact information. So I did so a bit late. I wanted to have. Well, basically, I was going to make a YouTube video with him where we discuss an anime that had recently ended. Only I didn't get his notification on YouTube that he had asked me to do that until after he made the video.
Oof.
Actually, I never got it, but after he made the video, I went back and looked for it.
Huh. What anime was it?
The Rising of the Shield Hero.
Huh. Oh. If there were one anime for y'all to recommend, what would it be?
The Eminence in Shadow is the one I've been recommending most of all lately.
Okay. Because I just finished Demon Slayer, and I'm about to finish My Hero Academia.
Well, My Hero Academia isn't finished yet.
Oh, well, yeah, although Demon Slayer is not finished either.
Yeah, I suppose not.
When I
the
say
next
finished,
season
I mean,
of My Hero Academia is coming out soon.
Yeah, I'm so excited for that.
The manga seems to be coming to a close, but it's taking longer than I expected it to.
Yeah.
It's kind of weird that like when I was a kid, we used to have these. We'd have anime, but it would be like heavily localized, like to the point where the plot would sometimes be totally different. And now I'm hearing people complain about localization, like again, not being like always that accurate. And people like adapting. And I don't really know how much that is or isn't a problem. Like I used to watch Bleach quite a bit, and I know that's kind of like a pretty mainstream thing that a lot of people watch. But let's just say, hypothetically speaking, I might have watched some fan subs, and there could be like totally different translation. I mean, it could be totally different. Like some fan subs would be incredibly literal and have these like notes that would cover like half the screen explaining like like there's a style of Japanese comedy where there's two people. It's kind of like a stand-up act, and these two people are working off each other, telling jokes. Like one of the fan subs of Bleach was like that, where it would just go into elaborate detail about the references to and then there might be something else that was far less literal, but
Oh no! It's gonna get me.
Bleach was kind of interesting in that it would have like there'd be Japanese names for things, but I think besides the
God dang
kanji,
it.
there might be katakana, and then maybe in the katakana would have a Spanish word, and so like everything had like
Well, depending
two
on
different
who
names.
they were, their attack names would be in Japanese. Well, I guess they would be katakana, Spanish, or German. Like the Espada
Oh,
and the Arancars were Spanish, whereas the Quincy's were German.
because I thought that there was like I've heard like for the like some of the manga for younger people will have kanji, and then underneath it will have some katakana or above it or something. You know, when people are kind of just learning their kanji, and I heard that I heard that they would have like some alternate. Maybe it was in the manga. I thought they would have like one thing like in kanji, but then they maybe have a foreign word in katakana next to the kanji. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm,
No.
I could
no.
I could be wrong, but I thought that there was kind of like some sort of learning aid where like in like some books will have will have kanji, and then it'll have like
There might very well have been, but I didn't read that version.
oh yeah if you were reading in English.
Oh, I got a job for this summer.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah, I'm working at have y'all ever seen the show American Ninja Warrior?
I have not.
Sounds
I
familiar.
heard of it, but I
It
have not seen it.
okay, well, it's like a big obstacle course. It's not like Wipeout, but it's a big obstacle course. But that's essentially where I'm gonna be working. That type
I've
of
never actually seen it, but I've seen commercials for it.
yeah.
So I have a
That
general idea what it goes on.
yeah. There's gyms around that people go and they have all those obstacles, and that's where I'm gonna be working.
No, that's awesome. Is this like climbing and stuff, or how does that work?
Yeah, it's a little bit of climbing. It's like parkour and stuff. It's kind of everything, to be honest.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and they pay pretty good now, actually. Like I think it's gonna be $11 an hour, and for the position I'm working 9 to 4. So
Okay, so that's like it used to
that's
be.
like
It used to
over
be
two hundred
nine,
dollars a day.
huh?
That's no, sorry. What were you saying?
Oh, I was just gonna comment. There's this old movie called 9 to 5 because I used to be the old like with Dolly Parton.
Hmm.
I don't know if you're. Are you familiar with Dolly Parton? Do people like?
Yeah.
Okay,
No,
yeah.
I know who she
I've
is.
seen Dollywood. I didn't go into it, but I vacationed around the Smoky Mountains, and they've got Dollywood there.
Yeah,
His,
I
go ahead.
have gone to Dollywood. My
Really? Wow.
yeah, it was some of the roller coasters were really good. I probably would never go back though.
It's just like Dolly because I don't really care much about Dolly Parton now that she's getting older. But like when I
Yeah,
was a when I was really young, she was just like in like movies and on the radio all the time. And
yeah,
I know she was on the Orville, which kind of surprised me. I don't know if any of you guys watched the Orville.
I do, but I gotta get around to finishing the second season. I
Okay, yeah.
got distracted by stuff, and there's a bunch of shows I need to finish.
I don't know if she appears in the second season, but I think they play her one of her songs.
I think
Might
the
have been.
only show that I need to finish is Attack on Titan. That's the only show I've started and purposefully not picked up and finished.
There's a video game series that goes along with it too, right?
I don't know if it's series, but I know there are a couple games.
Do you know if they're any good?
No, I don't. I know there's actually one coming to Oculus.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah. So I'm way behind on like watching. I'll just say like traditional media because I'm so used to YouTube,
Yeah.
and that I don't really get real behind. I'm really far behind on stuff like uh, like
Oh,
the
by the way, there was some stuff you wanted to say about localization. You were,
yeah. So I was wondering if it's if localization. I guess it depends on the anime and the
well, it
and
does
like
depend
which
on the anime.
streaming
It
service.
also used to happen a lot more than it does now, but I guess it still happens sometimes.
Because it sounded like because people are complaining, they're making it seem like every anime is just so heavily censored compared to, but like when it, and I didn't even realize this till years later, but like Sailor Moon was like far more censored back when it originally aired in the U.S. than
Yeah.
I think the version on Hulu is like
Well, they
uncensored stuff.
were. I was in a
Well, the
pizza
version on
shop. I was in a
Hulu
local
was
pizza shop.
Oh, local pizza shop.
I was in a local pizza shop and they were playing Sailor Moon, or I think it was Sailor Moon. It had the same art style, but what it was hold on, I lost my train of thought. It was like this actually no, it wasn't even happening. It was a fully naked woman in the shower. I'm like, how are you playing this when there's a legitimate 2-year-old in front of this TV? Like
That's
I don't care if people watch it in private, but that's not something to play in public, especially something like a restaurant.
that sounds like something that maybe like they could get away with like in
or in Japan, like they could.
New Orleans. You know, when I was a kid, I was I think I was in elementary school and I went to Bourbon Street, I think it was, in the French Quarter, and they had like um advertisements for dancers and it was not stuff that like would like be considered family appropriate, those signs
Yeah.
like around here in northern Michigan. But maybe it was culturally different because of the French culture, I think is but it wouldn't be but like it would be something that would really be offensive and like even sexist and but you know and like people would like I don't know, I think somebody could be arrested if they had those types of signs outside their businesses here. So
Yeah.
that's all I'm gonna say. There were photographs, it was like of women and they weren't
I
didn't
think
they
Anyway,
the
we're
top
talking about censorship, not
yeah
localization. I mean, part of it has to
yeah
do with that because the standards in Japan, what is acceptable and what isn't, is different than here in the U.S. And
yeah
it's more appropriate for casual nudity. Though I've noticed there's a trend of that happening less and less in anime. It either like older anime would occasionally have a topless woman in there, and it was treated as no big deal. But
or
that's
around like around a half
yes, like Rama would go topless sometimes because he was a guy who turned into a
yeah
girl and doesn't really have feminine modesty.
and that's
And
the sort of thing that that was the first like not the first anime I got into, but like the because we had like Speed Racer and the Transformers and stuff, but like the
I think Mr. Dragon over here has been in the back for is he in the back or is he gone?
Huh. Oh, how long you been back there?
11 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Anyway, localization is more once when they change things to suit the Western audience rather than hide things for, like for example, the onigiri in Pokemon, which would get changed into crackers or sandwiches or whatever.
Jelly donuts.
Yeah, that's a meme.
Oh yeah.
I love my jelly donut. I love jelly donuts. They're my favorite.
I don't know why
Also,
they didn't
turning
just
one of them
I don't
into
know
a
why they didn't
sandwich.
just call it rice balls, because that's what
Yeah, they could have. Like, even if people wanted to understand what an onigiri is, they would understand what a rice ball is.
Yeah,
I love
my,
rice
my a lot of
balls.
friends ate rice balls. They're different. I think they're different than the Japanese kind, but but that's the type of rice ball in Laos. It was just the glutinous, or the sticky rice.
Yeah.
I like that. I can't even get sticky rice at any like Thai food restaurant around here. I don't understand.
Yeah.
I
I
think it's
can't.
so
I
much
There was
can't
better.
also
get
the
it
thing
where I
where
am.
they told matches to do cattles because they're worried about kids playing on matches. But at the end, we'll be out this light in them to save them. And then at the end of the episode, they forgot to edit them back to being candles.
That's really silly.
What a massive screw up.
Yeah, but that goes back into censorship, whereas they're changing things.
Oh, there's the fact that they remove episodes like when Ash disguises himself as a Pokemon because it's blackface. It's like, dude,
Yeah,
he's literally dressed up as a Pokemon. He's not trying to pretend to be. He's not dressed up like some black guy. Oh, I love
Yeah.
the one with the jungle episode, which is pretty much Tarzan meets James Cameron's Avatar. It's like, I'm glad they didn't have the white savior. Of course not. This is Pokemon. They have the Japanese savior. You dumb mother effer.
So
Anyway, we're still getting into the censorship, and I wanted to talk about localization.
yeah.
Like, for example, dub name changes, for example, where they would change the
Tommy to
character's Japanese
Amy.
name to something more.
Yeah,
Or,
that does get
Usagi
annoying.
to Serena.
Yes.
Well, that happens in a lot of video games too.
Or case closed, or Detective Conan became case closed, and they changed everyone's name except for Suichi's alias. Like, Suichi was changed to Jimmy, but he was still calling himself Conan Edogawa.
Didn't Pokemon change a lot of names?
Yes.
Don't.
Yeah, because it's Satori.
Because I think the VTuber Korone, who's Japanese, of course. I think she was learning
It's
the
like
names of
Satori is
different,
Ash's
or
name.
maybe I don't know if it was Pokemon or another game, but she was learning the different variant, like English names, and trying to pronounce them. And it was cute seeing them. But
Well, the thing is, you know what they call Sanshru in Japan?
No.
Sand.
What?
They call Sanshru in Japan just sand. It's like, wow, that's really unimaginative. Yes, sand.
I can see why they
Umbreon,
changed
guess
it.
what his name is?
What?
Oh.
Umbreon. The dog Eevee evolution.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's Blackie. Like, wow, these names are so
Blackie?
unimaginative. Blackie. It's like,
that sounds like a slur.
It does.
Yeah, that's like really like
It
if I
just
went around
sounds so
calling people that,
all these names,
I
like,
would get people
You'd probably get
beating
beat
me
up or thrown in jail.
Yeah, something like
I mean, it's a black dog, but it's like that is the most unimaginative name you could think of for
It's
a
not
black
even just
dog.
unimaginative.
Also, I think it's been
straight
taken.
up racist.
Yeah, it does sound
I feel like that was taken in some old story decade that was around when I was a kid or something. It feels like that was used already.
I know it's like so many of the Japanese names are just so unimaginative.
Yeah.
Like, can you
Anyway,
put at least 2 seconds of thought into the names? No.
Yes,
Sand. You're really just gonna call a Pokemon Sand? That's a fucking thing.
I think Gas has had a point that he's been wanting to make for like
well,
15
there
minutes or
was
so.
also discussed. Someone was watching Bungo Stray Dogs and had discussed localization, and if they had tried to decide to change the name of the characters to something more local. Are you any of you familiar with Bungo Stray Dogs?
No.
Sounds familiar, but
No.
I don't.
Well, the basic premise of that is there are certain people called gifted who have supernatural powers.
Uh-huh.
But there is also a theme to their names and the names of their abilities. Each of the characters, at least the ones with abilities, is named after authors, famous authors.
Okay.
They also share the ethnicity with their namesakes.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
So the detective agency was filled with characters who were named like in the detective agency of the Port Mafia, since it was taking place in Japan. They had a bunch of characters named after authors wasn't familiar with. And the guy had discussed localization with, changing the names to American authors and their powers. And, well, the thing is in the early season, it's just Japanese characters. But in the second half of the first season, the guild shows up and they are more multinational, a lot of US based. Like Mark Twain shows up
Well,
and
that's
Scott
cool.
Fitzgerald. Basically, we
Did they
start
have the
getting more.
rightful what's his name? Lupin? Can't remember his name. Because Lupin is very popular in Japan.
Yeah, I can't remember the name of the author. I don't remember if he's got a ability in there or not. Actually, wait. I'm gonna
Lupin is so popular, the fact that there's actually a Sentai team.
I'm gonna look it up.
Yeah, because was it Pataranger versus Lupin Ranger? Or was it the other way around?
So you mentioning Goku earlier? Was it Goku? No, who were you talking about earlier?
I hate to interrupt, but I think I'm gonna go ahead and get off and grab a snack and then go to bed.
Well, thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, I typically put the link in the chat.
Okay. Track down the name of the author.
Was it Goku? Who's the character that I'm blanking on names right now? That people are getting all upset about. No, it's not Goku. Mr. What's his name? Mr.
Popo.
Mr. Popo. Yeah, I don't know why
Okay.
I said Goku.
Yes, it's like, oh no, it's a black face, blah blah. Blah. It's like great. It's like, no, you just don't get what he is.
Do you think people would find this offensive? What I have on the screen?
You won't offend anyone no matter what you do.
So this is Colone. She's in Christmas tree face. She's got a variety of very I consider to be very unique VTuber models, even though she works for HoloLive, and most of the VTubers don't have as big of a variety as she does. She's also got because she's typically this dog girl, but she's typically a dog girl, but like she's got this Christmas tree one, and then she's got this furball Corone, which is, I think it's pretty cute. It's like looks like kind of like a plushie or something, but it's like a cartoon avatar. I don't know. I like her Christmas tree face, because it's just different. It's just a different kind of thing.
Anyway, the guy was what? Yeah. So it would have caused trouble if they decided to localize the cast to name them after more Western authors, because later the Western characters show up and we can see them. Like Edgar Allan Poe shows up as a rival to Rampa, the real life Rampa wrote detective stories, including boys' detective stories.
I don't know if it would. Post stuff might be in public domain by now, but if not all of them were, that could be an issue.
Well, I get the feeling it is, but the thing is, it's different enough that it could get away with it even if it hadn't. Like, these are all older authors. Bram Stoker shows up at one point.
No, that's something that. No, that's someone I don't know if. So this is Corone, like with a Christmas tree head, and then she's got her mascot, one of her mascot dogs there. But go ahead, sorry.
Are you familiar with Bram Stoker at all?
Well, yeah, I mean that he wrote Dracula.
Yes,
but
so
I haven't read the original. I haven't read the original. I read a little bit of Frankenstein, but that's very much different in the book because it's like a diary.
Mm-hmm.
Is how it's written, I believe. Oh, hey, rebellious pastry.
Yeah, that's the thing about the whole localization is when they want to change things to the point that it just makes no sense. The plot just it's like the plot just can't handle the changes.
Yeah, admittedly, yeah, some old stories, you can't really work too well because of the twist ending or the format they used. Like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Do you know what the plot twist of that is?
The plot twist. So I know that the basic premise that he like transforms, but I don't know the plot twist.
The basic premise, the plot twist is that Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde are the same person.
I thought you meant something else besides that.
No, that was the plot twist at the end of the story.
Oh,
we did not.
Hey, pastry! I think I said hello.
We did not know they were the same person until the very end of the book.
Oh, because I think when they make movies, I think they kind of reveal kind of early on. I didn't realize that they waited. That seems a much more clever technique, but is that something that's not very easy to adapt?
Yes, especially with how famous the story has gotten to the point where if they had tried to make a story faithful to the original, everyone would see the plot twist coming because, like...
It's a legendary trope.
Yes. Also, it's kind of gotten away from it because Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde's famous for having a split personality once when he did not in the original. Like, it was a physical transformation. The Dr. Jekyll was basically living a double life so he could get an outlet for his more primal impulses. Stuff he did not was too embarrassed to show in public. So he took on the persona of Mr. Hyde, so he could do whatever he wants and not, it doesn't have any blowback on him.
Well, kind of like how he can turn into a werewolf in Skyrim and do a bunch of shit, and then turn back into my regular character, and then like nobody knows who, like like nobody knows who killed all those guards and stole their gear.
Yes, but in the original book, we don't find out Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde are the same person until after he's dead.
Oh.
The story is told from the point of view of another person who believes Mr. Hyde is blackmailing Dr. Jekyll somehow.
So I think that's with Frankenstein. I believe it's Frankenstein. No, or maybe I'm thinking of Dracula. Being told by I'm trying to remember. Or is it both of those books where it's being told from the perspective of someone else who witnessed certain events or whatever?
Yeah,
that was common in well, I don't know how common, but
yeah, like with Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, the first leg of the story is told from the POV of a third party who is trying to piece things together, whereas after Dr. Jekyll has killed himself or unaligned himself, we got letters and diaries that explain what happened and what he is doing.
Okay, so that's interesting. That there's it starts out with this narrator, and then it goes into.
Well, the narrator gets the letter, so he finds out what happened.
Yeah, that's an interesting way to go about doing things. I've got a bunch of credits on my Audible account. Well, I guess I could get that probably for free through if not just like Audible having a free version, I could get that from like LibriVox or something where people, read free books, because that's probably in the public domain by now. Do you recommend it?
It could be worth a read. I haven't really read that myself, but I got the summary of it.
Okay, guys.
I mean, if you can find the original, like, this is undoubtedly gone into the public domain, and somebody has undoubtedly, made modern versions of it or other.
Oh yeah, adapted for a modern audience.
Yes, let's see. It was written by Robert Louis Stevenson, so make sure he was the one who wrote that.
And get the unabridged version, because they even Huck Finn. They have abridged versions where they. Gosh, the Huck Finn in my high school, just like supposedly was edited for to make it easier for us to read it in class, because we had a bunch of different books that the English teacher was trying to teach us about. But I noticed that dropped it. Didn't they weren't dropping the N word left and right like in the actual book.
Mm.
Which I think that was part of the point was I think it might have even been written when the N word was just starting to get like kind of offensive, and Mark Twain was like an actual, like he was he supported the Russian Revolution and like I think even the communists and stuff. Like he was like really far to the left, so he might have actually put the N word in there intentionally, knowing that it was going to piss people off, just to show that, hey, this is how people would talk, in the this is how people would talk about the black people and slaves and all that. Anyway, you're right, Gaius, though, that it's always good to get the original. I mean, adaptations can be good, but you need to know you're getting an adaptation.
Yeah. Well, the
If
point
you-
is, if it's a modern interpretation of it, it
Yeah.
would probably involve Dr. Jekyll having a split personality and fighting with it,
Yeah.
whereas it'd be closer to somebody struggling with addiction, really, or bad habits.
Yeah, I've always wondered if it was like a metaphor about like alcohol or something that turns
Well, it
people
might be. It depends on how.
into
I
a
didn't
monster,
actually
but
read it, but
because I mean, the like when I'd watched like the movie version, it seemed like it would be, oh, this is just a metaphor for not doing drugs or something.
yes, like it. Like for example, well, he got the identity of Mr. Hyde so he can indulge in his base instincts, but the book never actually says what these base instincts are. Uh, since this is Victoria in England, it could be anywhere from wearing women's clothing to murdering people. We have no idea.
Hmm.
Like, he could very well be a homosexual for all we know. That's like, Victoria, England, that people would not
Yeah.
really allow that.
And in other parts of the world, they would just straight up kill you or arrest you at least.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, did you hear
Yeah.
that Good Times is getting a cartoon?
What?
Good Times.
I don't. I'm not familiar with that.
The 19th. You're talking about it was from like the
The 70s.
early
Janet
80s.
Jackson was in it.
It was like the early 80s is when the original, or late 70s, early 80s, something like that.
Yeah, they're making a cartoon for it on Netflix.
Yeah, it didn't look, I mean, who knows, it could be great, but I saw a picture from it, and I'm skeptical about it being good. People
Is
say
this like the first time that they decided to take a classic TV show and make a animated series about it? They did that with the Golden Girls, but now they're in the future.
the Golden Girls was, yeah, that was a lot of what made that show work was just like the outstanding acting and delivery of the actresses and actors on the show. Just they all had great comedic timing, and
Aren't they all dead
and the
now?
way that they would just go
Oh,
about
well.
saying things were just like, oh man, it was just it could get pretty brutal, like the sorts of insults that they were slugging back and forth. Kind of like how, like, yeah, I want to be careful here, but it's kind of like how guys joke around. I mean, some women joke around like that, but It's just like it's kind of like reminds me, reminisce, like looking back at things. It's kind of like reminiscent of how people like get a bunch of guys joking around on Discord or something.
Yeah, they even had like some spin-offs of it, Empty Nest and Gnosis.
Yeah, that's why it was like actresses and
I mean, Empty
actors.
Nest
But,
did
like,
well.
I don't know how often that guy was on from Empty Nest was on Golden Girls. But did he just show up one day and then like the next, then like a few weeks, like a week later or the same week there was a new show, or was he on there for a while before they did that?
I don't know. I mean, last 7 seasons, all I know is which only has 3. Maybe a Golden Girls 3033 is an animated pilot created by Mike Hollingsworth. The pilot takes audio from the sitcom and set it against the future background inspired by the Jetsons. So it sounds like it never got a proper TV show.
It kind of sounds like what they did with Adult Swim, where they take those old cartoons and then they would just really change everything
Also, there's
around.
lots of remakes of it. Well, it's like Chile and they're more modern too, which is surprising. Los Anos Dodados, a Chile remake that came out in 2015.
Oh, it's Chilean?
Egypt
Mr. Yanafui
had a
is
remake
from
in
Chile.
2020.
We had Mr. Yanafui on earlier, and he's Chilean. I wonder if he's...
Yeah. Oh, is that where he's from?
Yeah.
Greece had a 2008 version.
Yeah, I don't know if he watches regular television or any these days, or just YouTube, because he's in so many YouTube chats. I barely watch regular like TV. I don't watch a regular television set. I'll watch something like occasionally on Hulu or Amazon.
Yeah, apparently the UK version of the Golden Girls, the Bright Sun Bells, it did not do well.
Oh, by the way, are you referencing any? I mean, are you bringing up any of the stuff that you had like planned, like you had stuff in the show planning room?
Oh, the fact that they're doing a remake of Don't Tell Mom the Babysitter's Dead. You know, that 1991 movie that barely anyone knows about anymore?
You know, I heard the name before. I don't really know what's going on besides from, I'm guessing the babysitter died somehow.
Was it Christina Applegate in the original?
I can't remember. I haven't seen that since probably it came out.
I can see kind of reviving Ghostbusters because that's such a classic. But like,
yeah, well, then they get Black Family.
That is something
now, but it's like
that's become that.
That's probably the prop thing.
It really does seem like the big studios run out of ideas. But that's bound to happen when you get all these corporate mergers, though. It's just one of these days we're just gonna have one big mega corporation making all this stuff.
Yeah, no, it doesn't make any sense why they left a babysitter when Christina Applegate killed her 17.
So I did not realize the main characters would be that old. I assumed they were kids, like in the Goonies or something.
Yeah,
but when it was this, it's like 17, 11, 12, 14.
Yeah, 17 is when you would be the babysitter.
Yeah, that makes that's exactly. That part doesn't make sense.
It's like one of those things. Like, why is this? It's like it's not that well received. It's like, why are they making it? Is it just because of the fact that this idea is so broad that you could just do whatever with anyone.
I thought it was funny at the time, but it's like, have they remade Weekend at Bernie's? Now that's one more of a that one's actually a classic, but I wonder if they'll remake that next.
Hello,
Yeah, it's
Philip.
almost as
Well, Shinobi and Jilly D, great to see you. It's been a while, and Captain or Philip, I should say, Cummings.
Oh,
Hey,
yes.
I asked before, and he prefers being called Philip. I call him by his Christian name. That's what he wants.
Seems like Shinobi has been just doing one drawing after another for them on Facebook.
Right now, we're talking about remakes, Jelly D. Earlier there was a kind of a different cast of people, different group of people on here, and we were talking about somebody who was somebody who had been accused of striking a bunch of channels and accused of bullying a lot of people, and then his channel got struck because he was showing a lot of other people's content and allegedly making very little in the way of commentary, like maybe a word or two, and then going back to I didn't see the streams in question that. And I'm a big supporter of fair use. On the other hand, the guy was the sort of guy who somebody wouldn't read his message, and host wouldn't read a message in his chat, and he'd go off and start his own stream to complain about the person, and which is fine. That's for free speech, but he apparently he was taking other people's content and playing it, and it didn't sound like he was if somebody goes and they make it transformative, that's fair use, but it sounded like the person who struck his channel didn't believe it was transformative.
Mm.
Oh, how's my favorite? Well, thanks. I didn't realize I was your favorite lizard person, but I'm doing fairly well. I was feeling kind of sick earlier, but like this whole show, like it's brightened my spirits. Yeah. There's a lot of video game remakes too. We were talking about movies and even TV shows. Like there's a Golden Girls anime set in the future where they take the voices of the.
No, it's not anime. It's just anime. No, it's just animated.
Oh,
I'm watching the trailer to the Good Times animated series, and it's like,
oh, that was the anime. Yeah,
it's so bad. It's also like very social justice.
I remember people saying
it's like
that
they
it
literally
was
having cops. They would literally show white cops putting free gun into the black neighborhood.
What were they doing?
And not to mention the animation is just terrible.
What were they doing in the black neighborhood?
They're putting guns into the black neighborhood. But for the gangs to take. They're making it very, very political. Not to mention, it's like you see an episode where the daughter flashes her boyfriend, what takes up on top. It looks like, I don't know how to describe it. The animation is like really bad too.
So this is something that, and I was kind of nervous discussing it because we had a panelist on here who looked like he was a bit younger, and I couldn't quite tell. I mean, he was old enough to be on YouTube, but like I was kind of nervous to bring up certain topics because he was mentioning like an anime how it was he was actually at a pizza parlor, and they were just showing like an anime with like a topless character right there, in front of like it's a family restaurant. And then I think we got into the topic of anime censorship, but it's interesting though. When I went to New Orleans, they had like, and I was in elementary school. I went to the French Quarter, Bourbon Street, and they had photos of like topless women, and I think they were like strip clubs and stuff. But I didn't want to get into that because we had a younger panelist on here, so I was trying to be very, very careful what I said. Not sure if that fits into anything, but I guess it just fits into what he was saying about how showing stuff in public. But that was like a half hour ago, so. Oh, hey, DJ Ronnie G.
Yeah.
Just saw Dune 2.
Yeah, so I
haven't
watched
seen the first one, but you like it?
Yeah, the Good Time cartoon, it's nothing like the show. It's not family. It's pretty much for adults. Because there was like nothing kid friendly about this show.
Yeah, because the original one was pretty much all ages. I mean, I remember watching as a little kid, and there was that. Which guy was it who would say dynamite? And I can't even say it in the way that he said it. It was just his catchphrase.
Yeah.
Back
I
when
don't know why this
sitcom
is in its
characters had
own.
catchphrases.
Yeah, the thing is, it has like Black Jesus, and I do mean they actually show heaven, and Black Jesus is there. And it's like, I'm sorry, but why are we even getting into things like this? Because, it's not realistic, going religious stuff and like the baby is like selling drugs.
Oh, JJ.
And it's like, it's not realistic at all. It's like, who is this for? Why did you? It's like, why is this even called Good Times and not its own thing?
Okay, so like, does the family have a picture of Jesus? And I mean, like a painting of Jesus?
No, they actually show heaven.
Okay.
And it looks like there's
Why
like a
that
chicken
doesn't make
monster.
sense with Good Times where, I mean, I know that like when people have pictures of Jesus, depending on the country, Jesus could look Chinese or whatever, or, he
Yeah, but
could
they
look
actually
Greek,
go up to
like
heaven
in
and
my
show
church,
him.
he's going to look Greek or Russian or whatever, because we've got Greeks and Russians, and like in the Orthodox Church, we got people from the Ethiopian Orthodox icons. He's looks Ethiopian, and that's fine. But I don't understand the part with meeting Jesus doesn't. Whatever, it's like South Park had Jesus as a talk show host. Okay, that makes sense for South Park. Doesn't make sense for Good Times.
Yeah,
Regardless
Good
of what
Times was
color Jesus
realistic
is, because
as well. You wouldn't have like a chicken monster, babies becoming drug dealers and things like that with guns.
yeah, none of that makes sense. That's like something you'd see on like Family Guy. This all sounds like something you see in an episode of Family Guy. That doesn't.
Yeah, well, I put a link to the video in it.
Well, I
On
can't.
the
Yeah, I can't show the video on air, but do you put the link in the YouTube chat? I found that even when I'm in somebody else's StreamYard, I can actually log into YouTube now and use StreamYard to post in the chat. Glad they updated StreamYard. Overall, I'm glad. Some of the features are confusing now, but yeah, I don't see anything wrong with depicting Jesus as any ethnic group. That includes, if you want to make him like looks like some white
usually they have
surfboarder from white surfer from California or something. Go for it if that's a way you can relate to Jesus, but or you could make him say like Inuit or whatever, or Yupik or whatever. It just doesn't. But yeah, I guess I'm kind of I know I'm repeating myself.
Not to mention, it's like the animation style is just so terrible.
Well,
like they can't even draw a straight line.
Well, that's typical these days. That's kind of it's kind of like, and I don't want to diss all like Kel Arts, but once Kel Art style became popular, and I think maybe Adventure Time or Gumballs or maybe both are Kel Art style. Whatever style works for those shows, but it doesn't work for every show. And there's a good way of doing it and a bad way, as far as I'm concerned. Do you guys think Adventure Time is Cal Arts?
I mean, they call it that, but that's not actually what it is. The outside that they actually teach in Cal, in the school.
Oh, I thought maybe they taught something one way and then it got kind of watered down and after it was like copied and people just like with music, there would be at the college radio station, we'd have like some band that came up with their own unique style of music, and it seemed like once they'd have to join some big record label and then like change their style or maybe in order to be played on the commercial radio stations, or it'd be like some other band comes along and they rip off another band, kind of like Led Zeppelin. I love Led Zeppelin, but they had songs that they played as the Yardbirds, and I'm not saying every case it was like anything illegal, but they'd rewrite a song that like, so Jimmy Page would play the song when he was with the Yardbirds, and then like I think he and Robert Plant would rewrite it, and I don't even know if Robert Plant he wasn't in the Yardbirds, so I'm not even sure if he knew where the song came from, or just Jimmy Page just said, here's a new song I've been working on, and Robert Plant would change around the lyrics and from whatever.
Okay.
And then suddenly it's a new Led Zeppelin song. They didn't give credit to the originators. Hey, Jilly.
Okay, I didn't realize the fact that all the family. I didn't realize the fact that all the family is actually its own both, because you have all the family, which is based upon the British sitcom "To Death Do Us Part,"
Yeah, yeah,
and then after the end of all the family, we have Archie Bunko's Place.
yeah.
But then they spin off the show to Maud, and then Maud got the spinoff of Good Times.
What about the Jeffersons? That was another spinoff of All in the Family. Hey, Jelly, welcome to the stream.
Hello.
I don't know.
I haven't seen any of the like the spin-offs or the remakes. I remember Good Times. I remember watching reruns of that like on Nick at Night and stuff.
Oh yeah, I remember Nick at Night. That was cool. I don't know if they even have that anymore.
I don't know. I haven't watched cable TV in years now. The only thing like I really watch is YouTube. I don't even use streaming services very often anymore.
Yeah, I don't. I think I was saying that earlier. I mainly watch YouTube, but I've got Hulu, I've got Amazon Prime. I even still have Netflix for the occasional comedy special, like if Dave Chappelle ever comes back or whatever.
Did you guys see? I think it's on Netflix. They're hosting the big fight with one of the Paul brothers. I think it's Logan against. I think it was Mike Tyson.
Oh, I heard about that. That's hilarious.
What do you guys think about that? I got mixed feelings about it. Oh man, he's an awesome, like Mike Tyson was like, he's a legend, right? Everyone knows who Mike Tyson is. Even there's like Tyson chicken, all the protein, right? But like, and here you have this Logan Paul YouTuber guy. You know what I mean? And like,
yeah,
I don't know how I feel, because like Mike Tyson, he's an older man now. He's been retired for a while, and at the same time, you know, I want him to wail on the kid, you know, but I don't want the kid to hurt him.
Is he the one that went to Japan and went?
Yeah,
and did everything?
Same guy. So disrespectful in the Suicide Forest.
And
and they made a shit apology for it. Sorry, excuse my language. Crap apology for it.
We've said like all sorts of words either this week or the week before that.
I'm trying to be good. I'm sorry. But yeah. So I really want Tyson to like wail on him, you know?
Yeah. I mean, if it's my understanding, at least with like the Japanese situation, that I think Japan, I think the Japanese might let some things slide with like tourists, some things,
especially foreigners, because they're like, oh, they don't know any better. They're just silly foreigners.
If it's like a genuine like mistake, but then to go into that forest and film, which I don't think was allowed.
And it was more of the respect thing.
Yeah,
you don't film someone who is deceased and even if you blur out their face, that's so disrespectful. You know, that's a person. That's somebody's like son, friend, brother. You know what I mean? And it's a shame.
To a different country. Go ahead. Sorry.
But yeah, no, it's because I remember when that happened, and I saw videos on it, and so I went to go look at the original video, and I'm like, wow, and it was really disingenuous, and also I understand everyone grieves differently, is going to respond differently to seeing like a dead person, right? But they were almost like laughing at it, and it hurt my feet. Like I felt bad. Like, oh, that hurts my heart. I don't even know this person. I'm not even Japanese. You know.
I think I saw the original as well. I think I had to go to some sort of channel that was mirroring it, because I think it might have been removed from YouTube, and somebody had some sort of mirror. I don't, and I don't know if it was originally blurred out or if it was in the.
I saw it blurred out.
Yeah,
That's what I
I
saw.
think that's how I saw it. But then again, it might have been somebody else that re-uploaded or something. But it was a. Yeah, maybe it was initially. Maybe he did blur it out in the original.
Did you guys see his apology video?
I probably did at the time.
I remember little bits of it. Because I was like, this guy is not sorry. So it was hard to sit through and watch.
And both of those Paul brothers, I get them confused because they've both been.
I get
Bro.
them confused too, and they're brothers and they're blonde and I think they used to do videos together. I don't know, I never really followed them. It's people that I follow on YouTube have done like content on them, and then I would go visit their channel because even though I follow that YouTuber, I'm still gonna go watch the original video for
And it's
context.
difficult to tell those humans apart too, because they're not like us lizard men.
They
Oh
don't got
wait,
the cool
did I
markings
say
and
that?
stuff.
I'm sorry. Oh, my best friends are human.
Talk about best friends.
I do genuinely have I don't know if I have a form of face blindness or maybe I don't know if there's different degrees of that. Maybe a milder form.
Is it just like all humans look the same? That's okay. I'm not mad at you.
Well, I do have a problem. Like, it just like if I haven't seen a friend for a while, I might not
Recognize them later.
Yeah, or somebody could just even get a haircut or something, and that might just throw me off.
Yeah, I have a similar problem.
But if it's like say my mom, she
It's your mom.
far from me. I'll recognize her. Yeah, I did. Yeah.
I used to be really bad at names until I got on the internet. And now I recognize names. Like I used to be really bad with names, but now that I read more because like I'm bored and chronically online, I recognize names better now. I can't remember avatars for the life of me. But
Yeah, when some people they change their avatar or their screen name or both, and I can't even remember a lot of the time if somebody's identifies as male or female. But that's why I don't really get too upset about like non-gendered pronouns, but they don't work too well in English.
it's hard to do on the internet too.
Gendered pronouns.
I think it's hard to do on the internet because with the ones that are not like your basic two, right? Or even like the plural version. Anything other than that, granted, they're very creative. Give them A+ for creativity. But with how lingo goes on the internet, I don't know if it's an acronym for something. Like, what does that mean? You know what I mean? I feel like a boomer looking up what LOL means just to make sure. I'm like, oh, it's a pronoun thing. That's weird. Okay, and then it's a crazy place.
Yeah,
I like it here.
In person, the proposed pronouns. No, they is that can be confusing. But I will occasionally use the word they ambiguous.
I'll use they just in regular conversation, right? But also if I can't tell if someone is very like androgynous,
Yeah.
Yeah, they're great. I don't want to mistake. I don't want to make a mistake. I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So we have there's a friend of mine who's a panelist who identifies as non-binary, and I try to be respectful, but sometimes it's easier just to say the person's name or their screen name. See, I just said the word they.
And then to remember, Yeah.
But sometimes seeing they can cause confusion because somebody might think that somebody's referring to a plural. Like, and there's
Especially out of context.
there's pidgin these pidgin and Creole languages that are offshoots of English, where they or them are used to make things plural instead of adding an s to the end of words. Because we got like say, okay, a box, and then it's boxes, but like book is books plural, and some of these languages just they're like they have some of the vocabulary of language, but of English, but like the way that Jamaicans speak, when they speak their patois or Creole English,
Okay.
that's the word dem or them makes something plural.
Yeah, I can see in other language. Well, I don't know. I speak like United States English,
Yeah,
and
mainly.
with the pronouns they them, they could be used singularly or plural, right? I wasn't aware that other kinds of English didn't do that. I didn't know that was like an issue with other versions of English. Well, that's
Oh,
interesting.
some versions of English you would not be able to understand what they say whatsoever. It's like, what?
I don't know. I have some English friends like from England that I play video games with.
Oh yeah.
And one of the people in the friend group, I didn't understand him for like 6 months. It took me a minute, like
No,
a
I'm
long
talking
time
about
to
how
like
their
understand
like
what he was saying.
dialects that are so far removed because which okay, you know how English is a combination, which originated as a combination of Anglo and Saxon.
And the
I think
Jews. Don't
which
forget
one
about
do we
the
use?
Jews.
The most Saxon one?
I didn't know that.
Okay.
Yeah, Standard English is based on Saxon, and I believe the Jutes they settled in like, did they settle in Kent or where did they?
Yeah, it's like you go north, and it's like you get the Anglo one, and it's like, what the heck are they saying? And then you have Scots, it's like, what the? And you have like all these Asian ones, and some even African ones. Like, what the heck? I can't even understand half of what they're saying. Are they really speaking English?
Oh, Colonel Morg. Hello to Colonel Morg. He said the Good Times cartoon is a Seth MacFarlane show. Okay, there we go. That's why I said it would. So I had said it that sounds like something from Family Guy, and that makes if it's Seth MacFarlane, that makes sense.
The
Good
one
time.
is like
The Seth
is all
MacFarlane show.
connected
There's
to it.
your answer. It's supposed to be bizarre and offensive.
But
The
why?
family was spun off
To be
from
edgy. To be
characters
edgy.
with, DJ Ronnie G.
No, why not just have it be its own thing? So okay, so all of the family had 3 spin-offs: Maud, the Jeffersons, and Gloria. Good Times came from Maud, and then the Jeffersons had a failed spin-off called Checking In.
I don't know.
Then, after all the families canceled because they wanted to leave, they created Audrey Bunko's Place, and then after that ended, they had the failed continuation of a black family living there called 704 Housel.
What was it called?
704 Housel. So pretty much, okay, so that's all the family.
I remember
3 spin-offs.
I don't remember that.
Of all of the family. 2 spin-offs of spin-offs. And 2 continuations. So we're talking about a show that has that with 7 other shows connected to it.
Well, that's
Well, it's all in the family. Sorry.
Yeah, although some of them are complete failures. Like Chloe only lasted one season.
Now, did you count Till Death Us Do Part? Because
yeah, that's the British show that it's based upon.
No, do you count that in the 7, or is that excluding that?
No, that's not even counting the.
Okay.
Well, counting that means that To Death Us Part is responsible for 8 TV shows.
The head ninja said something. This feels like child abuse. I'm wondering what that was in reference to. Because we discussed a few different things.
I think he's probably referencing the Good Times TV animated series.
Oh, if you like what you're seeing, if you're having good times watching a good time watching this, please like and share the stream. Help get the word out.
Oh my goodness!
Why would you
There's even
cry?
two.
The subscription is free.
Yeah. It's
For free 99.
yeah. Yeah. Some friend of mine thought my goal was to monetize my channel. I think it's because he was struggling financially and would like to make money somehow. And like
Ninja said no. I
that
was
was
just referencing the
just like
Tyson and
I am.
Logan fight.
Huh?
I kind of hope it's child abuse. I never would want child abuse, but in that case, get that kid because he's a kid compared to Tyson. Yeah.
So apparently, to Death to Us All has its own continuations and spin-off. Looks like because two continuations.
That's not surprising.
To
I
Death
think it was on the air
Sickness
for
and
a long
Hell.
time, like maybe starting in the 60s even.
I didn't know there's so many spin-offs. My mind is blown.
And I think there's international
Well, before my time. I'm like a kid of the 90s. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
like
like
these are older shows. Like I don't.
I don't know if it would be called Exennial or Zennial or how it's pronounced. Because later on in Gen X, but then
I'm an older millennial, so it would be
And
Xennial.
looks like it should be other country remakes because apparently there's a German and a Netherlands remake of it, and one in Brazil. Wait, looks like
so
pretty much because of this
and
one
90s.
show, there's like 20. There's like another 10 shows because of it, and not 20.
Well, wouldn't that be like kind of a success? I mean, it depends how you look at it. 10 and none of them, like no one else remembers the other ones. Meh. But hey, they got 10 shows.
So I actually was born in the 70s, but don't remember much of that. Like I vaguely remember watching like the Incredible Hulk with my dad and like stuff like that, but I don't and then some of the stuff was real popular in reruns like Happy Days. I think I don't even know if it was on the air.
Happy days.
The
All the
original,
old
I
shows,
don't know if
Nick
I
at
caught
Night.
the original run or if it was in reruns in syndication.
Like you don't remember watching it, like airing. Like you don't remember. I don't think. Yeah.
On prime time or whatever it originally aired, like on the original network, or I think it might have been just reruns by the time because gosh, Happy Days. I don't know when that was. That might have been in the 80s. I thought it was maybe the 70s.
I have no idea. I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna guess and say late 70s, early 80s.
1974, before it was even a couple of years before I was hatched.
To 84.
But I still, people are like, why do you consider yourself a Zennial if you're born in 76? And it's still
that's if you're born in 76, doesn't that make you Gen X?
Yeah, I'm Gen X, but I still don't. When I can't, I don't. There's a lot of stuff with Gen Xers that are older than me that I can't really identify with, because some of them were born in the 60s, and like they're talking about totally.
That's how I feel about younger millennials. I'm like, we did it like the trends and stuff that you're doing and think is cool. It's meh, like I didn't grow up with that. But
I grew up with the computers, like, and I mean, not with the internet though, but like, I don't remember ever. I barely remember a time when I didn't have a computer, like, because I got one so young.
Do you remember being a teenager?
Yeah.
I think when you think about like what era you come from, think about like when you're a teenager and when like you're between like a teenager and a young adult. And I think that's what like how you remember quote your generation, because that's where you did like the most and like new things is when you're young. You know, you experience life more. You're not just
Yeah, I experienced life more when I was like in the 90s, actually.
maybe that's why you don't fit in with your average Gen X then. Because birthday, you know what I mean?
Well, it's like
You
the
just did
77, I think, is when they're saying for Zennial or whatever it's called. And I was born in 76. And so, like,
they can't even make up their minds. Because
so,
it's like,
so I mean,
I don't know how it
right
works.
there, like, I'd say I've got more in common with Zennials than I do with, like, people, like, even just 5 years older than me. Because they had a lot of different experiences. Like, things were starting to become a little like too safe. Like I guess like in the olden days they would just let kids play with rusty nails or whatever. But here's a rusty nail, son.
Right,
You
go
know,
play in traffic. You know what I mean? I
you
heard.
got
Okay, I don't know if this is.
with a rusty
Did
nail now.
do
No,
you
it's
guys remember? Okay, I saw a thing because I wasn't born yet, right? But I saw a thing on YouTube where there used to be like a public announcement on TV. It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are? Like that was the thing. Do you guys did you guys see that? Any of you guys see that?
yeah, we know that. But I'm like 40.
I've never seen that direct.
And now, like parents get in trouble for letting their children play outside unattended.
so I did when I was a kid. We could go and ride our bikes around the neighborhood. So, but it was starting to get to the point where like they were getting like when I turned 18, there used to be these 18 and up like events, and then they start getting rid of them. Like they used to have it at the bar where you don't
They don't serve alcohol for a time. Maybe have bands playing and stuff.
yeah, but the thing was that because of these, they might have served alcohol to the people who were 21 but not to 18 and up, and there was a special bracelet and stuff, and they could get away with that like almost right away once they turned
Yeah,
18.
my area we used to have the Eagles Club, and that's where all the local bands would come play. And it normally is a bar, but the band would play out in the basement. You went up to the bar to you went upstairs to the bar to use the bathroom or to order a drink. And they would how they would not have like the kids try to go up there and buy alcohol. They would jack up the prices of like their sodas and their drinks. And the gas station was right next door. It was cheaper for them to go to the gas station.
Oh, wow. So when my late brother, when he was 5 years older than me, like the Boys and Girls Club, I think they called it the Bogey Club, unless that's something different. They would like have all these cool bands, like the band The Alarm, which was a real pop. I mean, like really cool indie band played there. They didn't have anything like that by the time I got older that I know of. I mean, we did have some concerts. We did have some concerts, but just like all ages concerts. But they got like rid of that. They're just kind of starting to make things a little too safe.
We're not living. The kids aren't living nowadays. Oh man, yeah.
Huh?
It's around here. The closest thing we have to like local bands and stuff is like the county fair, and it's like an all age thing. There's like beer gardens and stuff, but there's also like petting zoos for the kids. You know.
Oh, really? It's how often does the fair come around?
They hold like different events different times of the year.
Oh, that's cool.
Right. So like in the fall, there'd be a lot of like you can buy like vegetables and like local farmers and stuff will come out and sell extra produce and you go get fresh stuff and like the ladies will make arts and crafts and have booths and
No, that's awesome.
yeah, and have like cat contests, you know, silly stuff. And then they in the summertime they have like the carnies come out and put up all the rides and the food trucks and the live bands and the petting zoos and it's cool. I got to pet a Clydesdale. Those things are huge.
Oh yeah.
It's I have a lot of respect for a Clydesdale horse. And it was luckily it was very gentle and very sweet.
They're pretty,
but I was
animals, especially Clydesdales. They're gigantic.
I never felt smaller in my life. That's the biggest animal I've ever stood next to that was alive. I went to the Bass Pro Shop one time and saw a stuffed moose.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say another big animal is a moose. I don't know if you have a Bass Pro Shop around in your area, but a lot of them have like taxidermy setups and displays. And I stood next to a moose, and a moose is huge, like as tall as my garage.
Wow. Yeah. So here in the northern part of the lower peninsula of Michigan, I don't know if there's any moose, but I think we might have them in the upper peninsula. I don't know.
I know I don't have moose in my area,
but they're much small. It sounds like they're much smaller than moose.
I stay right under Lake Michigan, and we're like a corn state, so our deer are fat. We get big deer, but we don't have any moose though. That's like a northeast thing, I think. But I saw a taxidermied one, and it was impressive. Its sheer size was impressive.
So you don't give your your state information on air?
I mean, I don't mind. I'm from Indiana, Northwest Indiana.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You just mentioned Michigan. I'm like, ooh, I kind of relate to Michigan. I'm right underneath of it.
Yeah, I've been to. It's been years, but I think I've traveled through Indiana when I was younger, family road trips and stuff. Pretty darn sure I have.
Yep.
Will it go again if
Technically, I'm in. Even though I'm in Indiana, I'm in the Chicagoland area. You know, so we have like a lot of Chicago radio and news and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I've been to Chicago before, so that's like right over in Illinois. Then.
Right, I'm real close to Illinois.
So border. So then we've got we border like a lot of places. Like we border Wisconsin as well.
Yep, Wisconsin. And they put the stuff in bags. I love how they talk over there. I love it.
Yeah,
I like accents.
I know the upper peninsula of Michigan borders Wisconsin. The UP, as we call the upper peninsula, and the people there, the Yoopers, they've got an interesting culture and way of speaking. It's kind of different. Almost kind of reminds me of how people speak in Milwaukee or
That's one thing about just the United States that I think is awesome is depending on where you're at, we're all speaking the same language, the majority of it anyway, but it's also different. Accents are different, the terminology is different. Like people can tell where you're from if you call a shopping cart a cart or a buggy, you know? It's one of those cool things.
Oh, they use the word buggy in some regions of the U.S.?
Yep.
I've heard that term.
Yep, a buggy is a shopping cart.
No, in some regions, is that called a trolley?
I thought that was a Europe thing, but it could be mistaken. Yeah. I thought that was like an England thing.
Yeah, I was wondering. I didn't mean in the U.S., but I've heard.
Sometimes I forget because, I came with people from England, and England actually has a lot of. Not all of them sound the same. I was kind of naive and watched a lot of Harry Potter as a kid, and I'm like, oh, they all talk like that, right? No, they don't.
Yeah, northern England is kind of similar to how they some of the words overlap with how they speak in Scotland, which is some people might call it a different language because
The
it can
accent is so in the dialect is so thick. It's just it's different. It's a different language.
huh?
When sometimes when an accent or a dialect is thick, you know, really heavy on the
Yeah.
ears. Not saying that they're loud or anything, but it sounds like a different language.
Well,
I'm like, what are you speaking right now?
but like in Scots English, the number one is pronounced ain, and the number two is pronounced twa. So I mean, like, and that's like
That's cool.
yeah, I think that's closer to Old English. And then there's a lot of Scandinavian words. Well, there's Scandinavian words in southern and like the standard English from southern England, but there's a lot of them in like the northern England and I think southern Scotland, like the lowlands, the Scottish lowlands. Though the Scottish lowlands language or dialect or whatever has spread to the Highlands, I believe. So there's this comedy show that did a skit called Scottish Star Trek, and one can look it up on YouTube. I'd probably get copyright struck like for playing it, but it's just like it's barely comprehensible.
Have you guys ever seen? It's a cartoon. Well, claymation. Pingu.
That sounds familiar. That's a penguin.
Pingu, Pingu. It just a little like it just sounds like but like you kind of know what they're saying. This will remind me of when you said you could understand them, but that would still be fun to watch.
Yeah, I think I've seen it online.
My kids watch that, or did watch that. They're older now, but.
Or maybe I saw that flipping through the channels back when I had cable.
Do you guys still like have cable? I haven't had
I-
cable in a couple years because
Yeah, I still have cable. Mostly.
When I had it, there weren't the I had it. It used to come with my rent, but the thing was that it didn't. I wasn't getting any of the like channels I wanted to watch with like cool cartoons and stuff. So it was like reality TV shows or whatever. I don't know. I don't know if I even got Animal Planet, which I found.
I missed Animal Planet. I haven't watched that in forever, and like, damn, a couple years now. Animal Planet.
There was a breed about it. I don't. I think that was the name of the show. It would go into different animal breeds. I think they have clips of that on YouTube.
I remember what I used to watch on there. They used to do like episodes of like different breeds of like cats and dogs, and you would like
Yeah.
be like they're like the nice kittens and puppies, and learning how to like walk and open their eyes and look at them play. I was like, oh, pulls up my heartstrings, seeing cute cuddly things, just want to squeeze them. You know?
Yeah, I watched that one time. I ended up in the hospital, some health issues, and in the hospital for weeks. So that's. And then when I don't know if I watched the last time I was in the hospital. I think they had different. Didn't have the types of shows that I remembered from the previous time I was in the hospital. So I just like, but I was watching some other channel. So if I'm in the hospital for a week or so, I'll end up, which is only, thankfully only happened twice. I'll watch cable, or like if I'm at my mom's house or something. But I don't.
Oh, that makes the hospital a little bit more better because it's content that you haven't been watching and it's new. You know, it's not the
Yeah.
same. And animals are still cool.
Yeah,
you know?
you got that right. That's exactly the thing, and they did have some fun channels. Like I remember watching Afro Samurai.
That's a good one. On Tsunami?
Yeah. I think that's what it was. I think they had whatever the show was, or unless it was something else. Because I thought they had I'm trying to remember the civil rights leader, very controversial, who I think he accused.
Are you talking about Boondocks?
I might have seen Boondocks one of the times.
I like that show.
And Afro Samurai. So maybe it was Boondocks that had what was it?
The Boondocks had Martin Luther King, who in the Boondocks universe was survived his assassination but put into a coma until the modern day.
Oh, but there was Al
King.
Sharpton was on some cartoon I was watching. Gosh, I don't want to confuse two black cartoons. I thought it was like Afro Samurai, but I don't know why he'd be on there. Like Al Sharpton shows up out of nowhere and just like causes a bunch of division. That would never happen in real life.
I don't know. I'm like, I got to be a teenager when like stuff was really cool. You know, the kids these days don't know how like good they have it. I remember when like cell phones were cool. Like we had like the Razor flip phone and like the Sidekick, and like instant messaging became a thing. We had AIM, we had MySpace, you know, and
that stuff became popular when I was in, or it became more common, I think, when I was in college.
yeah. Well, I was a teenager then. But so close but different. But being a teenage girl and being able to have a Sidekick and like the screen would flip up and you had a full keyboard and like you can get on the internet with it, even though the internet was crap on it. You know what I mean? But to us, it was awesome. Yeah, it was.
Oh yeah, like
I got to be a teenager when the internet got put in your pocket.
I remember I don't know if I ever had like a Motorola phone, even though they had some of the first cell phones. I had a Nokia.
My first phone was a Nokia, where you had to use T9 to text.
Yeah, it was pretty wild. Like you'd have to like the same thing that was like a number. You'd have to like, didn't you have to like hold it down or something?
Right. If you wanted like the letter C, you had to press the number 2-3 times to get C.
Oh, okay, that's how it worked. Yeah, I remember it going on the internet, and just it was.
Yeah, that's what.
Cool.
Well, I didn't text too much. Like it took me a little while to type out a message. Like for the longest time, I resisted getting a smartphone. I had, just a cheap flip phone. Bought it because it didn't cost me much. $5 flip phone.
It's not broke.
Let's see. So, I remember having that flip phone. That was awesome. It was like
remember when
Star Trek, the original series. Hey, Eric.
What did you say?
Hey, Anna, Banana, welcome. Anna's got a great gaming channel. Jilly's got a really fun gaming channel. I haven't caught much of your streams lately. Jilly.
Huh?
Oh, I haven't caught much of your. You had some gaming streams, but I haven't.
Oh, you haven't caught any. Well, I'm not on a schedule. My life is
Yeah,
crazy, so I just hop on when I can. You know what I mean? And a lot of times when I get a free minute, maybe I don't want to stream. Maybe I want to like talk with friends or just play a video game all cozy like. But no, we have fun on my channel. We make jokes. We look at cute like anime girls dance, and we play rhythm games and blow stuff up, and yeah, it's great.
yeah, that sounds like fun. Eric says Lorenzo uses a shopping rock at his local caves R Us. You cannot prove that. You can't. That's. There's no way you can prove that's true. that I use a shopping rock at my local Caves R Us. I'll have you know that Caves R Us shut down years ago. I'm trying to remember if I ever went to Toys R Us, because we had like all these other stores around that sold toys. Like we had, I don't know. Do you have Meyer or
I do.
Myers? We call it sometimes.
We have Myers. It's kind of like
Yeah.
a Walmart or a Kmart.
Yeah, because we had, they used to have video game. They used to have a little like a mini arcade in our Myers when I was a kid.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, that's where I played the Star Wars, the sit-down Star Wars game. It was what do you call that? Like the graphics with, like they were, I'm trying to remember. Vetric? What do they call that? Oh gosh, like it's kind of, it's probably laughable by today's standards, but like vector graphics, and like but like as a kid it was cool, like sitting in this thing. I felt like I was sitting in trying to remember if it was a TIE fighter or if it was a Millennium Falcon or what it was supposed to be. The old, but I was really, really young when that when that Star Wars game came out. It was Atari came out with it. But like there was like never a time when I remember when like video games weren't popular. Well, maybe when I was like a toddler, but I don't know. No, actually that's Atari and Apple were putting out Apple put out their computer, they had the Apple II out when I was, gosh, they had that out even when I was like even throughout like the 90s. They were using Apple II computers in schools in the 1990s. Though some of them were like Apple II GS. Did any of you like have experiences with Apple IIs, like playing Oregon Trail and stuff?
I played Oregon Trail, but it wasn't on Apple. I think it was. It wasn't. It was before Dell. Because Dell was the new one. Like my first interaction with a computer was at school.
Yeah. That might have been my first interaction.
But we didn't get a PC in my house until I was like 12. Yeah.
Oh, we had an Atari when I was a kid. So then we had.
That's cool to be able to. So the Atari was like the first really popular home gaming system. So you got to be young and experience that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, but don't forget the Atari also led to the video game crash. Thank
And
you,
then
E.T.
and then Nintendo came and saved the day, and I got to grow up with Nintendo. I was gaming in the
Yeah, but the
womb.
thing is, the Nintendo's garbage compared to the Famicom.
I don't know. I never played on a Famicom.
Well,
Never
the
got the pleasure
Famicom
to.
actually has speakers built into the controllers. Because in The Legend of Zelda, you're supposed to defeat one of the monsters, the minion types, by speaking into the controller.
So Nintendo's been gimmicky for a long time. That's cool.
Oh no, we lost
That's one thing I
Lorenzo.
love about Nintendo. They make gimmicks work. You know what I mean? And fun. So they kind of come out with them. They're very creative there.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that, they actually don't pull Sega and just, ruin their own IPs, i.e., Sonic the Hedgehog having tons of crappy games.
That saddens me. It does, because I like Sonic. Sonic's cool. My
Yeah,
son
like the
loves Sonic.
reboot, Sonic 2006, the first two Sonic Boom video games.
There's one or two that I play now that aren't that
If
bad.
you like,
Because I don't like. I'll play a 3D Sonic, but it's not my preferred Sonic.
No, there's good 3D ones, mostly the older ones.
Right? But I don't know. Have you played Frontier, like the newest, whatever? I haven't.
That is super collect. That makes you collect things like crazy, because you gotta collect medals to unlock the Chaos Emeralds. It just gets repetitive at times.
That sounds kind of grindy, like tedious.
Not to mention, they came out with a DLC because people were complaining about the ending because it was just you don't even control, because it's pretty much just this thing you're in like a ship and you're like shooting at the main villain. So they like did a whole new thing, and it's just the laws of the killers are hard to control. And it's so hard. It's not even fun, especially when you get into the trials.
That sucks. We are in 2024. There should be no excuse not to make a fun Sonic game. They have made some, but there's bad raps for most of them.
Yeah.
But some of
Sonic,
them are so clunky and bad, but they're
is that the
fun.
one where is Sonic Generations the one where you switch between 2D and 3D?
Yeah, I like that one. It's cute. And it's like 3D, but still like side scrolling, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, you get because you have two Sonics, the modern and original.
And the modern one, he looks all like round and cute. He's all like kind of like chibi-fied. I don't know. I like his character design in that one. He looks adorable. I know Sonic is
Why do
badass
people
and
use their
fast
ears
and
to
stuff.
justify things? Because Timothy, they're stupid. It's the year blah blah. Why is this still a thing? It's like,
I saw a thing on Sonic that was pretty interesting, that when Sonic was created, they were purposely trying to tap into the Western market. So they made him red, white, and blue, and cool and fast, and and stuff.
and you still have these idiots. Knuckles is black. No, he's not. Stop saying Knuckles is black. He's Mesoamerican based. Remember? Even in the second movie, they show his people in clothing that you could tell is Mesoamerican based.
Knuckles is he's like an animal. He's a creature. He's not a people. So like, it's different. I don't know.
Yeah, but there's like the exciting races to each one of the Sonic killers. Like, have you ever what is it? The first, like when they show like the what happened to Knuckles, the Knuckles tribe. It's like you could tell it's all Mesoamerican based on the clothes, the names, the architecture, because they have step pyramids.
Okay.
It's like that's not African, that's Mesoamerican. It's like I will give you Sonic as black because of how close the whole Michael Jackson thing. but no. Knuckles is from a Mesoamerican culture.
What kind of culture does Tails have?
I don't know. Because you could say that he's Japanese because, the whole multi-fox tails, but at the same time, that is, he is a mutant. Because that's not normal for his people, for foxes to do that.
Right.
Because don't forget, the other foxes were bullying him over the fact that he has two tails. But his name is Miles or Owl, something like that.
His name is Miles Prowler. Tails is purely a nickname.
Yes. So his name is a pun upon Miles Owl.
Isn't that clever? That's cute.
Believe me, the Japanese love to have pun on names. Because in Boom Boom Joe, all the kiddos have call names.
It's like naming a big old mean dog like Bubbles or something. Or Tiny.
Yeah. Yeah, like Kamen Rider Fives, which you can spell as either Faiz or with 3 5s. And they even pun the name in the opening song, and it justifies the means.
Oh, Lawrence's internet is out.
I was wondering why he was gone. I went to the restroom for a bit and he was gone when I came back, which is kind of normal for him.
Also because of the limitations of Japanese writing, because you get all because the fact that you have this is it kana? Is that the one for the which?
Hold on, Ninja. Did you say? I got poor vision, guys. Excuse me. Knuckles is black as Piccolo. Is that
Knuckles is as black as Piccolo?
I love Piccolo.
Yeah, a lot of people love Piccolo. So at times he's a better father to Gohan than Goku.
He's so wholesome, and he really rocks that turban.
I wanted to have his own child. I mean, it's not like he needs a father or anything because the species is, is a one-sex species.
Oh, so he's asexual. So could he
have a child?
So he could reproduce himself.
He spits out an egg.
So he could reproduce by himself. You would be what is it, asexual or something? I don't know. Like in the science world.
Piccolo or Knuckles?
Piccolo.
Okay, Piccolo can asexually reproduce. His father did that. That's where he came from.
Yeah, they literally spit out eggs.
Yeah, they are a monogender race.
Okay.
So therefore, as long as one lives, they could just repopulate the whole planet.
Which is what happened.
So they could just be squatting out kids whenever they want to.
Yeah, because we know when they go to Namek, every one of them is a child of Guru. What's his name? The Guru?
Guru.
Yeah. I don't know if they're all either his children or his descendants.
They might be they might be his children and grandchildren. Like there were some young ones, but it seems odd that he would create every single one of them once when they grow up, they're capable of doing that themselves. And since they do that asexually, there's no chance of inbreeding.
Yeah. Okay. Well, technically it's all inbreeding if it's
well,
just
hold
one.
on. How does?
Okay, to be fair, Shinobi, that's not really, that's a pretty low ball to beat.
Is it?
Tucker. I mean, come on. How many people
Is
literally
that inbreeding?
used to get the daughter with a fucking dog because they want to make a talking dog? That ball, the only thing low would be killing your own child. And then again, that's even debatable because it's still that the end result of him doing that might have been a fate worse than death, since they was in constant pain. Yeah, one of the best ways to Tocho to get a rise out of Mildred the Monk, another YouTuber, is to actually show him memes of that. Yeah, who's another terrible father? Well, see, Tucker's probably still worse than also on than Final Lord Ozai. Because at least Ozai never actually killed or did anything that bad to his children. I mean, all he did was bone Zuko and then exile him.
Yeah, it's not as bad as in comparison. At least he could, better himself.
Oh, great. Are we going to have to stay for until the stream limit ends?
I pray to the internet goblins, return network connectivity to Lorenzo. Yes. Can we all have like a moment of like 2 seconds of silence? Amen. Okay.
No, what was that one thing? It was like some in what was it? Fate? I got it's Zero, I think. It's like one of them.
Mesoamerican.
What did I say? Mesoamerican?
I don't know what Mesoamerican means.
South. It's basically Mexico and Central America.
Oh, okay.
You know, the Aztec, Incans, Mayans.
Okay.
That general area. Yeah, that's pretty much the culture that the Knuckles tribes is based upon.
Okay.
Because once we get to all the
Is Knuckles
other
a
kettles as
hedgehog?
well,
Or is he a porcupine?
He's an echidna.
He's a echidna?
Yeah.
That's what he is?
Yeah.
So yeah.
Amy, it's because it's
Are
Sonic,
echidnas
Amy,
black?
Silver, and Shadow, all the
I don't know.
hedgehogs.
Yes. Rouge is the bat.
What colors do echidnas come in? Like
In real life or in the
yeah, in real life.
I think they're like brown tan.
Okay.
Oh no, he's back.
When people say that like Knuckles is black, to me it's weird because I don't see like it. I don't know. I grew up with him like in the video games, and I haven't really watched the movies. So like,
Even the movies show that he's Mesoamerican themed because when you see their clothes, you could tell that they're not, the general appearance.
Is that where echidnas come from? Is that where echidnas come from? That region?
No, I think they're oceanic. Australia. I think aren't they like from Australia around there? So basically, the reason why everyone say that Knuckles is black is because they said his quote hairstyle is dreadlocks.
Okay, echidnas seem to be primarily from Australia, but there's also some ones on the islands further north of it.
Yeah, I was just curious. I'm like, this is interesting. We're like picking apart.
Anyway, echidnas seem to be mostly brown or dark brown with lighter quills. Some are more reddish orange. I'm looking
No,
at
maybe that's
different.
why Knuckles is.
Yes, like I see one that's almost the exact same shade of red.
Yeah. Also, you notice the fact that all the non-major Kyotos have like a more
So-
dingy color to them.
So hold on, guys.
They're not as vibrant.
Is Knuckles black or is Knuckles red? That is the question.
He has red crayons and he's based upon the whole Mesoamerican culture.
I dig it. He's multidimensional. I like it.
Yeah, Dogley was making fun of Super Mario Brothers doing it. They were owned by Sega, and it's like then they like show like 20 other kiddos like, well, your friends, making fun of the whole fact that they keep on diluting the quality of Sonic by introducing new kiddos and new kiddos and newer ones and newer ones. I mean, to the point where it's like, wait a minute, who is this kiddo again? Because there's so many kiddos in Sonic that some of them you might never hold of because of like from some side game.
Are you saying that Sonic will be like forgettable?
No.
Yeah, but it's like there's like 10 kiddos that you might never have even hold of because they're not in the mainline games.
You guys have a favorite Sonic spinoff?
No.
I have two. And that's Sonic Pinball and Sonic Team Racing.
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
kind of obsessed with Sonic Racing Transformed for a while. Kept
Yeah,
renting
in
that.
Sonic Frontiers, you actually have to do the pin. There's actually a pinball game.
That's cool. I'd be good. Well, I used to be good at it.
Also, it's implied that all games are canon. Apparently now.
All games are
Which
canon?
begs the question, why is it that how many emeralds are there and what colors are the emeralds? Because in the fighting game, you have 6 emeralds, not to mention the fact they change color.
I thought there were 7.
Yeah, but in the fighting game, there was 8 for some reason. And in the post game, there's 6 only.
Dun dun dun. I don't know.
So is one of the emeralds in the fighting game a fake? And why are the emeralds constantly changing color?
Well, they're emeralds and they're chaos. So what's more chaotic than changing colors all the time?
I like that no matter what you talk about, Dragon, you almost always sound angry. Like you're talking about like the colors of what are they? Are you talking about I don't even know what happened because I'm having to use internet tethering for my mobile tethering for my just to my Chromebook because I'm having problems with the internet.
Oh wow, it's 1 o'clock. I'm gonna jump off. No, hop off. Whatever. You know what I mean. Bye, night, everyone.
Have a good night and stuff.
Yeah. I didn't mean to come across as rude or anything. I just thought.
Yeah, Lorenzo'd.
Yeah, because I've been off almost 2 hours. Anyways, well, good night, everyone.
Take care. Have a good night. Yes, I'm on my Chromebook, but it's tethered to my phone because I couldn't.
So you're using like mobile hotspot?
Yeah. Because something happened where my internet went out, and
I love technology. It's so cool.
Yeah. Well, it's amazing. It's pretty impressive though that I can use my phone to power my computer, but my phone is a computer, so it's just a mini one. My phone, gosh, got a newer phone, and I think it's more powerful than my Chromebook. But I'm actually on my old phone right now. I'm using for tethering.
How old is your Chromebook?
That's a good question. But it's only got so my new so it's only got 4 gigs RAM, whereas my new phone, which I need to get that set up, I just need to go change the SIM card. But my new phone has 8 gigs of RAM, or maybe it's 12. I think it might be 12 gigs of RAM.
That's impressive. I don't know how many. Like I have the Samsung 23 Plus, and I don't know how many like RAMs it has, but I like
might
it.
have an 8 gig. It's probably got at least 8 gig. Those are nice phones, aren't they? That's like the newer.
Yeah, mine's newer. Mine's like a year old now.
Yeah, like
so in cell phone land, no, it's not new, but because the next version just came out. But yeah, I like it.
Yeah, you can you'd probably play some mobile games at 60 FPS.
Games look gorgeous on my phone. Like the screen quality, picture quality, I think it's like the same quality as my monitor. You know what I mean? And it's just maybe because it's smaller and brighter. But
Samsung does a good job. Yeah, I like Samsung.
I like Samsung, but I don't like their kitchen appliances. Their kitchen appliances tend to break.
I've never used those. I had a Samsung TV back in the day, but I didn't realize they made kitchen appliances.
Yeah, they make what's it called? The smart refrigerator with like the built-in tablet screen and like cameras, and you can like link the cameras to your phone, so when you're grocery shopping, you can look inside your fridge and shit.
Oh, that's wild.
Yeah. But they break down, constantly need to be serviced. The warranty is not all that great. It only lasts for like 2 years. And you're putting something computerized into a kitchen appliance. You know what I mean? Maybe that's too much.
Do you have to periodically clear out the RAM in your refrigerator?
I wouldn't know like the computery touchy business and maintenance and stuff. You know?
I never saw the value of putting a computer chip in a refrigerator.
For convenience, I guess. And you can watch TV on it, like pull up YouTube.
Wait, are you there? How long are people staring at their fridges?
They're trying to. I don't know. They're trying to.
I guess this is when you're cooking or something, and you're
That's
stuck
what
in
I'm
the kitchen
thinking
for a
would
little
be
while.
You're following a recipe on YouTube. Yeah.
I guess.
But I would think that the stove would be a great place to have a TV.
Well,
But the
maybe,
stove is
maybe
hot,
not. But the
though.
stove gets hot, you know.
That's
It could
true.
damage the TV.
Okay, that would be a really bad spot.
That and grease would be terrible. But if I got like grimy little kids. Like I could no. They would be addicted to the fridge. But the stuff tends to break down, and yeah, they suck.
Oh,
I'll do it.
Timothy Olson was in the chat. Sorry to interrupt. Let's see what he was saying. What's up? So the title, and here I am After the demise of Finn. Yeah, oh yeah, that you might want to. You might want to. Someone's going to say rewind the stream. I want to go skip back to the beginning of this. Commodore 64 was those were the neighbor kid had that. The Commodore 64.
I've never played on those.
Huh?
I never played on one of those. Damn.
They had a Ghostbusters game, and there'd be the theme song. It would be basically just music like chip tunes or whatever, but then there'd be the part where there'd be like a human voice, or maybe it was a synthesizer. I think it was like a sample saying Ghostbusters. And so that one part of the song was sung, but the rest of it was just computer music, from what I remember. Have you ever played like the old school Ghostbusters game? Apparently it started off as something else, like some other type of game, and then it got, if I remember correctly from some YouTube like documentary about the game, I think it was a previous game that got adapted to be Ghostbusters themed. So you got like what do they call the car on the Ghostbusters movies? I should know what those are. What the car was called?
Oh, the Ecto-1?
Ecto-1. I knew it wasn't ectoplasm because that's the. Is it? That's like the. Is that the goo that Slimer would slime people with, or what?
Yes, ectoplasm was the stuff the ghosts leave behind.
Oh, KB Toys. I don't remember. I might have heard the term KB Toys. I might have gone there, but we had like, say, like Kmart and like, well, Sears. Sears had that really cool Sears catalog. And then with video games, like there were all sorts of different like mail order stores where you could just have a game sent, the disc sent through the mail. Why do people use a year to justify things? Not sure what that means. Knuckles. Oh, I see. This is the part earlier. Knuckles is as black as Piccolo.
I learned a lot about Piccolo because of that comment. I didn't know he could lay eggs.
Huh.
I don't know who Shell Tucker is. Who's Shell Tucker? Anybody know? I don't know.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out if this would like just automatically end after like 10 minutes or what, with me being AFK. I pray that the internet goblins return network security. Oh, network not security, connectivity to Lorenzo. Yeah, that's a good prayer. Thanks.
We had the moment of silence.
Still in the chat. Oh, go ahead. What? Sorry.
Yeah,
No.
Shao Tucker was a minor villain in Full Metal Alchemist who used his daughter with the family dog.
Oh, Nina, yeah. Or not. What was that her name?
It was.
Right, yeah, it was. Edward. Oh my goodness. That was a moment.
Jenna, what is it? Gamma?
Gemma Satome?
Yeah. Traumatized his own son by throwing him into a Pit full of hungry cats.
Yeah, he wraps Rama with fish sausage and threw him into a pit full of hungry cats.
That sounds like something they do in the Land of the Lost. That's why my family left there.
Anyway, this traumatized Rama, so Gemma tried several different things to try to cure him of his phobia of cats, which was basically just repeating the same trauma over and over again, but with different foods cats like to eat.
Was that Full Metal Alchemist?
No, that was Rama 1/2.
Okay, that makes more sense. I don't remember anything like that. But I'm just, oh gosh. There's been so much stuff that's gone on over the years. Like, and I'm not saying this to make people feel sorry for me or stuff, but there was just like, with family members in and out of the hospital and stuff, I just got to the point where my memory was poor to begin with, and then I think I started just blanking more and more stuff out, like including TV shows and big chunks of my life. Some of it might be lack of sleep too. Like, well, it's not lack of sleep, but I don't get restorative. I don't think I get enough restorative sleep. Throwing a demon son off a cliff.
I mean, I don't know. He's a demon son. I mean, how bad is he?
There was a movie called Hexed. Not a movie, a TV series called Hexed. It was on BBC America. And I was watching it, and it was pretty interesting. And then they went and there was one episode that they wouldn't show. And I looked it up online, and I think it was that the woman was impregnated by Satan, which I think it happened a previous episode that they did show, and she was aborting her like demon baby, and they probably just didn't want the controversy or whatever, so they didn't show it. So like, here's this thing, and it's like a kind of, it's an ongoing story arc where every episode is important, and they just never showed it. And it's like I stopped watching at that point. Like, what's even the point of watching
If they cut the good bits out, like they cut the good parts out, like.
Well, the whole abortion with the baby gets the demon baby gets aborted, I think. Oh, spoiler alert! But they didn't even say spoiler alert. But like, I didn't even.
Was it just like implied, or they just
I don't
like
even know, because they wouldn't even air the show. They wouldn't air it on BBC America. At least that's my understanding. Like, they skipped over that. Like, I
that'd
think
be
it
a
was
big
a weekly
controversy.
show,
But
and they
it's
just
a
skipped
baby.
over that week.
Yeah.
Maybe it had previously aired in Britain, and then they showed on BBC America. And I think I'm pretty sure they skipped over it. So it was just like what the heck happened there? And I think I learned online that it was a portion. But like, okay, I can understand that being a controversial issue, but it has to do with aborting, like, say, like.
But it's supposed to be a demon. It's supposed to be a villain, monstrous thing in like media, or how we see the word demon. It's like a quote evil thing, right? So it's like, is it for the better good? You know, that's what makes it entertaining, because it is controversial. You know, it's
it's like
on the edge of your seat, and people are afraid to be edgy and push the limits a little bit. I'm like, it's a thing though, and it's pretend. It's pretend.
And this was several years ago, and like this.
Yeah,
like,
you can't air something like that now, probably.
Since then. Huh?
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, could it air now? I'm like, probably. It probably air now.
I don't know if, like, society is so polarized that it's just maybe because things have gotten like the media has gotten like I don't know. I got to be careful. I know like the late night comedians have gotten more like say it seems like they're more like say pro-democrats. So maybe I'm not trying to get too political, but
I have a
so maybe
theory on that. I
maybe
think
that's what they are
Hollywood bought
now.
the Democrats.
Huh?
I know this is a tinfoil hat moment, right?
Yeah.
I think that Hollywood kind of owns the Democrats.
Oh, it's and it's not like and the limousine liberal they're not like they're not really in touch with the working class people, and I think that
I have
really
no idea. It reminds me of do you guys remember when Paris Hilton had her own like reality TV show?
with
And,
their purse
and they lived
puppy.
on and they like stayed at a farm and like you should like do work and stuff.
Yeah, she had like a puppy in her purse, didn't she?
Yeah, yeah. And I saw an interview with her. I don't remember how long the interview was, but that little voice act that she put on and acting dumb and stuff, she was pretending the whole time. She doesn't really talk like that. She goes, "No, it was all a front." She's not
That
actually
reminds
ditzy
me.
and dumb like that.
It reminds me. It turned out that the Osborne family, Ozzy and Sharon and their kids, that they had a daughter that they never showed on the show, or maybe only showed like occasionally, who lived in the pool house, who didn't want to be part of the show, according to, at least allegedly. I'll say allegedly. According to this article I was reading, and she was a musician like the other uh um I'd say kids, but like she was an adult
The
daughter,
daughter.
but she
Yeah.
she didn't want to be part of the show because she wanted to be popular on it, become. I mean, she made it in the music business. She wanted to make it on her own merit, and she also claimed that Ozzy and Sharon didn't really swear, that they didn't like swear all the time around the house.
Oh snap! They're like that. That's a front for
Like
entertainment purposes.
yeah. So yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Like, is that the case, or maybe she? I remember every once in a while, my dad would like say "fuck," but like that was very very rare because it would piss off my mom.
My
My mom was really
parents
upset. Like
my parents
if I
never
dropped
like
something and I started
screamed and yelled
swearing.
curse words, but they cussed. It was always like shit, fuck them, but not in a mean way, you know. It was just said very casually, like.
Yeah, I can get pretty intense. Like if I start dropping stuff, and my motor skills are pretty poor, so like something will drop, and then maybe something else will drop from the fridge. It doesn't. Now that sort of thing doesn't happen like all the time or anything, but like, and then if I just like start swearing too much, my mom is like over visiting. She just gets really upset.
Well, out of respect for your mom, yeah, you shouldn't curse. I feel you there.
Yeah, it's. I'm dropping some pretty major things and kind of
all
adding
the
some.
words, all the words. Yeah, I think my go-to cuss word is just ass because it means butt. It's so bad, you know. Everyone has one.
I like the word asinine because I think it's actually relating to a donkey, so it's not a swear word. But
Asinine. I like that.
yeah, like I think it means that somebody's being like ignorant or
Yeah.
or idiotic or something. Which I know there's a difference. Like there's everybody's like does things that has something in life that they're ignorant about, like that they don't have the knowledge of. But
Yeah, I always thought also like being an ass is like showing out and like being a jerk, you know?
yeah, I think that's more of what it is than not just somebody being ignorant
That, but they look ignorant doing that, so it kind of all fits. One of those things. I love how like some curse words, depending on how and where you say it, it can mean so many different things.
Well, there's a certain word that is used in a lot of rap music that can mean several different things, but I'm not going to say it.
I don't know. I think one of my most favorite diverse curse words would be bitch.
Oh yeah.
Because that could be said in a friendly tone. You're surprised. You're excited about something. It could be an insult. It could be a mood. It could be empowerment. It can be you are man's best friend. There's so many ways to use it and how it's used. It's one of my
like
favorites.
outside of North America, people just call each other cunts, and they call their friends that.
I know. I game with the people from England, and they use that word all the time, and it's one of my favorites because.
Oh yeah, I like it.
Well, it's one of my favorites because people in my area, it's so offensive.
Oh,
like
yeah.
those are fighting words if you call somebody that. And because I hang out with them, I kind of like a habit or it's like a contagion, you know. And I started saying, I'm like, I gotta quit saying that word. It's not cool here,
Yeah.
you know.
But it can be entertaining.
But I love
like
it.
calling a guy a cunt.
It's a friendly term, and then it means like poking a jab at your friend. Hey, what's up, cunt? You know.
And I can't think of the guy's name, but it's like I think at the end of his videos he'd say, "And I'll see you cunts in the next video." But
I love it. I love it.
Yeah, but it was. But yeah, for some reason it got really just like it was the worst thing you could ever. That you could call someone a dick, but
it's
it
you know?
doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make any sense either. I always thought that word was just like referred to as like a body part. That's like I did it like for a long time. I didn't know that was an insult to a person.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Yeah, like I thought it was just like, well, that's just a dirty word for a body part. Okay, you know. And then maybe if you're gonna call somebody like that body part, like how we call like someone a pussy, right? For be considerate like a sissy lala. I thought it was kind of used like the same, but not like this offensive fighting word.
Wonder. I've heard that some of the words used in English are no, not necessarily that one, but some of them are just words that were like standard. I'll say Saxon, like standard Germanic words. You know, standard. It was just English words for things, and then what happened was the Norman invaders came in. they invaded England and then started telling everybody how to talk, and you can't use these words. You got to use these. You know, these words are vulgar, meaning common.
That's what's
You gotta
happening
use
now in the media. It's I don't know, free speech, but yeah. Did you guys ever heard of the song by Blink 182? And the song's called "Words You Can't Say on TV." And it's like a minute long. Did you guys ever hear that?
I'm not. I'm familiar with the band, And that sounds familiar, but I don't know if I.
Well, if you remember and want to giggle, I would check it out. Because it just says all the curse words, that you can't say on TV.
Do you
And they
know,
put a little
like,
jingle to it.
the late comedian George Carlin had the 7 dirty words you can't say on the radio? Wasn't really like that. Wasn't the actual. It wasn't like there actually was a list that the Federal Communications Commission (FCC) would actually give people about like what you could or couldn't say on the radio. It was all based on like local community standards. So at least officially speaking. So
Yeah, I didn't know who controlled the what you can put on TV or radio.
yeah, it was the FCC, and like so somebody could say ass, but I don't think we could say asshole. But once again, there wasn't really. Or wait, maybe they could say that, but maybe but they
Ass
could
is fine, but asshole is too
maybe call
personal.
somebody. Maybe they could call somebody something, but it couldn't refer to a body part. I don't know. It's really bizarre. I'm trying to remember from like they couldn't say pussy, like, or maybe you could say it if you were calling someone that is. I don't know. It was basically, and I think you could say pissed off, but not pissed on. It was just insane. Like it was like I could be wrong, but it's been a long time. That was a
That's funny though, because
DJ.
you'd rather be pissed off than pissed on, right? That's well,
Yeah, that was the Jordan thing. Yeah, I remember this like this like, oh gosh, this friend of mine, like he would just talk too much about his sex life with his wife, and it's like I don't know. I'm just gonna leave it at that. Like,
yeah.
One of my friends from the college radio station just would like, yeah, I was just a little too open about that, and it's like that's one of the
Was
people
it late
like,
night radio? Was it late night radio?
oh, he wouldn't talk about that on the radio though.
Oh,
So there used to be a safe harbor where after a certain time you could have like the word fuck or whatever, but I think first it was like after 10 and then maybe after midnight. But the thing is that the Federal Communications Commission would just like, I don't know, people would just like get in trouble, and like stations would get fines over this stuff. I think there was even court cases, and I don't know. It's just the rules were very vague as far as what was officially allowed, but we did have a list of words that, even though it was unofficial, it's like, okay, you can't really get away with it. Word bitch could be used though, but couldn't be. I'm pretty sure. Or fuck.
yeah. Who put like cunt on that pedestal of like the Voldemort of words?
Probably some cunt. Some humorless cunt could.
Yeah. I think to make that word offensive, you have to add like adjectives, like dirty fucking. You know what I mean? Like you gotta dress it up more.
Oh yeah.
If you want it to be, I think if people should be offended by it, if someone decorates the word, they're passionate about what they're calling you.
Oh yeah, I like decorative language. I've heard that in some like some of the Romance languages that there's like actual profanity, like and I mean like how it used to be like an old insult in English was to refer to the nails that Jesus like was nailed on the cross, and it would be like snails or something for his nails.
Snails?
like that. Yeah, stuff like that. I might have gotten that one wrong, but it was like yeah, it was really. And
That's
I've heard that,
weird.
and I've
That's
heard that's how some of the European, like actual profaning, like like profanity, as in like using religious things and then concepts and profaning them.
oh, kind of like here how like when people say Jesus Christ, or I like to say cheese and rice.
Oh,
Because it sounds funny, but like it's
yeah,
like
that's
a
a
curse
better
word,
one.
like damn
That's
this
a good
thing.
substitute. I say that sometimes when I get. That's one of those things that gets my mom mad, and especially
My
if I
dad
start.
uses it. My dad uses it. That's when I know he's frustrated and
Well,
he's like upset with me because he'll be like, Jesus Christ, Jilly. I'm like, I'm sorry, Dad.
well, the thing is, like, can't remember if I got it from like some Irish, like some like Irish media or what. But like throwing the F word in between there, that really upsets my mom, and I really shouldn't do that either. But like it became like a habit.
And you know what? Cursing is a habit.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's like, and then my mom will like, so my mom's coming over and like dropping, and she's like, she's got something over at her house, and she's dropping off at my house or something, and I drop it, and I'm like, Jesus and the F word in Christ. And I could see why that would offend her. And
Yeah.
I would probably find that pretty offensive if I like sat back and thought about it before saying it.
I am fortunate enough to where like I don't say like the F word every other word when I'm talking to my dad. But I can use it freely, and he doesn't get upset. What I grew up with my parents cursing. And
Yeah, my mom just like her family didn't.
that's like pressure. Do you feel pressure? Like, oh my goodness, that's how I feel like when I go to the in-laws because like they don't curse and they
Yeah, it's
don't smoke. They, you know what I mean? They're good people. They're good people, but they're kind of hoity-toity,
yeah.
But I'm
My
here for it.
mom's family was like real into like vocabulary and using like asinine and other terms like that
That
just
that makes
place the swear word.
cursing on a cooler level.
Yeah, that's like stealth cursing.
Yeah, I like it.
But
Kudos to your mom. Like,
but yeah, we're feeling like I'm trying to remember earlier. I was mentioning what's his name? James Whitcomb Riley. I'm trying to remember if this poet that my family's related to that did this Little Orphan Annie poem. It's like we have a place around here called Stone Circle. I don't know, it might be like 20 minutes or half hour away where I don't know, it's marked as permanently closed on the like if I look it up online, but it might. I'll have to ask Terry, the guy who runs it,
what
or
is it? Is it like a
Janet.
community
But
theater or something? Like, what
huh?
is it? What is it? Is it like a community theater or
Oh
something?
yeah, I'm so sorry that I just went left on a. Yeah, it's there's these boulders that people sit on, or some people sit on chairs, and then somebody stands in the circle and they recite a poem, or they tell a story or sing a song, and they have to have it memorized because Terry's the guy who started it is dyslexic, and so that's what the excuse he gave. But really, it's just old time. That's really how people did recite poetry or sing folk songs or whatever is
Like in your area and
really
stuff. Oh, that's
popular.
unfortunate that it's gone. Oh,
Well,
that sucks. That kind of makes me sad a little bit, Lorenzo.
So the website says, well, there is a website that says permanently closed, but they do have a Facebook page, so which looked like it might possibly be running. I don't know.
Is the Facebook page active?
So this is a confusing thing. It's only a summertime thing. So, but I could
Summer's coming up.
yeah, I could contact Terry. I could DM him on Facebook and ask him because he would know. He runs the thing.
But if they start running the thing, are you gonna go check it out and stuff?
Yeah, I might. Oh, I need to turn something back on. I got to turn off my surge protector. Sec.
Please hold. We have minor difficulties. We will be returning to the stream very shortly. Please stay seated and buckled in, or go along for the ride.
So here's a goofy thing with my internet. I can't ever remember the button, which buttons to turn off the cable modem and the router, and it's probably not at all good for those. For me to just turn off the surge protector and turn them on. I know there's a certain what's supposed to go on first. Is it the cable modem or the router? I can't remember. Anyone know?
No idea.
I don't know. I just plug in the box and I have Wi-Fi.
Yeah, so that's what I did. Is I just
Did you have to reset the router?
Yeah, I went and had switched it off, and it's like, wow, I was only planning on doing that for like I don't know if it's 5 or 10 minutes or whatever to reset the thing, and I've been using my phone as a hotspot. And
anyway, I'm gonna get going. I meant to do that earlier.
It was nice seeing you. Have a good night.
Good night. Thank you.
Cling.
Yeah,
Actually, Lorenzo, I'm probably going to call it a night too. It's almost 1 a.m. here.
Yeah. Good night then.
It is 1:39.
Right, good night, and good night, chat. Goodbye. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, and check out Jilly D's channel.
Subscribe. It's free.
You don't have a regular schedule?
No, I am spontaneous, and I make stupid Snapchat videos with stupid filters and make jokes. I like Hansune Miku, and we play other video games.
I liked it when you were remodeling the house.
I need to do an update now that I got like my furniture and like unpacked some, and when I moved back in here, we rearranged some bedrooms, and I gave myself a gaming room where I can like come and like sit and have my own space, play my video games, because I'm a housewife, right? And I need to do another update on the gaming room because I got some cool decorations. My setup's real nice,
Yeah,
get cool figurines and stuff.
It looked like a brand new house.
It was brand new. It was gutted from, they took it down to the frame pretty much. They left the outside. There was no walls. Everything was exposed, like on the inside. Outside, it looked like it was intact, minus the windows being boarded up. And you walked in, it looked like a skeleton of a house. It was kind of cool.
Wow, that's wild. I'm not sure, but I thought maybe the Germans did that with some of their houses, where they would have like the frame would just last it could be like hundreds of years old.
Well, that's that German engineering for you. They're good at building stuff and making things work. You know,
Yeah,
with the
I
watches
know
and
that.
stuff.
And so I had this friend. I think he went back to Germany, and I lost contact with him. But he was a carpenter turned pilot. But that's a long story. But he was
Cool.
talking about how I think he was saying that the wood came differently, like a different measurement, and like I don't know if it was thicker or what the deal was, but and then it was in the I think the wood in
Could have been
Germany.
older trees.
It was insured, or like there was a warranty, I guess, that it would last a certain amount. And it was a really long time. Like I don't know if it was like 100 years or what it was. It was just
That's impressive. That's impressive.
yeah.
But remodeling the house here it kind of took a long time, a lot of paperwork and like permits, and we
Oh
gotta
yeah.
wait 2 weeks for this permit to come in so the guys can work, that kind of thing.
Yeah, my dad
And
was a construction worker. He owned his own electrical and building. He was a electrical and building contractor.
that's
Did
what's
more
up.
electrical work, I think.
Well,
than building.
why not? I mean, if you're going to be building a house, right, why not be able to also put the plumbing and electric in, or just electric, right? And have
Yeah.
more involved in your industry to where you
Yeah, I had a
can.
plumber for a while, so it was electrical, building, and plumbing for a while.
Oh yeah, because you might as well do while you're there. That way you don't have to hire anybody, and you can make more profit because you can do it. It's very smart.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to the plumber. That was when I was really young, but yeah, it was so he'd use a Macintosh computer with Microsoft Excel. It was pretty wild because Microsoft was like for a long time was like a rival between Apple and Windows, but before they made Windows, before they went off to make Microsoft Windows, Microsoft had some of the earliest software for the Macintosh.
Isn't that crazy how that goes about with companies and technology? Because Sony kind of did the same thing with Nintendo. Here, you use
they
our
were gonna make their
technology, right? Or
PlayStation
you're
together.
going to. Oh, I'm now going to go do my own thing and do.
So have you seen so you've probably seen the videos where like there's I think they found yeah, I'm certain I've seen a photograph of the prototype of the the Nintendo and Sony, like what it was going to be the original PlayStation.
Yeah, because they were Sony was good at what was it? Disc format, like CDs. I think that's what it was. I don't know. Back in those days, I was a little kid. I didn't know anything about any of that. I felt like a documentary or something on it, and it was really interesting. Have you ever heard of a gaming historian? Have you ever heard of the YouTuber? He's been around forever. He's called the Gaming Historian.
I think I'm subscribed to his channel.
I haven't seen too much new stuff lately, but I've absorbed probably all of his content. He was really informative, and I felt like I was watching a PBS special,
Yeah, so a friend of mine was talking about I don't know if you ever saw the show in Living Color. It's kind of
My
like Saturday Night
parents,
Live. Huh?
I never really watched it, but I remember seeing commercials for it, like advertisements for it and stuff.
Oh yeah, and they had a skit on there called this old box, and it was a parody based on the PBS show This Old House, which was like one of the first like nationally aired like home improvement, like home remodeling type
Oh, that's
shows.
cool.
It was called This Old House. But like the skit was about this guy who lived in a cardboard box, and he was always fixing up his cardboard box. You know, like building rooms onto it with other boxes and stuff.
Today, this tarp rolled by, and we're gonna make a makeshift kitchen.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, and it's like, and then so this friend of mine was this friend of mine from New Zealand whom I like got like watching the sketch comedy show in Living Color. He's the one who showed me the video. It's like I don't even remember seeing that. I probably saw that back, but I don't remember all the skits from the show. And then that got me thinking about This Old House and how when I was a little kid,
Learned all your fort making skills.
well, This Old House actually had houses
Oh yeah.
that they would build, that they would take, and it was all about home repair. But the parody version, This Old Box, was like kind of
That would teach you all the fort building skills.
yeah, and so like, and then I realized I was watching I didn't watch much of like, because it was like 2 or 3 hours long or something. Didn't realize those episodes were that long, and it's like, wait, everybody on there is like white, and like they look like, I guess it was based out of Boston, but it looked like suburbia. And in Living Color, it was the Wayans brothers. Jim Carrey was on the show. He was like the token white guy, and so they were like kind of making fun of like how, I think they were making fun of how white This Old House was, and the fact that it was for like people who could actually afford to have a house and fix it up and stuff, versus this guy who lived in a cardboard box,
Oh, have you seen? I forgot what show it was, but those like it was one of those home improvement house no, it was one of those house building shows where they would like build a house for someone who's like unfortunate and like gift them this house, like gift them the house, right? And then make it all customized for the family.
Oh, that's
right?
cool.
Right, but
I'm not sure if I
the
saw.
sad part about the sad part about those shows later is that the people who got the homes as a gift, they couldn't afford the taxes
That's
on the
okay.
house.
I heard about this. It was like I think what they had was this extreme makeover, but
Yeah, something like that.
they had the home edition. Yeah, I think the extreme makeover thing got to the point where I don't know if somebody like with the original extreme makeover, if that was a show where like they would just like really kind of rip on a person and like make them feel bad, and but then they, as part of the process of encouraging them to get a makeover, and I don't know if somebody killed themselves over it or what, but
Yeah.
but then they had the home edition, which was way cooler. But then I heard about that.
Shoot, I remember watching like I think it was HGTV, I think. And they had a lot of those like home improvement shows. I was addicted to those for a while, like Trading Spaces and like the Property Brothers, and I was into those. I was into those for a while.
My mom used to watch that with my dad, and so I'd watch it when I go over and visit with them. I didn't. I don't know if I had cable at the time. I was probably not at my place. I probably wasn't into that as much, but it was. But yeah, that's kind of like what This Whole House was, but it was on PBS. That's what got me.
Yeah, I
talking about
don't remember
PBS.
that show. Maybe I was too young or something, or I just wasn't interested when it was
It
on.
could
I
be
didn't know that was
so.
a thing.
It's. I think it started off in. I don't know if it started in the 70s or the 80s. I would have probably watched it sometime in the 80s. And they had a guy on there named Bob Vila, and he was like the big home improvement. Like, I keep saying home improvement, like the Tim Allen show.
Right. Hmm?
He's
Yeah.
actually, Tim Allen's got like a summer home around here in northern Michigan. But
Oh, that's cool.
but Bob Vila was like a bit like the big person as far as like
He was
he was
like the face of that type of show.
yeah. And then like suddenly he disappeared. I don't know exactly what happened, why he wasn't on there anymore. But yeah, that was, as I said earlier, that was the first home improvement, like one of the first nationwide home improvement shows in America, or I mean, or home fixer upper type things. What do you call that? Remodeling. Jeez.
Remodeling.
Yeah. And so I would watch that sometimes. I wonder if maybe my folks watched that when I was a kid, and then yeah, I think I did watch that like with my dad, or both my parents. Okay. That's my dad, but like he taught me a lot of he was real into movies, and as was my brother, and so I don't watch in TV shows and stuff, and learned a lot from them, and got me real interested in like I used to watch like independent films for a while there. We had a film festival here in Traverse City, Michigan. We Michael Moore, whom I I don't know about that guy. I don't agree with like his movies or stuff. You know, I don't want to get too political, but he did help fix up there was a local theater that had been owned by a theater chain or whatever, and then it had shut down downtown, and he helped get that thing running again.
Oh, that's awesome. He gave back. Was it like his community? Or
Yeah,
you just like that place? Oh, that is awesome. I
yeah,
love when
and
people who do that.
there's like two community theaters here in town. There's the State Theater that was like where they showed Star Wars when it first came out, or at least I know they showed like Empire Strikes Back and Return of the Jedi. That was like the only. I think that was like the only theater initially. Yeah, well, I mean there were ones before that, but when I was a kid, then there was then there's one called the Bijou, or I don't know, it's some French name I can't pronounce. And I thought he owned it, but it sounds like it's a community run theater and somehow associated with the State Theater. And for years we had an independent film festival. I went there in the early years, but then I developed problems with arthritis. It got worse and worse. I think I got like arthritis and fibromyalgia when I was like maybe in my late 20s or something.
Yeah.
But as I got older, it became harder for me to go and do stuff like I mean, because even after I had that, I was like I'd walk 5 miles and go and do stuff. I hope I can get in better shape again where I can do that, because that would be great. But so what happened was like I wasn't in a good enough health to like I
To
heard that.
keep going there. Yeah.
Well, I heard that what used to happen was, like even if a movie would sell out, then people would like sometimes return their tickets because they couldn't make it to the movie, or I don't know exactly what the deal was, or they had extra tickets somehow, and so I could stand in line and get
And still have the
tickets.
chance to get to see the show. Oh, that's awesome. Well,
Yeah.
good thing they weren't like scalpers though. It could have been worse because you see
Well,
those for the shows and stuff.
they were selling it right at the ticket, like the box office or whatever at the theater. So
I haven't been to a concert in a show or a show in a long time.
yeah, so what? Yeah, then that's what had happened to me is over the years it got to the point where I heard that okay that the tickets were selling out like months in advance, and so I didn't even attempt to show up, and so the last few years I hadn't been going to the and then to the film festival, which really sucked because that I wasn't going there because people would just like they would get together outside of the theater and they'd actually discuss the movie, which never happens at the big theater I go to. I mean, I rarely go, but I don't remember ever happening at like the chain theaters I went, but at the community theater they'd actually like people would talk about the movie and interact with each other. It was really cool.
Well,
And
since it's a local thing,
because
right?
it's a
It's more
movie and
communal and it's a community fun thing. At your big box
yeah,
office thing, it's just random whoever's just gonna go see a show.
and Mike, and I mean, I don't agree with it, like all of his political views are necessarily. I don't know if I agree with most of them, but he would actually go and talk to people after the movie, and I sat next to the director of and some of the people who were the stars in this documentary called Air Guitar Nation. It's like, yeah, it was about the Air Guitar Championship, which was for some reason like in Finland, but it turned out there weren't like any Americans participating. And so it was about how like the first Americans to participate in that. It's like the whole thing was like
it
was like air guitars, like and like a national pastime here in America.
I'm surprised we didn't like invent it. Like
yeah, like I think it was like in Helsinki, Finland, or something. So it was like, so it was a hilarious documentary. It was fun to not
Stark of
only meet
Iron
the
says
people, but
Lorenzo,
sit
the
next to them.
marathon man.
Huh?
I was reading the comments. Stark of Iron says Lorenzo, the marathon man.
Oh yeah.
We end up
Yeah, it's
talking
fun
about
to,
theaters and stuff and like shows, and I haven't been to one in a long time. I have kids, so it's hard to get out. You know what I mean? I'm doing like the family thing. I'm busy.
yeah, and
But tomorrow I'm having to go tomorrow. No, was it? No, tomorrow's Friday. Saturday. Going out to the gun range. I'm really excited. I'm gonna go shoot some skeet. Yeah. So
that was one of the things that Michael Moore did that I didn't appreciate is he showed up to a bank. There was this bank in town that they were operating out of the Upper Peninsula. There's a lot of hunters there. There's actually a lot of hunters here, and like at the time we had a like a 30-day waiting period. I don't think we do anymore for guns, but he showed himself going to the bank. Oh, here's the deal. I'm so sorry. I buried the lead again. If you opened a bank account at this, you know, you could get a gun.
Really?
He passed the background check and waited 30 days, but he took the 30-day part. I don't think he even necessarily explained that in the movie, that he made it look like he went into the bank right that day, got the gun.
I'm just like, that is so cool. Like, hey, that it's like a free gift when you sign up for a subscription.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
have a
I don't have.
have
I
a
mean,
have
we
a
have
free
so much-
firearm as a gift. Thank you for choosing us to bank with you. You know, like that's so American. That's so
Right.
American. I love
So, yeah, right here in
that's
town. Right here
that's
in town,
cool.
we have. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was gonna say that. That's so cool. Oh man,
Yeah,
but
right here in town. No, people don't like go. You can't like brandish a weapon in town. You know, that's.
from where
But
you're from, where I'm from, we have a constitutional carry, so you can conceal
okay.
or open carry. And like,
Oh, interesting.
yeah, and I'm from like a small suburb, right? Most of the people in our area are like in like the labor class, right? We have like the steel mills and factories and things. And yeah, it's you can. So
Yeah, I'm saying you can't like point it. I think you.
well, yeah,
I
you
think
can
you
carry
can't
it. Yeah,
point
you
a gun
never
at
point
somebody
one.
without, like just to scare them or whatever. I
Right.
think
No, that
that's
is
illegal. But we have deer in town now. I don't think you can hunt the deer in town, but I'm just saying, like if you go out to like some of the rural areas and you got a hunting permit, you can. Like a lot of the people who hunt deer and other animals, so
you can go car hunting.
so they should be. So I think that I don't have any problem with people getting guns at the bank. And as I said at the time, I'm pretty sure at the time there was a 30-day waiting period, and then that was cut. It was cut out of the. It didn't. I don't think he mentioned that in the movie. That, oh, by the way, he returned to the bank and got the gun. I don't know if he was wearing the same clothes or if he changed it. But if you're watching the movie, what was it like? I think it was Bowling for Columbine. Yeah, I think it was kind of deceptive. There was stuff like that I got to the point where I started disliking Michael Moore stuff. Like I thought Roger and Me. I enjoyed it at the time. Well, enjoyed is kind of a bad word because it was about the auto factories being shut down. But
That was interesting.
yeah. And I watched that in Ann Arbor at a community theater there, where like they had like this person who'd play the organ, and I guess they play it during silent movies instead of having like
Oh, that's cool. Instead of how, yeah, that's. I feel like that's like a lost art. I've never seen anything like that before.
Yeah, and the screens were like, I don't know if it was like Panavision or like it was like the old school like wide
Projector?
format screens, like those epic films. I think like some of those old biblical epic films, like I don't know if it'd be like the Ten Commandments or
The Ten
or maybe it
Commandments. We
was.
watch that every Easter. It's a family tradition.
I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I'm trying to remember if that was one of those things that would show on like 3 screens or whatever. But this is just an enormous screen, and so that's how I first watched Michael Moore's movies, and then later he ended up getting a house up here in northern Michigan, and was involved with that film festival. But yeah, they got rid of it. I don't know if it was after. I think it was after the pandemic, and I think maybe people aren't going out to they canceled it during the pandemic, and then afterwards they canceled it permanently. I think more people are just like maybe they got widescreen TVs or whatever, but
But still having someone play an organ to a silent movie.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
no one watches silent movies anymore. You know what I mean? I've seen them like online, but I've never went to go see one. And how cool would it to be that person that plays the organ? You know what I mean? Like, so like what do you do for a living? Or like what'd you do last weekend? You're like, I played an organ to the silent film and people loved it. How cool would that be?
Yeah, versus like a Blu-ray or whatever with a DVD where there's like already the track on there.
I haven't used this saddens me a little bit. Other than my Nintendo Switch, I haven't used any like physical media, like no CDs, tapes, cartridges, other than the Switch. But
Yeah, I mainly just
everything
use my
is
Chromebook now to watch stuff. That's what I like about the Chromebook is it's very
what I
portable.
like. That's what I like about my phone. I can watch
Yeah.
anything my little heart desires is just a few taps away on my phone.
I use my phone and my Chromebook simultaneously. I don't find it all that easy to type in a YouTube chat on my Chromebook, so I'll be watching the stream on my Chromebook, but I'll be typing in the chat on my phone.
Oh, you know how I'm actually kind of doing that now is I'm using my phone to use StreamYard, and I got my PC up on the stream so I can see the chat.
Oh, that's a good idea. I think I've got typically do things in reverse. I typically oops, sorry about that. Oh yeah, Stark of Iron. Oh, and so earlier, Shinobi, aka the Head Ninja, he's changed his name a few times. Asking about Tekken. That's an old school video game series, right? I think it was for Nintendo. Lorenzo the Bear. Okay, you read that before. Oh, I'm being called Madman. I guess we're supposed to end the stream pretty soon.
I forgot. Oh man, I got like into like I don't know. I like learning about stuff, and you, sir,
Yeah.
have like seen some cool stuff in your day.
Well, it seems like you have as well.
Tekken was for PlayStation. Yeah, it was a fighting game.
Oh, for PlayStation. Okay.
It was a 3D fighter.
Yeah, so that community theater down in Ann Arbor is nicer than the one we have up here, but it's still cool that we have one up here, even if we don't have the organ. Almost keeps wanting to say organ
I
grinder,
haven't seen.
but organ
I haven't
player.
been to a community theater since like elementary school, and I went. Yeah, I know it's still like up and stuff, but they're not. It's I don't know. I never have a chance to go, or when I do have time to go, they're not doing something that I want to see. I'm just glad that it's up and running.
So I
Do you
thought
guys have a drive-in? Do you guys have a drive-in, like a drive-in theater?
we have it's called so we got all this cherry themed stuff up here because we have a cherry festival each year that's still going on, but
Oh, and
not the
cherry
film
blossoms are
festival.
so pretty. Oh, that's so pretty. Cherry blossoms are beautiful.
Yeah, though unfortunately it's gotten like very corporate. Like you just see a bunch of like it's not as really like the cherries have to be like brought in from out of state
Oh
a lot of the time because
no!
of it's
I
not
didn't hear that.
it's no longer held when they're actually in season. Sometimes
Right.
they're in season, I think some years, but not always. That's what I've heard. But yeah, but we also have a Cherry Bowl Drive-In, which is in this little town of Honor, Michigan. and it's they show these like things about like going to the concession stand, these old like
Oh yeah, the openings, yeah, and it's like the old. They still play like the old timey, the hot dog and the corn, popcorn
like from
dancing
on
across the
my
screen. Oh
like
yeah,
from
and then
when my mom was a kid. Yeah, it's like from the like 1950s or something. It's like a dancing hot dog or something.
I
I
love it.
can't remember. It's been a while. So they
Our
one
our
near where
local
you
one has
live?
actually really good concession stand food. You get really good concession stand food.
It's been years since I went to it because it's a ways away, and then
Well, I
like
got one right
it's
in
like at
town, like
nighttime, and then
in the summertime. Take my kids over there because my kids have autism. So them sitting down in
yeah.
like in a
So do
theater.
I.
Okay. They have a tough time sitting in a theater with their sensory issues.
Oh, definitely
But
understand that.
but the drive-in, I have a hatchback, right? And it's
Oh, nice.
like more open. It's dark. You know, what I mean, it's outside. They can step out of the vehicle and walk around some. And of course, I attend with them, but
Yeah.
yeah, it's not. You don't have to sit down quiet because they're kids yet. They're kids still. And yeah, that's like right up the road.
Yeah,
and it's cool.
It was fun as a kid growing up, and occasionally getting a chance to go out there, and
Unfortunately,
I've
my
been
local
diagnosed
one
with
doesn't
ADD
do
and
the.
autism.
The at the old drive-in theaters, how you'd put like the speaker in your car window.
Yeah, that's
They
how
don't
it
do
is.
they don't do that anymore. Now they bought a radio station. And so they play the movie over the radio.
Yeah.
So you need a working radio because you got to tune in to hear the movie.
Is it actually in stereo though? Because that was, I think, the downside to the old thing.
I can't remember if it's AM or if it's FM, but it's one of those.
I heard they eventually invented some sort of AM stereo, but I don't know if anybody actually has one. It's like, I think the technology
But you tune in
exists.
and you can, and they always do like a double feature, and it's normally they play like the kiddie movie first,
Yeah,
and then they play like the grown up movie. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if my kids get too antsy and they want to go home and there's not feeling it anymore, I don't mind missing out on a movie. They got to see a movie. You know what I mean? But if they're good, I get a chance to see a movie.
Like years ago, they had Shrek, and then the original a Tomb Raider movie afterwards.
Tomb Raider with Angelina Jolie.
Yeah.
Did you hear about how people were complaining about how Tomb Raider, Lara Croft, like when the newer video games came out, they're like, she's not hot, her boobs are not big, blah 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 blah. They made her too realistic. I'm like, she's an old character. She needed to be revamped. I don't know. I didn't know if you heard about that. I thought it was weird.
Yeah, well, they used to be triangular.
Right.
Giant, like triangles.
Reference back to the 50s and the cone bra. That's the vibes I got. But
yeah. The thing is, I can understand. I can understand, like, with it being like consistent, like a consistent trend of changing it, like where there's lots of characters.
She was an explorer, right? So like, maybe if you're like climbing on like cave ledges and stuff and whatever, right? Maybe you shouldn't have super big boobs. That way you can fit through smaller spaces. Might be more convenient to have smaller ones. I'm just thinking practicality.
Like, I didn't even like think it was like in that particular case, it wasn't like she didn't have boobs anymore or anything.
I mean, she still did. I thought she looked fine when they remade it. Like when she was all like 3D polygons, right?
Yeah.
She didn't even look like a real person. You know what I mean? When they made it more realistic. Back then, she didn't. To me, she didn't look realistic. She looked cartoony. You know.
I didn't have a problem with the redesign. No, there's certain cases where it's like, where I'd say, why not have like a diversity of like, you could have a woman that has big boobs, and you could have one that's small boobs, you know, and have some sort of variety there. Because like, if you want to make it like real life, but with Lara Croft, it wasn't like, I didn't even notice that they had like.
I didn't notice it either until I saw like videos on it. I'm like, people are complaining about this. I thought she was a cartoon character, and now they made her into like a real life character ish. You know?
And so like I didn't. Now, if somebody wants to use a mod, or if they're able to mod the game and make them bigger, I don't have a problem with that. Or you want to make them smaller, I don't have a problem with that.
I am not that like tech smart to know how to mod.
Yeah,
right?
I don't know if that game can be modded. I don't think certain games
I'm
can.
sure
I'm just saying,
somebody out there could probably figure it out. If there's a will, there's a way.
I'm actually a big fan of character customization, and it'd be nice if people.
Oh, me too. Whenever I play like an RPG, like I like spend like an hour.
Yeah.
Trying different hairstyles and like makeups and outfits, and for me, it's like playing dress up, but in a video game. Like, ooh, this is fun.
Well, I want to
designing
make
your
sure
own
my
character.
actually, if I'm gonna be playing this character for like a gazillion years, like if it's one of those, like if it's something like Skyrim where there's like
You
all
put
this
a lot of
DLC,
time and
it's
effort
like,
into. You want it
yeah,
to
I
be
played that for
good.
months.
You're gonna want to like it.
Yeah, I played it for months, and I months on end, like maybe like a freaking year or more, and never like. And still, there were tons and tons of quests because they had kept adding and adding it over the years. And by the time I played the special edition, it had all the DLC included, and I didn't.
That's overwhelming for a new player.
Yeah,
that's overwhelming for a new player. I haven't really sunk myself into an RPG in a long time because my gaming is so sporadic lately. You know what I mean? I want to pick up something that I can just pick up and play and put down. And it doesn't matter like where I'm at, because with an RPG, you kind of have to remember where you left off. Like, what was I doing?
Yeah,
where do
that's
I go
the problem
next?
I've had with Skyrim. Is I don't know where. Like, there were so many different quests going on that I don't. And
It's overwhelming on your screen.
I don't even know which NPCs, like companions, gave what gear to, like, you know.
Like, I'm just clicking on stuff. I want to slash things. That's why I like online multiplayer games. You know what I mean? Like Overwatch, PUBG, and like games that you can just like dive in, play a couple matches, and dip out. It's another reason why I like rhythm games. I can play a couple songs, dip out. Tetris.
Yeah, my motor skills aren't good enough for like rhythm games. There was an online role-playing game where, even though my motor skills weren't the best, like if I was playing a mage character and I managed to get my mage on top of the like ledge of the castle without it falling off, then like, because people were trying to take over the castle, or not castle, but like fort.
Right, you can put up defenses and kill your players as they push.
It's like these like knights and barbarians and other mages were like, trying to take over from the rival king, from one of there were like 3 rival kingdoms. But yeah, I could cast spells from
cool.
and that was a lot of fun. But yeah, I don't have my This Chromebook's not powerful enough to be playing games, but I'm like playing mobile games. I've also got the Switch, so
You know, some
Need it
people have, I've
better.
seen online that some people like shit on mobile gaming, and gaming is gaming. It's you know what I mean. If you like it, I mean, it's still a video game. You know what I mean? And
yeah, it's funny.
I'm kind of impressed lately with the mobile game market.
yeah.
Yes, there's tons of like spamware and
Yeah.
like just like shit games, but there's few that are like good quality and like picture, like the graphics look amazing and they're not just clicky micro transaction kind of games. They're real video games.
Yeah.
And
Even some of the
I've
ones
been
with,
impressed the last couple years when it comes to mobile gaming.
yeah, even some with microtransactions will give people the option of you got to be kind of careful, but some will give people the option of just like earning the in-game credits, and then you can like go to
Right. You
a
sink time into
website
it.
each
They
day
when you
and sign
sink,
in and get free stuff. And
yeah, you sink time into it and they reward you for it, so it encourages you to keep playing. Right?
yeah, I mean, this game Honkai Star Rail, I don't know if I pronounced it right. It's pretty wild. But
I haven't heard of it. I don't know what kind of game it is.
It's like this like train that goes through space, and you visit like different like worlds and different some of these seem like they're like maybe like ships, like they're kind of like planets, but like some of them are like actually based aboard a ship, I think. And then like some of them are actual worlds, and then go there and you and you'll have like a team of characters to go around helping the people out as they're being attacked by like different things. Like,
Now, is it like what kind of gameplay is it? Is it like a turn-based thing? Is it like
yeah, it's the weird thing is it's kind of open world to a certain degree. I mean, they'll reach places where for some reason there'll be this like this barrier run into, the kind of immersion breaking. But so the character will walk around but be able to walk around and explore quite a bit. But then there'd be a battle, and it's
and then battle animation and let's fight and then take turns. I am not patient enough, nor I'd never liked turn-based games. I am
yeah.
dyslexic.
I don't play a lot of them.
I never liked them. I think it's because when I was young, right? I'm dyslexic, so when I was younger, they were hard for me because I couldn't read. I had a tough time reading like the points and stuff. And it wasn't fun, it was work. Now that I'm older, I've learned to work around my dyslexia, right? And
yeah, I'm dyslexic myself.
and I'm pretty confident in my reading now for the most part. That kind of, now it's like too late. Like, nah, there's so many I wanted to play. Now there's too many to play and it's overwhelming, so I'm just not going to play them. And now I've kind of gotten accustomed to, like, if I want to fight something in a video game, I want to smash buttons, you know?
Oh yeah, well that's what this is like. Is it's not going and scrolling through some menu to pick a spell or anything. It's there's.
See, that's more engaging
It's on
when you
screen
like, it
in my
feels like you're
case.
physically kind of, fighting, and
Yeah,
it's more immersive that way.
It's just it's just one like presses these buttons, and then for for one's various characters, there's the main protagonist, and the protagonist will have a team that one sets up for, and then you then after your turn is done, then the other side,
and they do their
the
button
computer
mashing thing.
computer does its thing, and
Bum, 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 bum,
I
bum.
don't know if there's any multiplayer mode or not. I think there's some sort of chat, but I haven't ever chatted with anyone in this game. I think it's the same company that makes Genshin Impact, but this is quite a different feel.
Genshin Impact. I love like the anime aesthetic, just like the art for me is really pretty.
Yeah.
And that is a really, really pretty game. But because of the kind of game it is, I don't have the time to sink into it. And it saddens me a little bit. I'm like, it's so pretty. But I know I can't commit to it and I would just get frustrated. But it's so pretty. And they got really pretty figurines. That's one of my hobbies is they collect figurines. And they have some really pretty character designs.
Oh yeah.
Very intricate and they're gorgeous. They're gorgeous from like an art element.
Lots of fan art too.
Yeah.
Really
I've
cool
seen a lot of
fan
fan art too.
But yeah, what I've heard about that is that like it sounds like they might nickel and dime people where you like, oh, here's this outfit and all that stuff. Whereas with Honkai Star Rail, the character just has one outfit. You don't like have customize the outfit. I mean, still takes time though to like level one's character and get the resources and stuff to do that. But it's not like it's
well, when you get to customize your character and buy different skins and outfits and weapons, you know what I mean? It's for aesthetic purposes. That kind of makes the game more, I guess, I don't know how to say it. Like, there's more to it. You know what I mean? There's more stuff to do, so it's kind of like a bigger game, even though it may not be. If that makes sense.
Oh yeah. I spend a lot of time when I'm setting up a character. I customize the character like what you were saying, and because I'm gonna
I'm a sucker for that. Oh, I'm a sucker
hours
for
on
that.
end. I'm definitely going to.
Did you ever have a Wii? Did you ever have a Wii?
No.
Nintendo Wii. They have a customer creation, and it's like the Mii's, right? And it's not realistic at all. It's really cartoony.
Yeah.
Those were so much fun. I used to try to make like different people out of boredom. Like, let's try to make like Michael Jackson. Let's try to make like different ones. Yeah, it was fun. Let's make Bob Ross. Let's like.
Oh, Bob
I had a lot
Ross.
of fun. I used to do that for fun.
PBS. Yeah. So I don't know about the customization. Like on the Nintendo Switch, is that real watered down compared to the Wii's customization?
Not real watered down. It could be my nostalgia thinking that the Wii had more options.
I thought I had heard
but
that.
I don't remember for sure. Maybe it's like the same amount, but I remember. I don't know. It's been a long time since I've played on a Wii. Last time I had a Wii, my oldest daughter was 4, so 11 years ago. Wow, I haven't thought about that in a long time. It's been over a decade since I've played the Wii. It doesn't seem like that long ago.
A lot of people run modded versions now. I'm not sure how somebody go about doing that, but
there's a YouTube video for everything.
They've got like
playing
like several different video game systems on there, because it's modded and like they're emulating all these different old classic game systems on their Wii.
I love that like emulation is a thing because
Yeah.
like preserving gaming history is important. You know what I mean? Otherwise, like if emulation wasn't a thing, a lot of these games would be lost.
Well,
They'd be
yeah, a
lost.
lot of the hardware just like it's
They
getting
give out and don't make
older.
them anymore.
Yeah,
You know?
and if part breaks, it can be a big problem.
Especially they don't make it anymore.
Yeah.
The media's outdated. You can't find it in a store. Yeah,
Yeah,
and then just even just like the game itself and experiencing it, right? Like I don't know if I'm gonna be when's the next time I'm gonna be able to play Duck Hunt and
Yeah,
still have that same like it's lost. I mean it isn't, but how it's kind of harder to buy a Nintendo and a light gun. Those are harder to
yeah,
find now.
I guess I think they're making light guns now that work with like modern TVs, but they used to, but they were originally made for those tube televisions, and I
Yeah, they used
remember
to call
trying to
those
use one
TVs the
on
boob tube. Watching the boob tube.
yeah,
Around
yeah,
here, yeah, watching the boob tube.
yeah. And I tried using it on a flat screen television. I didn't realize that it wouldn't work. That was disappointing.
that was disappointing. Because how fun would it be to play Duck Hunt on a big ass TV? That'd be
Yeah, that'd be
fun.
great.
That'd be fun as all hell. I would have a blast with that.
Yeah.
There would be. I think it'd be cool if someone could figure out how to like play Duck Hunt, but using a projector, right? Because then you can make the screen even bigger. You know, and have those ducks would be huge. You know.
Probably be like super pixelated, but then again, there's with upscaling, it could look pretty nice.
I get kind of excited about technology, especially
yeah.
even though I might not have to like run it or how it works, but from going from like brick phone to smartphone to all these cool things, I get excited about like, ooh, what's going to be next? What's the next cool thing? You know,
And I think there's
VR is taking off. VR is taking off. They got some pretty cool VR games, and
oh yeah, yeah. Somebody
cool
was
stuff.
on here earlier with their Oculus.
Oh, that's neat. I'm getting one soon. I used to have the PSVR for the PlayStation 4, but it got burnt up in the fire. I lost it, and then after the
there was a fire.
Yeah, I lost I lost so many games. Like most, the majority of like my physical games melted. Like they were gone. I did happen to save some of my PS Vita games. I mean, they were dingy and gross, but the cartridges themselves still worked.
Wow,
Like,
that's amazing.
Yay! Because the Vita is not it's kind of a niche handheld console. But you can't even buy Vita games at a GameStop anymore.
Yeah, I heard that they had all sorts of like. I think that lasted. I think in Japan when you could get games for it, like I think it was supported a lot longer, but I could be wrong.
Oh, the Vita was pretty popular in Japan. Like, they came out with multiple different color releases. They came out with special edition consoles. If for anyone who wants to ever get into the PS Vita, if you like Japanese RPGs and if you like indie games, that is your handheld console. Awesome. You have a big library. But that's kind of what it does. That's kind of what happened with it. But I play and also visual novels, some visual novels. It's another one of my hobbies. They're called Atomi games. And they're visual novels where they're kind of like dating simulators. and
Oh yeah.
and they're harems
He's
to where your
kidnapped.
protagonist, right, your main character, she's a female, and depending on who she talks to and how the story goes, she, finds a suitor, and you flirt or you make decisions within the story, and depending on the choices you make, is depending on what kind of ending you have.
Just like with the ones where there's like a male protagonist and he's
Yeah, and there's like a whole bunch of like anime girls he could choose from.
yeah.
You got the stereotypes of the girls, like you got the girl next door, you got the childhood best friend, the girl that's your sister but not your sister, the popular one, and insert time and place. I don't know.
Then
Yeah.
there's like was it Yandere and what's the other one? Tender? I can't remember.
Yandere Simulator.
Well,
That's not a.
There's.
Oh, look, character types, yanderes.
Yeah. There's
character types.
I'm trying to think of the Japanese terms because
yandere, if I remember right, is she is or he. They are obsessed with someone, like, and onto like almost like a creepy level. Like, if I can't have you, no one can. Possessive and weird. Yeah.
And then there's another type that acts the person acts cold but is sweet.
There's that's a tsundere, and
yeah.
she'd be kind of like, she would like be the character that would like pick on the main character and be like, it's not like I like you or anything, you know what I mean? But secretly she's like so in love and goo goo gaga and
what's that called? Don't toy with me, miss. And I can't think of her name. It's been a while since I've seen that. And it's about this girl, and she teases her senpai.
I'm not sure what series that you're referring to. I wish I did though.
Yeah, it's don't Miss Nagatoro. Don't toy with me, Miss Nagatoro.
I don't think I've seen that one.
Oh yeah, it's.
I don't think I've seen that one.
It's interesting because she acts like because she just acts like she hates him and she's bullying him, but that's not really the case. I mean,
that's where they get the if he's picking on you, it means he likes you. Saying
yeah,
like it's probably like characters like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I can. Let's see. Here we go.
I guess I saw a thing to where in the anime, I guess certain colored hair, like references to like a personality type.
Oh, interesting. I know that's there's big thing about one's blood type in Japan.
I've seen memes and stuff of this one. But I haven't watched the series.
It's just.
But that just the art itself,
funny.
And if it's cheeky like that, then that's like an anime.
Huh? Sorry.
I'm trying to remember the last one I watched.
It's
been a while.
I just think it's funny because she's just like she wants. I think she wants him to just kind of stand up for himself and stop being kind of
be the man I know you are.
Yeah, yeah. It's he would call like he'll be reading like a manga and she'll call him a pervert or whatever for. It's just this is funny. Like,
Call it out. That's cute. Oh, that's cute.
but yeah, it's a cute story. Yeah, yeah, there were girls like that when I was in high school, and so especially no junior high, especially like say
Wow,
late
junior high was
elementary
such a long
school,
time
early junior
ago.
high. That's how some girls would like flirt with me, and I just didn't realize they were flirting with me at the time.
You know what? I mean, I'm married now, but most of like my young and quote, like dating life, right? Or dating ages before I was married, I thought people were just being nice to me. Like, I had no idea they were trying to flirt. Went right over my head.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't pick up a lot of social cues being on the spectrum, so
I just kind of thought like no one would be like, mine was more of like just self doubt. Like, no
I
one's
see.
gonna like me like that. It would be they're just being nice. I was wrong. Didn't figure out that till like years later, but it's fine. You live and you
Well, I'm
learn.
glad you
And I'm not
figured
worried
it out.
about it. I'm happily married and stuff, so I'm good.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Been married for 13 years.
Wow,
Long time.
that is impressive, especially these days.
And I'm making like they used to. And I married the boy next door. We grew up living down the street from one another. And his little brother was in my grade.
That is so cool.
He was the classmate's older brother. It was so funny because like all the girls in my class were like, oh, he's so cute, blah 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 blah, referring to my classmate. And I'm like, have you checked out his older brother though? Like that's where I'm at.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep, and I married that man.
Awesome.
Got
Congratulations
him.
on that.
Yep.
That is so cool. Yeah, so yeah, my folks married, they were high school sweethearts. And I think even though my dad and brother both like passed away, I don't know. I still think my mom considers herself like quite blessed, and quite fortunate for.
Were they still married
And
when your father passed away?
Huh?
Were they still married when your father passed away?
Yeah, yeah, and then my brother passed away a few years later, both of heart disease, but yeah, there was just so much positive stuff over the years that
I don't know. I hear of like people being married for like 30 plus years and stuff. It gives me hope, you know?
yeah.
And I think, I don't know, I see when I'm like out in the public, when it's all people-y outside. And once in a while, I happen to see like an elderly couple hold hands at a grocery store or something. It is so
Oh, yeah, that's
stinking cute. I'm like, oh, that's adorable. I love that. You know what I mean? Because you don't see it very often anymore, And I don't know, it's so wholesome. It's so wholesome.
Yeah, it is kind of, yeah, you don't really see that much these days.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
I still
But
remember like when the like World War II guys used to like when I like I don't know if maybe it would be like it's like stayed up all night or something because I'm not like really a morning person, but like it'd be at like the occasionally I'd go to the breakfast place at like 6 a.m. and the guys would be talking about World War II.
that's cool.
That was like my like
Isn't it neat listening to those
grandparents'
stories, though?
generation. Huh?
It's neat listening to those stories and stuff. I used to work in a retirement home. I was a KitchenAid, not the appliance.
Oh yeah, I forgot about the appliance.
At the appliance.
Yeah.
But I worked in the kitchen, and some of our residents, they would like get wheeled down to the dining room and stuff, and my job was to serve them dinner. And it was set up like a little restaurant, you know what I mean, and had tablecloths and all the things. It was one of those bougie retirement homes, and there would be a group of men that would like talk about wars and stuff, and chicks and booze and whatever, and party days, and they were such a fun group to like service and stuff, and they're always so nice.
Oh yeah.
I kind of miss working at the home. For a long time, I was a home health aide, and my job was to help senior citizens live more independently, right? That way they can stay in their homes. They just need a little extra help.
Oh yeah,
And
that can
I've
be a
met
very
some really interesting people. I've met some really interesting people. Like some of these people have lived multiple lives within a lifetime with career choices and family changes and where they lived and where they visited. That's one thing I really love about like older people, right? That especially like grew up in a totally different time than I did.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know, I get to talk to a history book. And I'm not referring to like it's out of total respect when I say that. Like it's cool.
Yeah. It's yeah, it was funny because I was like, I can't remember what grade in high school, but like I'd gone through like school being taught, oh, you can just like you'll have some go to college and get some career, and it made it sound like people would always work the same career and be happy and all that stuff. And then there was this we had an assembly, and like just I remember this speech about how people would like go to college. It would be in the future, people would go to college and they'd end up with a career, and then they'd have to go to college again and get a different career, and then do that again and again. It's like what?
Yeah, and after a while, colleges got so expensive. I'm feeling for the young people. The young people out of high school going to college now, and them being in debt so much that like they can't like afford a home. Like their student debt is like as much as a house. How are you supposed to? That's ridiculous. But any young people out there, if you want to go to college, that's awesome. But we need trades in this country. Trade school.
Yeah. So in
Trade
Germany,
school to where's that?
they have like these like high schools that are trade schools, and then if you're like going to college, there's like what they call gymnasium, and I think it's like a prep school, and then you have to take some sort of entrance exam, and if you pass the entrance exam, I believe that college is, I don't know if it's exactly free, but like
Probably discounted.
yeah,
Affordable.
like maybe you have to pay for the books. I'm not sure, but trade school is like, I get the trade school around here was like highly discouraged that people go there, and like I remember some teacher making fun of it, and I don't even know what
The same thing with
the trade
same
school.
thing with us growing up. Same thing with us growing up. And I hear of a lot of like the tech industry, right? It's over flooded now. It's over flooded because everyone went to school for computers. It's over flooded. But not too many people are plumbers, contractors, engineers, right?
Well, they even taught computing at the I don't know if it's called the Career Tech Center or if that's something else. I think that's what it's called. They had like you could learn to be a mechanic, you could learn like be graphic design, appliance repair, any number of things. And yet it was discouraged, like it was kind of like.
Well, I
there
think
was
we should
some sort of
encourage
stigma
it
attached.
now. I hired a plumber about 2 months ago. Trust me, plumbers make buco bucks. That bill was extremely high, but it was worth it, and he was one of the most affordable in the area, right?
Yeah, like the Mario
and
Brothers.
he owned his own business. So
Yeah.
and if you have that kind of service and that's a skill.
Yeah, and you get to
I hope
rescue Princess Peach.
that's a skill in itself too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You gotta like kill turtles all day.
Yeah, yeah.
Seems like a waste.
Yeah, I know,
Now you're
but
making
so-
soup.
and I think that's why all these colleges are there. I think that might be why colleges charge so much, and they're like I heard that they're like in competition because they're in competition with each other. There's colleges that or universities that like they have like fancy dinners to try to lure students. No, I don't. I've never went to any of those fancy dinners, so I don't. But maybe with the Ivy League ones.
They're trying to recruit. They're trying to recruit the rich kids.
Yeah, and
you know the folks that were born with a silver spoon in their mouth. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't mean to get political, but in America, you pay to play.
Yeah, and I think with Europe, with the trade schools, and there's less people going with all these people if there's a lot of people getting going to trade school and making money, working, then there's less people going to college, and they're able to have like tax subsidy.
So over there,
we already have
the
tax
opposite.
subsidized colleges here.
Here it's the opposite. That, and I think when you hear of like being college educated, a lot of young people think a cushy job behind a desk in a chair.
Yeah.
And I get it. You know what I mean? I just hope that teachers now, or just I would even encourage do something with your hands. That, and when you have a skill, you can be part of the community, like part of your community. You can help your community with the kind of job that you do. You know what I mean? Who else is going to come fix my plumbing in the middle of the night? A 24-hour service would, and they're skilled at what they do,
Yeah.
And that's kind of the good thing, And
yeah, have your own. You could have your own company, like my dad did. Now my dad didn't like. Sometimes we were sometimes we were like below the poverty level. Sometimes we were like middle class, and
money comes and goes.
Yeah,
it's one of those
yeah.
things.
It
It kind of goes.
depended on the year, because it was a smaller. Now some people say small business, and they're talking like 100 employees. I think
Small business
sometimes my
can just
dad
be
had
you and your
like
family,
20
or just you.
employees or something. Might have just been 20 employees when the
Appliance
business was doing
repair
better.
is. I was looking for appliance repair, right? And because my washer and dryer went out, and so many places that I've called, they didn't want to fix my machines. They wanted to sell me a new one. And I found this
Yeah.
local guy, and he just started up. He's like renting out like a place of business, and he refurbishes machines, and he sells them at an affordable price. And that is awesome, because that helps the community, because appliances are expensive. You buy a set of a washer and dryer, right? That's like $2,000. Here's a used set, but it's totally refurbished and they look like new. And he sells them for like $500-600, and then he comes out and services those machines.
I never heard of that.
And that is, thank you. thank you. Oh, forgot his name's Chris. I forgot the name of his company, but that's awesome for like a community, right? Like, and he did it himself. I thought that was really impressive. And
Oh,
he goes
definitely.
out he goes out and does the calls, and then he has a girl work the office and the inside like the office area. That's where he set up like machines that he has for sale. I'm like, that's such a great idea. And he started out tinkering in his garage. He didn't go to a trade school. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so yeah, I didn't know people even repaired. I mean, would like sell repaired versions of, like, I've always heard people buying it new.
Most people buy them new. Washing machines are kind of finicky because if you think about it, you're buying a used machine. Somebody else's dirty underwear has been in there. Some people get grossed out by it. But when they've been refurbished, they've been taken apart, cleaned, and put back together with some new parts that are going to go bad, you know?
Yeah, I know a lot of people swear by well, you got to be careful, but which company, but like there's refurbished computers that some companies do a really good job with that. You got to just have to be careful is what I've heard.
I haven't bought a refurbished computer, but I've bought a refurbished phone. It worked fine. I got it for a discount price, of course, because it was refurbished, and it was one of those cheaper smartphones that were just meant to like hold me over until my upgrade comes up, you know, with my cell phone plan. And I kept that phone for like 2 years. I mean, it still worked and stuff. I mean, my other phone got replaced, of course, but I used it as a backup and still played games on it.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Apex Comics and Risey. Yeah, I've seen that anime. I was talking about like what was it? Tsundere type characters.
I was reading your comment section, Lorenzo. I'm sorry, I wasn't listening.
Oh, I was telling Risey I had seen that anime because my point was about we were talking about video games and I was saying that
Oh yeah, let's talk about Tommy games and different character types and stuff.
yeah, and I was saying that like so with the dating games I might have a character that's Tsundere, if I pronounce that right.
Tsundere.
There, yeah.
Tsundere. He's going the distance. He's going for speed. But that's what that comment reminded me of.
What was that a reference to? I'm sorry.
Oh, it's a song. We're going the distance. One of those things. I break out in the song once in a while.
Sorry.
Everybody. Oh, it's Cthulhu. Hello.
Now.
Did you say what about a sandwich? I like a sandwich. What's your favorite sandwich?
Sandwich because I ate lunch, but not supper. Ate a late lunch.
What do you have a favorite? Do you have a sandwich of choice? What's your favorite
This is
sandwich?
just a turkey sandwich because it's easy. It's just I had an upset stomach earlier, and for some reason, turkey doesn't really upset my stomach as much as
it's a light white meat. Yeah.
Yeah, it's. Oh, and
But do you have a favorite kind of sandwich though? Like, do you have like a comfort sandwich? Like,
I don't know if I'd call it a comfort sandwich. There's different kinds I like. There's like Reuben's. There's Reuben's or Rachel's.
Reuben's are good.
Yeah.
I like the Reuben sandwich.
I think the Rachel's the version that has the it has coleslaw, and I don't know if that has Russian dressing or if that's a regular Reuben. I can't remember anymore.
My go-to sandwich, my favorite sandwich probably would be a peanut butter and jelly.
Okay, that's
That's my favorite sandwich is a peanut butter and jelly. That or like a BLT. Bacon, lettuce, tomato.
yeah. I was just wondering about thinking of Risey in the chat. He's from Australia. I wonder what his feelings are about. What's it called? Vegemite?
I never tried Vegemite. Have you ever tried it?
No, I've tried. Was it Nutella? But I don't know if the recipe is the same as it used to be, or if they've changed it. I thought they said new and improved or something like that.
I heard that Vegemite is really salty, and it's a very acquired taste. I don't know if I would like it. I'm more of a sweet tooth kind of gal myself. I
If
like
it's
sweet things.
nutritional or not nutritional, it's hard for me to tell with.
If you can spread it on bread, it's probably not the healthiest.
I know that
you can spread it. Because peanut butter, yes, peanut butter has protein, and that's good for you. And peanuts are healthy, right? But if you look on the jar of Jif peanut butter, there's so much sodium, there's so much sugar. It's loaded with stuff.
I like our local health food store has. Well, we have a couple, but one of them has you can get not just peanut butter without all that sugar thrown in there, but you can get cashew butter, which is an almond butter, which are naturally sweet.
I haven't tried cashew butter before.
Yeah,
that sounds good.
That's maybe not. I don't. It might not be as sweet as peanut butter with added sugar, but
or hazelnut. Hazelnut's sweet too.
Do they have
Gotta love the sweet nuts.
hazelnut butter?
Huh?
Do they make butter out of that?
You can make butter out of anything, any nut. Any nut. If you can grind it into a powder, you can make it into a butter.
I wonder if people grind that in the powder and snort it. And
maybe not peanuts, but other things. Yeah. I mean, that's how
I don't recommend that.
Some folks have made marijuana butter. You know what I mean? They grind it up, they do something, and then it's butter. You know what I mean? It's a different kind of butter.
Yeah, that's legal in Michigan.
I know, and I go to Michigan. It's not legal here, but in Michigan. And you know what? When I go into Michigan and I go to a dispensary, the people there are always so friendly and so nice, and it's so professional, and I dig it. It's definitely an experience.
Yeah, versus
I've been in some ran down liquor stores, right?
Yeah.
I've never been into a dispensary that was not clean, tidy, friendly, good customer service, professional. You know what I mean?
I remember one time I went to a long time ago. I went to Detroit for a concert and went to this liquor store, and it was the type of store that if it was in my town, it would be shut down by the government because it was just all run down and it wouldn't pass.
Probably sold nudie magazines in the back. And
that's pretty common but yeah, I was since I was on the way to concert, I didn't check to see if
I mean, you were in Detroit.
What was even common? That was common here not too long ago for even stores that were in good state of repair. If it was a liquor store, that's what they sell in the back. Go ahead.
Yeah, the dispensary there, the ones that I've been to, they've been very nice and had a good experience, a good shopping experience. most definitely. But Lorenzo, I am at 1%. My phone is going to die. So nice talking to everybody. It's been fun. We've been chatting forever.
Take
We gotta do
care.
this again sometime. All right.
Yeah,
Goodbye.
have an awesome night.
Good night.
Yeah, Jilly D's got an awesome channel. Plays a lot of video games I haven't seen other places before, including anime games, as she was talking about earlier. Check out her channel. Fun person, fun streamer, and you can find me here every Thursday on Thursday night if you're in the continental U.S. or up in Canada. 5 p.m. Pacific, 6 p.m. Mountain, 7 p.m. Central, 8 p.m. Eastern. My apologies to people in other time zones. I believe it's, in the UK, I believe it's 12 p.m. Now that we've changed our clocks here. In the States, I believe it's midnight Greenwich Mean Time. And can't remember the time like in like Perth, if it's like Australia. I think it's 8 a.m. or what when I start streaming there. I think it's 8 a.m. Philippines too. And then, gosh, I'm trying to think of what it is in Australia. But when we start streaming, because we've got people around the world who stop by the chat and go on the panels, and it's an open stream. Most of the time, the StreamYard links in the chat. So thank you everybody for tuning in. You guys are awesome. I've said this before. People talk to me about monetizing my channel. Like, would you ever monetize your channel? Like, if I had enough watch hours or subs, or if it was active enough. It's like, no. Yeah, I don't. It's not. That would ruin all the fun. I'd have to worry about like catering towards not funny advertisers and all that crap. So yeah, even if this channel like became some like just smash hit, I still would not want to make money. It's not about that. It's about I hope I'm helping people out. I mean, and hope I'm entertaining people and giving them a spot to promote their stuff. Heaven knows, a lot of people allowed me to promote their stuff on their channels and share out the links each week, and I really appreciate that. And the conversations we have, I like every week. It's something to look forward to. So thank you, everybody. Oh yeah, and we stream on YouTube, Facebook, and used to stream on Twitch. Never really got any viewers over there, so what I did is switched over to kick.com, and And if anything should happen to this channel, or well, then we got a backup over there, and on Facebook. But yeah, Kick's pretty cool as far as it's right now. It's currently more free speech oriented. Once they get big, who knows? Could get some pressure. I mean, they're getting bigger. I've heard that there's a lot of streamers who are switching over from, like, say, Twitch to Kick, and doing well over there. So the unfortunate thing is I can't. Somebody's over there. I can't see the chat on in StreamYard. If I get if I start getting subscribers there, though, I could pop open a chat, like maybe have the chat open on my phone, or have it going on one device and then have StreamYard on another. So that's always a possibility. And of course, I don't have the link here to put in the chat for. Wish I had that right in front of me. But let's see, kick.com. Gonna look up Lorenzo Sleestack. I trying to remember if that's all one word on there. But yeah, it's a pretty wild platform. Kick, you never know what you're gonna see over there. I think, I don't like everything's being watered down for, like, I thought when I was a kid, I foolishly thought that when I became an adult, like, I'd actually be able to, like say, live my life and stuff, and didn't realize that that I would be treated like a 5-year-old for my entire life, but that's kind of how things wind up, wind up, how things turned out. I mean, gosh, need to get some sleep. But yeah, it's all that turned out is that things were cool when I was younger, and that the World Wide Web is new, and I don't mind that there's, like, filter options and stuff on websites and stuff, though I do think it's so systematic of kind of how soft things have gotten online. I mean, it probably is good that you don't just, like, have, like, go to a website and then have 20, like, porn banners pop up anymore. Like, and then if you accidentally click on it, you get a virus or something. I mean, but that was the things were like that was like the Wild West back in the day. It's like you never knew, like, with a website what you go to a website and it would, like, there'd be, like, really cool there'd be, like, some JavaScript animation, and then later on they had, like, Flash animation and have some music playing in the background. Might, like, take 5 minutes for the fucking page to load, but at least it was worth looking at. And you have like psychedelic graphics and stuff, and now you just go to something and it's like, even if it's like say a site for like a web for like a band, it's as dull as looking at the fucking newspaper, like you're like the Washington Post or the fucking Wall Street Journal's page. It's like, yeah, I miss the days when you had this like cheesy MIDI. Yeah, kind of cool actually. There's like chip tunes going in the background, and like have this like I think there's like a resource where people have, like, there's some videos you can check out where people like film those old websites. I think maybe there's some sites you can go to that recreate that experience. But I don't know. That'd be a good topic for another night, is because those were fun sites. Like even some movie sites were trippy like that, where you'd have all sorts of bizarre animation and but I guess things change over time. So hopefully we're all together, like kind of restoring some fun to the internet, you know. Gosh, that could, like, I don't want to sound like douchey or again, like I think I'm having fun on a lot of people's channels, and you know, in the chat and stuff. That don't mean just this channel, but I really do have a blast. So thank you, everybody, and thanks for everybody who's put up with the rambling and the changes between, like, we started out with like a bunch of people talking about Captain Infinity. Then we got to we had a colorist on for a while, and somebody had their Oculus. They were streaming games. Also, same guy who was doing that was showing how he's painting his Xbox One. That was pretty cool. And so thank you everybody who was on here. I'm sorry I'm forgetting people's names right now, but there were a lot of cool people on at the beginning, at the middle, and at the end. It was just a ton of fun talking to Jilly D. And seen her around in a long time, so that was cool. So let's see, gosh, about 3:20 p.m. Lorenzo Sleestack signing out, and hopefully I'll still have a channel here next week. Who knows? Not, you can look at kick.com and look up Lorenzo Sleestack. I went to go there, but it's one of those things like with Twitch, where you do have, the one way it resembles Twitch is that you do have, if you log in, you might end up having to send some sort of email verification for security reasons, and so that part kind of sucks. Oh yeah, you can log in with Google. Forgot about that. So yeah, you can like I'm gonna type that in again. Maybe if I'm I'm not. That's weird. I'm not seeing it in the videos on my channel, so I got to see if no results falling. Well, that's maybe we aren't streaming to Kick. I don't know. I'll have to go and log in and check that out. That's funny because there should be. Here we go. Oh, it was just kick.com sleep stack all along. I thought that was what it was, but wanted to double check. So once you do that, you can go and I recommend you if you go and you create an account. The way I had to do it is I had to sign in with my Google account. That's how you sign up, because we could try signing up the regular way and they'll just kind of like freeze your account because some sort of bug. I don't know if that's the case or not. I mean, there's a lot more people using it than when I first signed up, but recommend that. Hey, hello, hombre. Says hello, everyone. Happy Easter. Yeah. See, Christos Anesti. Christ is born. Well, that's the Orthodox greeting. There are a couple of Easters. Yeah, my Easter's actually in well, so the Easter in my mom's church is Sunday. She's Lutheran, and then I'm Orthodox. Mine's in 37 days on Sunday, May 5th. So it's because the Orthodox Church still uses the Julian calendar in the calculation for Easter or Pascha. It's because when there was a switch to the Gregorian calendar, what ended up happening was if you use that to calculate Easter, sometimes it happens before Jewish Passover. And like now, the Gospel of John, and it disagrees with synoptic Gospels, the first three Gospels, but in the Gospel of John, Jesus is believe he's the Passover lamb, and so the Passover. So whereas the previous Gospels had Jesus celebrating Passover Seder, hope I pronounced that correctly, as the Last Supper. Gospel of John, it's a communal meal, but not Passover. So it's there's a little bit of disagreement there in the Bible between the authors, and it's just that if you believe differently and you believe it's all like 100% authors agree with each other, that's fine. You can still be friends and get along. I just think it's interesting. Let's see, it's in the chat. Let's see. He's going the distance. Hey everyone. Oh, I saw that. He's going the distance. He's going for the speed. Chili, say Chili New or Chili Crew? Yeah, check out Jelly D's channel. Awesome channel. Anyway, I was going to end this a long time ago. Thanks for watching.